Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Living Healer Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You think this will be fun, huh? Perhaps I should raise the stakes. Whoever comes in last across all 8 tests will be judged to have 0 potential as a hero and expelled. There was a great deal of shock at Aizawa-sensei's declaration, but Momo wasn't worried. After all the fuss he had made about rationality, there was no way that he would actually expel a student on the first day of class on the results of a quirk assessment of all things. Not everyone's quirks lent themselves to physical tests. Sensei himself had a quirk with no physical relevance, and so, she thought to herself, it was more likely a way of motivating them to do their absolute best. We'll continue with the ball throw, since the bin of ball is already out, Aizawa said, his voice easily cutting through the worry and chatter and silencing the class once more. Izuku Midoriya, you scored second best in the entrance exam. You're next. The cute green-haired boy Momo had seen casually chatting with Bakugo-san before Sensei began the test blinked, as though surprised that he was up next, before shrugging and stepping forward. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya-san was one of the members of the class whose quirk gave him a rather distinct appearance, much like Shoji-san or Ishido-san. Along with remarkably fluffy green hair, his eyes were a luminous white that made Momo wonder if he had pupils or irises at all, and every time he breathed out he produced a white mist which glowed the same brilliant white, as though it was wintertime. He took a ball from the bin beside Aizawa-sensei and stepped into the ring. Sensei, my ball might take a while to land. Midoriya said, a little hesitantly. Just throw the demon thing, Deku. Bakugo shouted at his friend. The sooner it goes up, the sooner it goes down. Midoriya flipped Bakugo off, still looking at Aizawa-sensei, and Bakugo laughed. The teacher ignored this byplay, instead saying, we don't have all day, Midoriya. The green-haired boy nodded, and brought the ball up to his lips. He breathed out, slow and deliberate, and a thick cloud of that mist surrounded the ball and began to sink into it. Momo watched with interest as the ball began sparking and glowing with a strange aura, an odd energy that flowed out of the ball like some cross between smoke, fire, and electricity, still that same brilliant white that seemed to be the trademark of Midoriya's quirk, whatever it was. A moment later, the ball split down its seams, reshaping itself under the influence of that aura into something more like a bird, which was now perching on his hand instead of held in his grip. Momo couldn't stop herself from gasping a little, as did a few of the other girls. The bird Midoriya had created was quite cute. Even Jiro-san beside her let out a soft, cool. Midoriya glanced at Aizawa-sensei again, apparently still unsure if this use of his quirk was allowed, before he tossed the bird formerly known as ball into the air. It flapped its wings and began flying away and up into the sky. Sensei glanced at the measurement instrument, then up at the bird as it flew, quickly leaving the range of Momo's vision despite the vibrant aura. How long will that thing fly? He asked Midoriya-san. I put about 5 minutes of my energy into it, the student answered, which on a golem of that size should last at least half an hour. As it runs down it'll lock its wings and glide until it hits the ground, and it's heading up as much as it is out, so. A while. He blushed. I did say it would take a while. Aizawa sighed. Fine. We'll come back to the ball throw after Midoriya's results are in. For now, let's start on the other tests. Momo made a note to keep an eye on Midoriya-san as he went through the tests, even as she banished the template for a ball-launching machine that she had been preparing for her own turn from her mind. That was an interesting quirk, she told herself, and she wanted to see more of it. Momo's interest in Midoriya-san only grew as the test continued and he showed just how versatile his quirk was. He brought the full length of the 50-meter dash lane to life as a moving walkway to carry him along, animated a stone arm from the concrete below for the grip test. While he hadn't scored the highest in any test, Momo was a little embarrassed to realize that she was the one taking most of those crowns. He was often right behind her. The other interesting thing, along with his impressive imagination and skill with his animation quirk, was that Bakugo, who even Momo, who knew she had been rather sheltered by her parents, could see was a rather abrasive person, was obviously a good friend of Midoriya's, the two addressing each other by the nicknames of Deku and Kakin, and playfully teasing each other about their respective scores. It was an interesting dynamic, especially given that with everyone but Bakugo-san, Midoriya-san seemed shy and almost overly polite. Which, admittedly, wasn't something that the equally shy Momo, who couldn't pretend to herself that she wasn't using formality and politeness to keep people a little at a distance, could really criticize. Still, it wasn't just the easy, semi-antagonistic friendship that Midoriya and Bakugo had that surprised her. She was also surprised to see Bakugo showing what was clearly genuine concern for Midoriya, who, she couldn't help but notice, was clearly flagging, almost exhausted by a mere half-hour of using his quirk. Bakugo had chewed Midoriya out after the 50-meter dash in particular, seeming very concerned in an angry way about Midoriya-san using too much of his energy. The green-haired boy had used smaller animations since then, even restricting himself to simply jogging in the distance run, the only test that he had finished in the lower half of the class. Perhaps that was why the boy seemed to have fascinated her, Momo thought to herself, watching as he began the seated toe touch. His quirk appeared to function off of his vitality, much like how her own quirk used her fat stores as fuel. Both of them could easily go too far and hurt themselves, potentially permanently, if they overused their quirks. Jiro-sen, beside Momo, nudged the taller girl with a wicked gleam in her eye. Already got your eyes on someone, huh? Sorry, Momo said, startled out of her thoughts. The purple-haired girl nodded her head towards Midoriya. You've been staring at greens but for a good 30 seconds. I can't blame you, honestly. I'm not generally interested in guys, but he's pretty cute. Momo blushed heavily as she realized what Jiro was implying. No, nothing like that, she denied, hiding her face in her hands and looking away from Midoriya-san. I was just, our quirks are rather similar, don't you think, Jiro-san? Jiro rolled her eyes, she had quite expressive eyes despite her permanently half-lidded look, and said, sure, that's all it is. And don't bother with the formalities, just call me Jiro. Momo uncovered her face enough to smile at the shorter girl. But dash. I don't go in for formalities, Yaoyorozu-san. Don't worry about it, Jiro assured her. Alright Jiro if you insist, Momo said after a moment. But you must do the same. Sure thing, Yaoyorozu. Jiro tilted her head to the side. Yaoyorozu is kind of a long name, though. How about Yamamo? Momo found herself blushing again. I think I might not be ready for such informality yet. Yet, huh? All right then, Jiro said, taking the denial easily. You just let me know when you're ready for a nickname. And yeah, you're right, your quirk is kind of similar to Green's. You both have a ton of options in any situation. I'm a little jealous, to be honest. Oh, but your quirk is so useful as well. Momo gushed. The enhanced hearing alone will be incredible in any sort of hero work, from patrolling to search and rescue. And if you can produce sound waves from your jacks as well as pick them, you'll always have a powerful ranged and area of effect option, not to mention your jack's utility in close quarters combat dash. Jiro chuckled. You really ought to talk to Green, she told Momo. You wouldn't believe the ideas he's been getting watching other people use their quirks. Momo raised an eyebrow. He is interested in quirk analysis as well? Like you wouldn't believe, Jiro confirmed. He's been muttering up a storm every time he has the chance to watch people use their quirks. I bet you'd get along great, if you know what I mean. She waggled her eyebrows. Momo tried to forestall another blush and failed. Oh, look at the time, I've got to go do the repeated side steps. Didn't you already dash? Gotta go. As the other 7 quirk tests drew to a close, Aizawa-sensei called the class back to the ball throw where they had started. Midoriya's throw finally landed. He declared without preamble and displayed the result, which read 24,071.8 meters, more than 30 times Bakugo-san's. Result. Holy shit, dude, gasped the red-headed boy with the hardening quirk Kirishima-san, if Momo remembered correctly. That's incredible. How dare you beat me? Bakugo yelled, leaping at Midoriya with his hands sparking. Momo gasped involuntarily and even Aizawa-sensei stepped forward, his hair beginning to rise as he took his scarf in one hand, but he relented when it became clear that both Bakugo and Midoriya were laughing. Instead of stepping in physically, Sensei just said, "Play fight on your own time, kids," and the two separated from each other, returning to the class with muttered apologies, although only from Midoriya, for the disruption. That friendship confused her. As with most of the other tests, Aizawa had them go in order of their results in the entrance exam, with her and Todoroki-san, the other student in the class who can come in through recommendations, going last. Next up was Kirishima-san. The redhead threw just over 71 meters, quite respectable given that his quirk didn't seem to enhance his strength much, but still seemed disappointed not to match up to Midoriya or Bakugo's massive scores. He returned to the class with his head hanging low, but was quickly cheered up by Midoriya-san shyly asking about his quirk. After Kirishima-san came Uraraka-san, whose anti-gravity quirk blew even Midoriya's record out of the water with an infinity. Then came Ida-san, then Tokoyami-san. By the time that Yaoyorozu finished off the tests by generating an air cannon, scoring third place behind Uraraka-san and Midoriya-san with a solid 11.23 meters, she had quite forgotten about the threat of expulsion. Aizawa-sensei, however, had clearly not. "Minoru Mineta," he said, the purple-haired boy trembling in fear. "That you're in luck. You have very little potential, but not zero." "Not expelled?" Mineta-san asked, voice wavering. "Not yet. But you'll have to improve quickly if you want to earn your place in this course, because your performance leaves you on thin ice." "I'm saved!" Mineta cried, relieved. "Who wants to reward me for my heroic efforts? Ashido with your firm thighs and booty? Uraraka with your lush curves? Yaoyorozu with you dash?" "Never mind," Aizawa growled, wrapping Mineta in his scarf as Momo's jaw dropped. "Let's go see Principal Nizu. The rest of you," he said to the remainder of the class, "get changed and go back to homeroom. You have your first classes soon." "But what about Dash?" began Kaminari-san. "Don't worry about Mineta," Sensei said. "He's not your concern." The girls began filtering back into their changing room, talking about what had just happened. "I hate to say it," Jiro remarked, "but I'm glad that he's about to get expelled." Probably expelled. If he was willing to make those kinds of remarks right in front of the teacher, what else would he have done? "I know," Uraraka-san agreed as she opened the jacket of her gym uniform, revealing the black tank top she had worn underneath. "And I'm glad to see that Aizawa-sensei, at least, seems to have a zero-tolerance policy for harassment like that. You wouldn't believe how much I had to put up with at my middle school." "Well, you might," she said, playfully tossing the jacket at Momo before beginning to pull the tank top over her head. Momo blushed, turning away from the other girls. While she wasn't exactly body shy for herself, something about the other girls had flustered her when they had changed into their gym uniforms, and she was feeling equally flustered now, too much to even notice the way Jiro tilted a curious head at her embarrassment. "I was actually homeschooled for my entire life," Momo confessed. "I've never had to deal with anything like that, so I'm very glad that he's gone." "You were homeschooled? That's pretty cool," Ashido commented. "But, no offense, I'm glad that I wasn't. I'm too social to survive." "Yeah, I noticed you making friends with Kirishima already," Hagakure-san said cheerfully. "A real extrovert, aren't you?" Altug Ijikin and I knew each other already. Actually, we went to the same middle school." "Ijikin?" asked Tsuyu-san. "That's a pretty cute nickname, Ribbit. Is there something between you two?" "No, sadly," Ashido answered with a sigh, "because he's pretty hunky. And I think he might only be into guys, anyway. Did you see that Bakugo, though? Phew." She fanned herself. "What a man am I, right? Too aggressive for my tastes, Ribbit. I thought Todoroki was quite handsome, though." "Definitely," Ashido agreed, "but not enough passion there. I need a guy with a bit of spark, you know? Or a girl, I'm not picky." She winked and pointed at the rest of the room. "That means you're all in danger." Jiro laughed. "I get that. I'm mostly into girls myself, and it takes a real special guy to catch my eye." "That sounds like someone might have caught your eye already," Ashido remarked. "Who are you looking at?" She shook her head. None of the guys really interest me, although there's one or two who might be able to change that. Momo, though, has the beginning of a crush already. Please, no, Momo begged, pressing her forehead against the cool metal of a locker. Ooh, who is it? Hagakure-san eagerly asked. Is this your first crush? Ashido asked with a happy gasp. If you've been homeschooled until now. The guy with the animation quirk, Midoriya, Jiro told her, and Momo felt her blush intensifying. I can't blame her, he's got a nice butt. He did have a nice butt, Uraraka agreed. I tend to go for forearms more than butts, but his was pretty nice. He had nice hair too. Ashido chimed in. Very fluffy. What did you like best about him, Yaoyorozu? Please, Momo whispered, her cheeks burning. All right, let's stop teasing her, Jiro said. I think we might genuinely be making her uncomfortable. Sorry, Yaoyorozu. Yeah, sorry, Ashido said apologetically. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Sorry, Hagakure chimed in. All right, Momo finally answered. I know you didn't mean to. Anyway, what about you, Uraraka? If you like forearms, does that mean you liked shoji? Ashido teased, and Uraraka laughed. Momo just sighed, glad to no longer be the center of attention. So, Deku, Kaken said, leaning forward to talk to Izuku, what do you think this Hero 101 sheet is gonna be? I'm not sure, he responded, turning in his seat to talk to his best friend. It could be just about anything, basic quirk law, the history of heroes in our society, the beginnings of what our responsibility as heroes will be dash. Personally, Kaken interrupted with a vicious grin, I'm hoping we'll get to fight. After all, that's what it's all about, isn't it? I don't think so, Izuku disagreed. Heroes do more than just fight villains, they rescue civilians and bring hope and even just improve the world. Like how Present Mike is always promoting positivity and good causes on his radio show, or that UA student that cleaned up Dagoba Beach last year dash. Deku. Yes, Kaken? Shut up. Izuku stuck his tongue out at the blonde. Kaken's hand shot forward and he grabbed Izuku's tongue before he could pull it back. If you must have your demon mouth open, he smirked. Talk about something interesting, don't just sit there with your tongue hanging out. The explosive blonde released Izuku's tongue and he retracted it. All right, fine. If we do fight, I hope I don't get pit up against you. What? Tired of losing to me? It's not that I dislike sparring with you, Kaken, Izuku assured his friend. It's just that we've been training together for years. I think it would be interested to fight with some of the other students here. Oh, who's going to challenge you like I do? Kaken demanded. Well, Izuku cupped his chin in his hand, thinking. Yaoyorozu-san has an incredibly versatile quirk, just like I do, and her limits with it seem to be higher than mine. She was able to use it on way more of yesterday's quirk assessment test than I was. Uraraka-san could take me out of the picture with a single touch, since I can't use my quirk to animate things at range, and I have a pretty short range on even. Well, Koda-san could attack from just as many prongs as me, if he was able to find enough animals to command. But he had long since descended into muttering at this point, barely noticing Kaken leaning back with a faint smile at his favorite background noise. Todoroki-san would probably be the biggest threat. Half and half? Don't make me laugh, Kaken cut in. That two-toned BSTRD isn't putting in enough energy to be dangerous. You don't think so? Izuku asked, glancing towards the legacy student. To Izuku's eyes, Todoroki blazed brightly, the vital power residing within him easy to spot even from across the room. Like many people's, its appearance was influenced by his quirk. In Todoroki's case, it moved like a frozen flame, the light of his soul moving through a bonfire dance at glacial pace. He's got a lot of power in him, a strong quirk, and he should be able to fuel it for a long, long time. He's only using half his quirk, Kaken pointed out. I did wonder why he never used his fire yesterday. Probably some stupid sentimental reason. Or maybe he burned himself and is afraid of doing it again. Dumbass, Kaken scoffed. You said he seemed a little frostbitten at the end of the quirk test, didn't you? Yeah, he was shivering when we changed back into our uniforms. Izuku confirmed. If he used his fire, that limit wouldn't apply, Kaken said. And the overheating he likely faces from overusing his flame would be compensated for by his ice, Izuku noted. You're right, it's silly for him to only use half of his quirk. No matter how strong he is, if he's only going halfway, you and I will leave him in the dust. Izuku nodded. Although he felt a little sick, Kaken still didn't know about the half of Izuku's own quirk that he hid. After all, his father breathed fire, and that had transformed into the ability to breathe his own soul and vitality into anything he chose. But his mother, Izuku's mother, could pull. Izuku was shocked out of his guilty musing when All Might himself burst into the room. I am here, the greatest hero of all time shouted, entering the room like a normal person. Hey, nice costume, said a purple-haired girl as Izuku exited the changing room. Her vitality pulsed gently in a rhythm like a heartbeat, but as she spoke, its rhythm accelerated and vibrated along with her words. It was quite pretty, he thought, as was she. I was afraid that I would be the only one in anything like casual clothing. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, a little embarrassed at being noticed. Yeah. I couldn't really think of any really heroic costume that didn't feel like copying an existing hero. That's because you have no imagination, nerd, Kaken said, bumping shoulders with him as he walked past. You're one to talk, Mr. Grenades, for gauntlets. Izuku shouted after him, earning a middle finger in response. He turned back to the purple-haired girl. Sorry about that, Kaken always has to get a word in. You're Jiro-san, right? Just Jiro. I hate honorifics, she confirmed. And you're Midoriya-san? That's me. You can just call me Midoriya if you dislike honorifics. How about green? Izuku shrugged. Sure, I don't mind. So, what's up with your costume? Any particular reason for the look? Not really, he admitted. Like I said, I felt like all the heroic-style costumes that would fit me as a healer have been taken already. There have been a lot of healing heroes already, so I went more casual and doctor-inspired, with the insignia as a heroic touch. He fingered the luminous, heart-shaped logo that had been added to his costume at his request. Wait, you're a healer? Jiro asked. I thought your quirk let you animate objects. That's part of it, Izuku confirmed. But it's not the whole of it, or even the most important in my opinion. So what is your quirk? The animation alone seemed crazy useful and versatile, and now you're saying that's not all. Jiro sounded impressed, and Izuku blushed a little bit at her interest. Basically, I can breath my own vitality and life force into whatever, or whoever, I want, Izuku explained. For inanimate objects, I can bring them to life and direct them as I choose. Although I can't control them from distance, I can only command them or update their directives with another infusion of energy. For living creatures, it heals them, or if they're already in good shape, it generally enhances them, makes them stronger, tougher, even boosts their quirk a little. But since it's fueled by my own energy, it's pretty draining on me. Oh, that's cool as hell, Green. I pity whoever goes up against you in this fight thing. You'll go easy on me, right? She teased. I'd never insult you or any of my classmates by going easy on you, Izuku said seriously. We're all here to do our best. I would never pretend it would take less than my best to win. Hardcore. Besides, he admitted, I'm not great at combat. Kaken always beat me whenever we sparred before we got into UA, although I can drag it out quite a bit nowadays. That's part of why I want to be a support hero. I can respect that, search and rescue, healing, that stuff is super important. But, she trailed off, turning to look at Kaken. Sparky there is who you called Kaken, right? Yeah. Childhood nickname, just like he calls me Deku. He strikes me as pretty focused on combat, Jiro noted, and Izuku couldn't disagree. Your perspective of how good you are at fighting might be a little skewed, if all your practice has been with him. Izuku tilted his head. You seem pretty perceptive, Jiro. I try. She smiled. That said, I'm gonna go say hi to some of the other girls. All Might will probably be starting soon, and I have more costumia to compliment. Alright, good luck on the test, Izuku said politely. Same to you, Green. Jiro waggled her fingers at Izuku and walked towards the beautiful girl who had just exited the girls' changing room, Yaoyorozu-san. He thought her name had been the girl he had noticed in the quirk tests, topping almost all the charts, even scoring right behind him in the ball throw. He blushed, seeing her costume, and turned away to pay attention to All Might as the hero cleared his throat and began to explain how the test would work. Hero versus villains, huh? He wondered who he would be paired with. As it turned out, he was paired with Momo Yaoyorozu, who was indeed the black-haired girl. They were even up first, acting as the heroes, against Kakin and Ojiro, who had a powerful tail and was dressed as a martial artist, as the villains. Izuku tried to banish his embarrassment at Yaoyorozu's costume, but was still blushing a little as he extended a hand and said, "Hi. Yaoyorozu-san, it's nice to meet you. I remember your quirk from the apprehension tests yesterday. It's incredible." "Thank you, Midoriya-san," she said, shaking his hand with, weirdly enough, a bit of a blush as well. What did she have to be embarrassed about? Was she not entirely comfortable in her costume either? "I remember yours as well, quite impressive. I imagine that we'll be able to handle this test quite well, between the two of us." "I hope so." He glanced at the building they would be fighting in. "Kakin, Bakugo, is an incredible fighter, and I'm sure he'll be coming to hunt for us rather than guarding the bomb." Yaoyorozu-san tilted her head. Between the two of us, which do you think he'll be more likely to chase? Would he chase me first because you two are friends?" Izuku laughed. "The opposite, in fact. Kakin has always thought of me as his chief rival. No way he goes for you if I'm an option." She nodded. "Then it strikes me that if you distract him, I would be able to get to the bomb, which, presumably, Ojiro-san will be guarding." "Good plan," Izuku agreed. "And I'm sure it'll be no trouble for you to make something to get past him." "A net gun, most likely. Ojiro-san seems like a skilled martial artist, but I believe I was faster than him in yesterday's dash. "You were," he confirmed. "So even a few seconds caught in a net will likely allow me to get to the bomb." "Right." Izuku cupped his chin. "My worry is how will you find the bomb fast enough? I can see people through walls, but only if they're close enough." "You can see through walls?" Yaoyorozu-san said, shocked. "Sort of. My quirk is complicated," he quickly explained, blushing as he realized the implications of what he had just said. "Living things have a sort of glow to them, the brightness of which reflects how much vitality they have and is influenced a bit by quirks as well. I can see that through anything as long as it's within about 10 meters of me. Outside of that range, nothing. I can't actually see people." Yaoyorozu's soul was one of the most beautiful he had seen, too. The vibrant glow that represented her energy and quirk was a fracta, constantly changing pattern of shapes, one which he had seen, the previous day, shape itself into the very same items that she created as she built them from herself. She nodded thoughtfully and then opened her mouth. Izuku tensed, waiting for her to ask the question that everyone he had shared this with had asked. "What does All Might look like?" Izuku blinked. "All Might?" She blushed a little. "Yes, well, he's my favorite hero, so." Izuku chuckled. "He's mine too, it's just. Usually people ask what they look like, not about other people." Yaoyorozu shrugged. "I admit to some curiosity about that myself, but I'm more curious about what you see in other people, and if it tells you anything about their quirks." "All Might is incredibly bright," Izuku told her. "Like, overwhelmingly bright. Are some people I can't look directly at for any length of time, because they have so much energy, but All Might. I can barely look in his direction." He glanced back at the building that the class was waiting in. "He's like the sun." "Wow. He's not the only one. One or two of the upperclassmen, I think, are just as bright. Really shocked me yesterday when they passed by on the second floor while All Might was on the first." But, he shrugged. "Yeah, All Might is just really bright. And me." Izuku glanced at the building. "Shouldn't we get ready? I think we're starting in a moment." "Oh, yes, of course." There was that blush again. Yaoyorozu-san put a hand to her hip where her costume exposed it, and her soul began taking a shape something like a megaphone. "I'll produce a powerful directional microphone to help us find where they've hidden the bomb, first thing." No offense to your friend Bakugo-san, but I suspect he'll be easy to find. Start, came the booming voice of All Might over their earpieces, and they began to move. Izuku watched in fascination as Yaoyorozu-san drew the directional microphone forth from her own soul, a sparkling light being produced where her vital energy left her skin and transformed into the microphone. She pointed it at the building and quickly began scanning it across each floor in turn, a faint crackling coming from it, until a faint but distinct explosion sound, and Kaken's voice saying, "Deku, I'm coming for you." It was followed, a moment afterwards, by another voice protesting. "That's the place," Yaoyorozu said, pointing up to the 5th floor. "Good luck, Midoriya-san." She discarded the microphone and made to go. "Wait!" Izuku cried, grabbing a hold of her hand. "What is it?" "Let me just." He brought her hand up to his lips and let out a soft breath, the gleaming light of his own soul exiting his body and entering into Yaoyorozu's. He carefully spent just 5 minutes, enough to last until the end of the exercise, but not enough to drain him too much. His internal reservoir was hard to measure, but it was only a little after noon. 5 minutes was nothing. Yaoyorozu looked even more beautiful with a faintly crackling aura of white around her and a look of wonder in her eyes as she gazed down at him and the hand which, he realized with a bit of a flush, he was still holding. He dropped it, glancing away. "That should double your physical ability for the next 5 minutes, he muttered. "Or roughly double it, anyway, it's basically adding my own capabilities to yours for as long as it lasts. I feel. Oh my." Izuku risked a glance back up to her and saw that she too was blushing. "I didn't realize you could use your quirk on people, Midoriya-san." "It doesn't control you at all, like it does with objects," he assured her. "The thought never crossed my mind. Although." She produced the net gun, pulling it from her midriff, then handed it to him and closed her jacket. "If you animate the net in, will it be more effective?" He nodded, and did so, spending only a minute this time. It's tough to estimate how long animation will last on an object, but until it wears off, it'll be a lot harder to escape, he promised. "Excellent." Yaoyorozu glanced at the building again. "You had best go draw off Bakugo-san, our time is running out." Izuku dashed into the building, keeping to the left side so that Yaoyorozu could be on the right. He paused only for a moment, to bring his lab coat to life. He had a plan. Then he kept running. He didn't try to be quiet, stealth was Yaoyorozu's job. In fact, he allowed his feet to fall heavily, and kept a steady flow of energy into the coat, to keep its aura bright. As he did, he kept an eye all around him, watching for the telltale eternal explosion that was how Kaken appeared in his Quirk's eye. He didn't expect to see him much beforehand though. Kaken knew his range, and was easily able to cover 30 meters in an instant. "Du." Sure enough, there was a sudden boom and he whirled to see Kaken flying through the air towards him, propelled by an explosion and with a wide grin on his face. Izuku leaned backwards, the tail of his lab coat stiffening and propping against the floor at his direction to help him keep his balance. Kaken's fist sailed over his head, and so did the rest of him. A moment later, another boom halted his friend's momentum in midair and one leg was hurtling towards Izuku's face. He twisted to the side, sending another instant of energy into the coat, and its fabric split around him and remove itself as the animated lab coat leapt for Kaken. "Hey, what the F dash?" Kaken swore as the coat wrapped around him, pulling his arms tight into his sides. "Deku you dash." "There wasn't much around for me to use my quirk on, most of the times we practiced. Just rubble that you created," Izuku told him, snatching up a broken bit of the wall. "But this time I got to bring something in, and come prepared." He animated the shattered wall as Kaken began tearing through the coat, his hands burning with small flames, and dropped it to the ground as it morphed into a concrete dog. Kaken could shatter any golem he created in an instant of course, but that just meant that Izuku had to keep one creation ahead of him, and the coat trick had let him start that way. Izuku backpedaled repeatedly, animating bits of wall and floor and broken furniture to attack Kaken, who laughed maniacally as he tore through each in turn. Izuku couldn't help but smile too, although he was starting to feel a little tired. It was in fact fun. "Deku!" Kaken shouted a minute or two later, Interrupting him as he began animating a bookshelf, Izuku turned to see that his explosive friend was pointing one arm at him, the other on the pin of his enormous grenade gauntlet. He grinned. Better dodge, nerd. Oh no, was the support department able to make those cannons you were talking about? Yup. Izuku doves. Kaken pulled the trigger, dove forward, not to the side. Heat pressed against his back as the cannon's blast passed over him, but he had the advantage, he knew it. All he had to do was, young Bakugo, All Might spoke through their earpieces. Do not fire that other gauntlet. You could kill young Midoriya with that. He'll be fine, Deku is good at dodging. Kaken shot back, and Izuku looked up to see that the blonde was pointing the second one at his face. Hey Kaken? Izuku asked. What? Instead of answering, Izuku let out a puff of vitality-infused breath, and Kaken swore as his second gauntlet unbuckled itself, sprouted a set of spidery limbs, and skittered away. The blonde glared at Izuku. If you leave it like that, he promised, I will feed it to you. Momo was amazed, not just at how versatile Midoriya-san's quirk was, able to spot people from a distance, able to animate objects into a wide variety of shapes, able even to enhance living people, but at how good it felt to be under that enhancement. She had always been fit, her parents had had her training for heroism from a young age, and considered physical fitness quite important for that, but with Midoriya's quirk enveloping her like warm, enfolding aura, she was beyond fit. She felt like she could run a marathon, leap a canyon, cover 100 meters in an instant. She couldn't, of course. He had said that it would roughly double her capabilities, Momo reminded herself, which meant that while a marathon was easily within her abilities, a canyon was still far beyond it, and she doubted she could do a 100-meter dash in less than 15 seconds. Still, the feeling was incredible. There was even a distinct warmth deep in her core which she was trying to ignore. Now wasn't the time. It was never the time, but now definitely wasn't. Instead, she experimentally produced a heavy cloak as she moved for the bomb's location, trying to remain as silent as possible. While Midoriya-san's enhancement was very welcome, it wasn't great for stealth. The crackling aura cast a unique light, and wasn't exactly silent, either. The opaque, sound-muffling fabric she mentally wove the cloak from should help cover it. Indeed, it did, and it came out faster, more easily, and with a lower expenditure of fat stores than it normally would. He did say that it enhanced quirks, too, Momo reminded herself, which only made sense, since they were physical, bodily processes. And, she noted, the glow around her hands had dimmed slightly when she made the cloak. The power to build it had come, in part, from Midoriya's gift. She wasn't sure how much time she had left, but it would no longer get her to the end of the exercise, as he had promised. Well, that was fine, she would just have to end it quickly. Momo wrapped herself in the dark cloak and hurried, taking care to keep her footsteps light. It wasn't long before she reached the correct room, and heard Ojiro-san's breathing from within. Moment to take stock of the time. If her mental clock was right, there were 2 minutes left, and spent 30 seconds waiting to see what Ojiro was doing. Or hear, rather, her ears seemed to have been enhanced with the rest of her, and she was easily able to determine that the martial artist was pacing in a circle around what must presumably have been the bomb. If he was pacing, that meant multiple exits he had to keep an eye on, which surprised Momo. By her understanding of the exercise, the villains were allowed to set the bomb anywhere they wished. Surely, Bakugo-san and Ojiro-san would have placed it somewhere more defensible? Unless this was a trick. She chanced a quick look around the corner when she could hear Ojiro on the other side of the bomb, and, as she had guessed, didn't see the bomb at all. There was a wall of boxes large enough to conceal a bomb, or the lack of one from view, but the bomb itself was probably not there. That could be an issue. There was barely a minute left in the exercise, and that wasn't long enough to search the entire building, even with Midoriya-san's enhancement. Instead, she whispered into her earpiece, Midoriya-san, I don't think the bomb is where we thought it was. We don't have time to search, so I'm going to try and capture Ojiro-san. Can you get Bakugo-san? No problem, came the immediate reply. She smiled, Midoriya clearly had it handled, and leapt out at Ojiro, net gun in hand. Izuku had a problem. He had a big problem. He had a big, blonde, explosive problem. Izuku had promised Yaoyorozu-san he could capture Kaken, which was pretty optimistic of him. Sure, the standard for capture, just to wrap any part of the body in the capture tape, was a lot easier than the usual standard for beating Kaken. But that didn't make it easy. Oh, now you want to fight back? Kaken roared, coming in with a heaving right hook. Izuku ducked underneath it, trying to sweep his friend's leg out from under him, but all he did was used a quick blast from his other hand to keep him up until he got his legs under him again a moment later. I had a plan that didn't require fighting a losing battle, Izuku defended himself, but plans change. He tried to bring his capture tape up to his mouth to animate it. If he could do that, this would become a lot easier, but a snap kick from Kaken required him to parry instead. You're too afraid to fight, Deku, the blonde shot at him, grabbing his hand as he parried and starting to wrap it with his own tape. Izuku managed to twist away and roundhouse kick him to put some space in between him and his friend. That's your problem. I just don't want to hurt anyone. As though you could ever hurt me. Mashireo Ojiro has been captured. All Might boomed, and Kaken redoubled his attack. How are you gonna be the number 2 hero if you won't fight, Deku? He demanded, sweeping Izuku to the ground. Huh. I can dash. How am I gonna be the best number 1 there's ever been within you nipping at my heels, Deku? He dove down at Izuku's throat, capture tape ready. Kaken, I can't dash, Izuku tried to say, rolling to the side. You can do it. So fight me, Deku. Izuku elbowed Kaken in the head, hard, and instinctively pulled at his vitality. He stopped immediately, feeling sick, not physically, as the sensation of draining another person's life felt all too good, but emotionally. He had never wanted to use that half of his power, but the first time he was in a serious fight, something more important than a simple sparring match, what did you do? F-dash. Kaken swore, jerking into a sitting posture and clutching his head. Kaken, I'm so sorry dash, he began. That's more like it, the blonde roared with a wide grin, turning to bring an explosion in towards Izuku's face. Izuku had to roll away again, but this time Kaken was slower, the drain on his life force brief, but already showing, and he was able to get far enough away to bring his capture tape to life. Now it was Kaken on the defensive, slowed and wary of Izuku with a living piece of tape, one which would wrap itself around him if he got too close. All he had to do, Izuku was all too aware, was stay back. The villains won if the heroes couldn't either capture them both or find the bomb, and there couldn't be more than 15 seconds left. Izuku could see the wheels turning in his best friend's head, but the outcome was predetermined. Kaken could never run from a fight. He came rushing forward, as did Izuku, and a moment later it was all over. Katsuki Bakugo has been captured. The hero team wins. Nice going, Green. Shame about your lab coat. Jiro said to Midoriya-san as he and Momo returned to the rest of the class. She offered him a fist, which he bumped with his own, before wrapping his arm around Bakugo-san's shoulders and walking off with him, speaking furiously under his breath to the blonde. You too, Yaoyorozu, she said to Momo. Thank you, Jiro, she responded. What was that? What? Didn't realize I was friends with Midoriya? The purple-haired girl asked. I said hi while you were still changing and we chatted a bit. Green seems like a pretty cool dude. Yes, he does, Momo agreed with a faint smile. But I meant the fist thing. Jiro gaped. You don't know what a fist bump is? Homeschooled, remember? I grew up rather sheltered, I'm afraid. That's some serious homeschooling, Jiro said, then collected herself. Well, a fist bump is basically a high five, but more low-key. I'm not as energetic as, well. She inclined her head towards Kirishima-san, who was going through an elaborate high-five routine with Midoriya which Momo suspected was being made up on the spot. The redhead then offered the same to Bakugo, who ignored it for a moment before holding up his hand for a single high-five, which Kirishima gave with just as much enthusiasm. Ashido-san wandered over, and Kirishima eagerly began to teach her the routine. I see. Momo said. Well. She formed a fist and offered it to Jiro. Thank you for teaching me. The purple-haired girl looked at it in surprise, then blushed a little. She fist-bumped Momo, fiddling with one of her ear-jacks with the other hand. I'll try not to get used to it, I doubt there's much I can teach you. Right. All Might boomed. Who thinks they know who the VIP of this match was? There was silence for a moment before Ida-san spoke up. All Might Sensei, the VIP was Midoriya-san. His enhancement of Yaoyorozu-san's abilities and equipment was critical to her capture of Ojiro-san, and he captured Bakugo-san all by himself. Hold on, no. Midoriya protested. Yaoyorozu-san used her quirk to find Ojiro-san in the first place, and she recognized that we had to switch our strategy to capture. If not for her, we would have captured 0 people and lost the weapon. But your distraction of Bakugo-san was the only reason I was able to make it to Ojiro-san, Momo pointed out. If not for you dash. That plan was your idea though dash. Oh my god, stop flirting, Bakugo cut in, rolling his eyes. You FNG dorks. Momo did, a fierce blush overtaking her cheeks. Flirting? She hadn't been flirting, had she? Midoriya, meanwhile, smacked Bakugo, but he was blushing too. It's time to pick class representatives, Aizawa said, and the class went wild, everyone shouting out arguments for why it should be them. Settle down, he snapped a moment later, and they did. I don't care how you do it as long as you do it quietly, and are done by tomorrow morning. The hubbub began again, although, as requested, a little quieter. Everyone from Kaken to Kirishima-kun to Ida-san was shouting in hushed tones as Aizawa sank into his sleeping bag. Izuku, meanwhile, just sat back in his chair with a sigh. While he knew that becoming class rep would speak well of him and potentially be a boost to his eventual career, it wasn't a position he actually had any interest in. Especially since he was planning on being a healing and rescue hero, not the leader of a heroic agency. That was Kaken's plan. I am too a good leader, Frogface. Kaken was hissing at Ajisu. Izuku reminded himself, she had asked the entire class to call her Tsu. Just ask Deku. Tsu tilted her head to the side. If you're a good leader, then why don't you remember our names? You always use nicknames, even for Midoriya-kun. Kaken uses nicknames for people he likes and respects, Izuku told her, leaning forward. If he called you Tsuyu, or even Tsu, that would mean he didn't care. The same applies to his more, creative insults. The more over-the-top they are, the less he means them. I told you that in confidence, you winter-breathed F-. I'll rip your head off and stuff the hole full of pencils. See, he told her, and the frog-like girl nodded in understanding. Izuku leaned back again as she began talking with Kaken with a little more understanding in her eyes. Wondered when someone would. Please, everyone. Ida-san hissed. There's an obvious solution here. A simple vote. Everyone will vote for themselves, gearhead, Kaken snapped. That won't solve anything. Most people will, yes, but doesn't that mean the people who do garner multiple votes have proven themselves worthy of trust? Ida argued. Fine, Kaken said. Hey, good idea, Ida. Kirishima-kun said, offering a high five, which the blue-haired speedster tentatively returned. Yaoyorozu glanced at Izuku briefly over the empty chair between them that had once held Mineta, and he found himself saying, we should have a second round of votes after that. What was that, Midoriya-san? She asked, raising her voice a little to draw the rest of the class's attention. Izuku stood out of his seat to join the discussion. A second round of voting. If everyone can vote as Ida-san suggested, then the people with multiple votes will probably have only 2 or 3 votes. If we do a second round of voting with only those who received multiple votes being allowable choices, we'll have a good consensus from the entire class. An excellent idea, Midoriya, Ida said with a smile. And to ensure fairness, someone eliminated in the first round can collect the votes for the second. What about the first round? Ashido-san asked. We're all in the running, right? The first round can be double counted, Yaoyorozu-san offered. If 2 people, Ida-san and myself, say, circle around the room and both of us collect a vote from everyone, then you'll know you can trust our counts when they match. Everyone agreed that this sounded fair, and the count began. A few minutes later, Izuku was shocked as Yaoyorozu began writing the results of the first round of voting on the board. Mina Ishido, Katsuki Bakugo 2. Izuku Midoriya, 3. Momo Yaoyorozu 2. He was in the lead? What 3 idiots voted for me? Izuku couldn't help but ask. Hey, We don't have to be dash, Jiro began. Wait, you didn't vote for yourself? I don't particularly want to be class president, Izuku informed her. He had voted for Ida-san himself, thinking that he deserved it for being the first to suggest voting. So no. Did you vote for me? No, I voted for Yaoyorozu. Good choice. Ida, although his face was burning, presumably from losing in the first round, began circling around again, collecting the second round of votes. All right, Izuku told himself. Ida's out, Yaoyorozu would also be an excellent rep. Hopefully no one voted for him again now that the field was narrowed. Mina Shidobu. Katsuki Bakugo 4. Izuku Midoriya 6. Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku let his head sink onto his desk. The results seem clear. Ida-san declared. Midoriya, you are to be our class representative. Yaoyorozu, you are our vice representative. Izuku grumbled under his breath as he rose and trudged to the front of the class to stand beside Yaoyorozu. You guys know I didn't want this, right? He said to the class as a whole. I voted for Yaoyorozu-san. Attaining the plurality of votes while giving your own vote to a rival merely proves your worthiness further, Midoriya. Ida insisted, giving him a thumbs up. I almost switched my vote to you because you didn't want it, Jiro said in a teasing tone. Those who desire power are least to be trusted with it, you know. Izuku face-bombed. While I appreciate your political savvy, Jiro, I think that applies more to positions with, actual power. In any case, Yaoyorozu-san said, we will do our best as your representatives. Won't we, Midoriya-san? He sighed, but nodded. Yeah, I'll do my best, everyone. I understand the responsibility you've given me today, and I'll try to live up to it. Then he added in a mutter, I just wish I didn't have it. If that's done, Aizawa-sensei said, emerging from his cocoon, it's almost time for math. Get back to your seats. Izuku hurried back to his spot, but then turned back and leaned over Minetta's chair as ectoplasm entered and began arranging his papers for math, having a thought. Yaoyorozu-san, he hissed. Yes, she asked, leaning forward. If we're going to be the class reps together, we should probably get to know each other, he pointed out. Why don't we sit together at lunch today? It was a little forward of him, perhaps. While they had worked together well in All Might's training exercise earlier that week, it was probably too early to call them friends, especially as they had barely spoken since. Jiro had taken the time to speak with him more than Yaoyorozu-san had, and Kirishima-kun was happily slotting himself into Izuku's friendship with Kaken as well, but Yaoyorozu had seemed quiet and disinterested, so Izuku hadn't pressed, but he felt that it would be important to know her better anyway. She nodded, blushing slightly. That sounds like a good idea, Midoriya-san. Perhaps we should dispense with the formalities as well? Are you sure, Yaoyorozu-san? I'm sure. I'm trying to be a little less formal anyway, she confirmed. Please, call me Yaoyorozu. Then call me Midoriya, Izuku offered in return, matching her slowly lowering level of formality with an internal grin. He smiled at her, a more normal-looking smile than the unreasonable level of happiness he felt on the inside, he hoped, before turning to face forward again. Momo wasn't quite sure, as she walked to the cafeteria with Jiro, who was becoming a fast friend, why she was so excited to be working with Midoriya. It's because you have a crush, Jiro said. I do not have a crush, Momo insisted. I don't know an interest. So a crush. No. Momo sighed. We work together well, that's all. Then why haven't you asked to pair with him in the exercises since All Might's battle testing? Jiro asked. I'm nervous. Momo said defensively. What if he doesn't like me as a friend? She added, seeing Jiro's sly grin. Well, he asked to have lunch with you, which is a good sign, her friend pointed out. And on top of that, he's letting you drop the honorific, just like you're doing with him. That means nothing, he lets you call him just Green. Yeah, because I'm his friend. Just like you are. Jiro gave her a lazy grin. If it is just friendship. It is. Then go have lunch with your friend, Jiro said, and have fun. She suddenly veered away, leaving Momo alone. Momo sighed. Midoriya was, she privately admitted, rather cute, but that didn't matter. She didn't have a crush. She knew the difference between academic interest and romantic intent, and she had no interest in Midoriya beyond the synergy of their quirks and their ability to work together, and Midoriya, she was certain, felt the same. Probably. Then why, pointed out a traitorous part of her brain, did she keep blushing around him? And why was she so against the idea, anyway? It didn't matter, Momo told her treacherous heart. Besides, she blushed around Jiro too, every time the purple-haired girl teased her or taught her something that she had been too sheltered to learn. Quieting her feelings, Momo glanced around the cafeteria and found Midoriya, her height making it relatively easy to spot the glowing boy. She swiftly made her way through the press of students to meet him. "Yaoyorozu, over here." Midoriya called as she approached, clearly spotting her as well, and she waved to him to let him know she had spotted him. "How can you stand to be around so many people?" she asked as she sat. "What do you mean?" "The part of your quirk that lets you see people's vitality, you said? Isn't it overwhelmingly bright in here?" "Oh, I see." "No," he said, shaking his head, "the brightness doesn't really add like that. Two people of the same brightness don't get twice as bright when they overlap, only a little brighter. So it's just certain people you have trouble around, not large numbers." "Yeah, it needs to be a ton of people before I have trouble from that, although crowds can still be overwhelming in a more normal way." "Hey, don't you need to get food?" Midoriya asked. "We have more hero training this afternoon, after all, and with your quirk dash." "Thank you for the concern, Midoriya, but I have it covered," Momo said, reaching into her bag and producing a small packed lunch. "My family's maid packs lunches for me." "Oh, you have a maid?" "Yes." She blinked, then realized that was probably unusual. "Oh, I suppose that sounds very arrogant, doesn't it? I'm sorry, I try not to flaunt my family's wealth dash." No, that's you don't really," Midoriya assured her. "That's why I was surprised, actually. You don't act at all like I would have imagined a rich person would, not arrogant at all. In fact, I didn't even connect you to the famous Yaoyorozu Corporation until just now." She blushed a little, internally cursing herself for it. "Thank you. Although it does make me wonder." Midoriya tilted his head to the side curiously. "With your family being so rich, what's your motivation for becoming a hero?" Momo furrowed her brow. "Is money the default?" "No, of course not, but, well, the last two people I asked, Uraraka-san and Jiro-san, both had money as at least part of their motivations," Midoriya explained. "What were they?" Momo asked, finding herself curious. "That's not a question I think to ask most of the time." "Well, Uraraka wants to make money so she can support her parents, whose business is struggling. Jiro wants to be able to sponsor a program to teach music to young kids who wouldn't otherwise get the chance." Momo nodded. "Worthy goals. I thought so too. What's yours?" She tilted her head, thinking. "That I'm a little ashamed to say it, but I'm not sure," she admitted. "It was always just expected of me, I suppose, from a young age. My uncle is a hero, as you probably know dash. The everything hero maker? Yes. I inherited his quirk, so my entire family assumed I would follow in his footsteps." "See, do you actually want to be a hero, then?" Midoriya asked, sounding a little concerned. "Yes, I do," she immediately assured him. "I definitely want to be a hero. I'm just..." She sighed, glancing down at the salad she had been packed. "I just realized I don't actually know why." "Hey!" Momo glanced up to see Midoriya looking at her kindly. He put a hand on one of hers and said, "I think it's okay if you're not sure why you want to be a hero just yet. The important thing is that you do want to be one, and you're working towards it. And," he added, "you're going to do great." She favored him with a smile. "Thank you, Midoriya," she said. "What about you?" "Me? Why do you want to be a hero?" Well," he began, "it's what I guess you would call a moral imperative for me, right? My quirk lets me heal dash." "How many things can your quirk do, exactly?" Momo asked, raising an eyebrow. "How many can yours?" he shot back. "Touché. So I can heal, right? And it would be incredibly selfish, in a way that I just don't have it in my to be, not to use that to help people, Midoriya explained. I could become a doctor, and I'll probably get a medical degree as well, just like Recovery Girl, but, well, with how many other applications my quirk has, I think neglecting the good I could do as a hero would be just as irresponsible. You would be incredible in search and rescue, she noted. That's the plan, he said with a grin. Momo realized a moment later that Midoriya was still holding her hand, and she blushed intensely. A moment later, he blushed too and released her. She immediately began stuffing her face with her salad, hoping that if she just ignored it, they could get past it with a minimum of awkwardness. They did, in fact, get through it. Once they had both gotten a little food in them, they began talking about each other's quirks, and that had led to analyzing the quirks of other members of the class, which had led to analyzing the quirks of heroes, which had led to talking about heroes they had met, which had led into talking about their lives in general. By the time they had left the cafeteria to head back to homeroom, the conversation still flowing freely and easily, even after Jiro had met them on the way and joined in. Momo was confident that she could count Midoriya a friend. It was while Jiro was telling them about a concert she had gone to, one which, apparently, Midoriya had nearly gone to as well, except that he and Bakugo had gotten into mischief and been grounded by their respective mothers, that the alarms went off. There was near instant panic, the already crowded halls flooding with students who were screaming and shouting at the top of their lungs. Jiro screamed in pain, covering her ears and burying her face into Momo's chest, and Midoriya too seemed a little panicked, frantically glancing around and then pulling them to the windows. Momo reached down to her thighs, grateful that she had chosen socks instead of tights today, and produced a pair of thick, sound-muffling headphones, which she slipped over Jiro's head, the purple-haired girl sighing in relief but not moving. What's going on? She asked Midoriya, shouting a little to be heard over the alarms. Looks like it's just the press, he called back after a moment, sounding relieved. Remember, they were trying to get in at the beginning of the day? It looks like someone broke down the front gate and they got in. Thank God it's nothing worse, she sighed, then glanced out over the teeming mass of panicked students. One moment. Momo focused, electronic devices were a lot more complicated than a simple pair of earmuffs, before she produced a megaphone. She glanced down at Jiro briefly, to make sure she had her earmuffs on properly, before speaking into the megaphone. Calm down. It's just the press. Some reporters broke into the school dash. And are already being kicked out by Aizawa, Midoriya muttered. And are already being escorted out. There's nothing to worry about. The panicked crowd calmed, somewhat, and began to disperse. Jiro sighed in relief as the noise level dropped, slipping the earmuffs down to around her neck and finally extracting herself from Momo's chest. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, she said, blushing. Sorry about that. Nothing to apologize for. Momo told her. Anytime you need, I'll be happy to do the same. Only then did she realize that it wasn't the inconvenience of making the earmuffs that Jiro had probably been apologizing for, but for having hidden from the sound in Momo's bursts, and her damnable blush returned. From the sound of muffled laughter coming from Midoriya, he had realized the same. I have an announcement to make, Izuku said from the front of the classroom after the entire class had returned from lunch, but before Aizawa had called them to order. I'm stepping down as class representative. What? Why, last? Sure. But Midoriya Yaoyorozu began. You won fair and square. Ashido protested. This had better not be your I don't want to be class rep, she'd again Deku, Kaken snarled. It's not, Izuku promised his friend. It's not, he said again, to the rest of the class. I know you guys voted for me, but in the panic after lunch, when the alarms went off, it wasn't me who solved it. He glanced at Yaoyorozu, feeling a smile overtake his face. It was Yaoyorozu. She was the one who kept her head and calmed everyone else as well, not to mention helped Jiro when the sound was too much for her. He added with a nod to the purple-haired girl, who ducked her head with a faint blush. For that reason, I believe Yaoyorozu should be class president. Then who'll be vice? Ashido asked. Bakugo and I tied for third. Midoriya will remain as my vice representative, Yaoyorozu said firmly. He's stepping down as president, but that doesn't mean he has to exit the class government entirely, and there's no one I would rather have as my vice, assuming you don't object to that, Midoriya, No, I don't, Izuku said, blushing a little at her faith in him, a faith which he didn't think he had earned, but would do his best to live up to. I'll be your vice rep, assuming this is okay, sensei, he said to Aizawa as the teacher rose to his feet. I don't care, the man said curtly. Everyone change into your gym uniforms and get down to the fields, we're doing more sparring today. It had been a long first week, Izuku reflected as he trudged into school beside Kaken, yawning. Aizawa-sensei's quirk apprehension test on the first day of school, then All Might's battle test the next. Then the swarm of reporters, and then flood of students when the alarms went off. Not to mention sensei drilling the basics of fighting into them every afternoon, and that after a full day of regular school crammed into the morning. It was, for the most part, stuff that Izuku already knew. He and Kaken had always been more advanced than most of their class, using each other as motivation to excel in school as well as fighting, and he had estimated back when they had graduated middle school that they were a full year ahead of a normal school schedule. As a result, both were still ranking in the top of the class, vying for second place right behind Yaoyorozu, Todoroki-san and Ida-san, meanwhile, jockeyed for fourth. The competition was fierce, though Tsu, Jiro and Ojiro-san weren't far behind, and if they stopped studying, Izuku and his best friend could already tell that they would quickly lose their high ranking, although Kaken would never admit it out loud. All this was to say that they had continued their habit of spending their evenings studying, trying to keep ahead of UA's demanding schedule and maintain their position in the class. Which, in turn, meant that they didn't get as much sleep as they probably should, especially Izuku, whose quirk was fueled by his energy. So when he yawned, Kaken eyed him with concern which, to the eyes of anyone who didn't know him as well as Izuku did, might appear to be suspicion. Why the hell are you yawning, Deku? The blonde demanded. Because, Izuku admitted, trying to fight back another, I'm tired. Kaken's eyes narrowed. You need your FING sleep. You're not allowed to keel over. I haven't knocked myself out with my quirk in years, Izuku protested. I'm not 5 anymore, Kaken. The only reason you haven't is that I haven't let you, he insisted. You need to sleep more. Or sleep better. Or something. I sleep pretty deeply already, Izuku said. Then you need to sleep more. When? We're up late studying every night, and it's not like there's any time to spare in the mornings. Kaken grumbled under his breath. Then maybe we should dash. Brothers, came the cheerful voice of Kirishima, appearing as if from nowhere and wrapping an arm around each of their shoulders. Kirishima-kun, Izuku reflected, was one of those dreaded morning people. Did I hear you mention that you study every night? Most nights, Kaken confirmed, still eyeing Izuku. Might not be every night anymore. Well, can I join you when you do? The redhead asked. I'm not dumb, I swear, but I can already tell I'll be struggling more than I used to. Cramming things into half the time is gonna kill me. Tease, fine, Kaken muttered, and Izuku got an idea. He slipped out of Kirishima-kun's arm and stepped a little away from them. How about this, he suggested, since Kaken thinks I need to sleep more, how about you two study together every night? What the F are you dash? I can join you, like, 2 or 3 times a week, Izuku said, and other days I can catch up on sleep. Or maybe, he added, noticing a pulsing energy approaching behind him and jerking his thumb in her direction, I can study with Jiro. The purple-haired girl blinked as she fell into step with the others. Who's studying with me? I am. Izuku told her, starting to feel awake now that he was messing with his best friend. Maybe we can get Yaoyorozu to join us too, and do it a little earlier than I usually did with Kaken. That will keep him happy. Then he whispered, work with me here, trusting to Jiro's keen senses to hear him even as he spoke as quietly as he could. I think Kirishima likes Kaken, and I want to get them alone together. Jiro blinked, then nodded. Yeah, that should work, she agreed. Yaoyorozu and I talked about studying together over the weekend anyway. See? Problem solved. Izuku tapped Jiro's lower back and began leading her away from his guy friends. You guys work it out, he called back to them before they could respond. Jiro began laughing as they walked together, passing through the gates of UA a little ahead of the other two. I like your style, Green. You don't hesitate, do you? I thought you were kind of shy, but... I am a little, he confessed to her. Anxiety plagues me constantly, but I'm a lot braver on behalf of others than I am for myself. So, Sparky and Sharktooth, huh? Jiro asked. Ashido will be disappointed. Well, I hope so anyway. Why will Ashido be disappointed? Don't tell anyone I shared this, she warned him, but they were the two guys in the class Ashido seemed the most interested in. She likes passionate, manly men, I guess. Jiro shrugged. She was kind of resigned to Kirishima being gay, but I think she was hoping with Bakugo. Kaken is bi, not gay, Izuku informed her. Kirishima is too. Maybe she still has a chance then. No offense to Ashido-san, he said as they entered homeroom, but I'm rooting for Kaken and Kirishima-kun. It had, Momo reflected as the class began trudging towards the buses that were waiting at the front of the building to transport them to a rescue exercise, been a long first week, but a good one. She had made fast friends with Jiro, her first best friend, she thought with a small smile, and had befriended Midoriya as well, since they had become class reps together. They had continued to eat lunch together for the rest of the week, although not alone. Jiro had joined them the second day of the new tradition, Kirishima and Bakugo the third. Today, all of them had sat together, and even Ashido and Arisu, Momo reminded herself, had joined them at the rapidly expanding table, and she had made plans to meet Midoriya and Jiro at her home to study together. Momo had never had so many friends before. She stood back to let the rest of the class board the bus first, performing a quick head count to make sure everyone was there. 16, 17, and she made 19, and she stepped on herself, taking a seat next to Jiro. Midoriya, Sue said without preamble as the vehicle began to move, I couldn't help notice, but your quirk is extremely versatile, Ribbit. Is it a fusion of two quirks, like Todoroki's? Sort of, the green-haired boy said, rubbing the back of his head. My father could breath fire. That's where my quirk comes from, mostly, I just breath out a more metaphysical take on fire, maybe thanks to my mom's psychic-type quirk. He breaths out his own life force, Kirishima put in, which is so effing manly. It's cool as hell, not even getting into everything he can do with it. You're going to be a top hero for sure, bro. Thanks, Kirishima-kun. Too bad my own quirk is so boring, the redhead lamented, demonstrating his hardening quirk. I mean sure, it's useful but it's not exactly flashy, is it? Not like yours, Bakubro's or Todoroki's. I disagree, Midoriya argued. One of the most important things for a hero is to make people feel safe, and that there's nothing to worry about, including the hero. Your quirk makes you almost impossible to hurt, and you'll only get more unbreakable as you develop it. Being a hero that no one can scratch will be great, just look at All Might. Half the reason he's been the #1 hero for so long is that no one can even imagine him being hurt, he pointed out. Well, the other half is that he's so friendly and personable, Sue noted. Which is another thing you have going for you, Kirishima. Bakugo and Todoroki will probably have a little more trouble with that dash. Hey, what the hell do you mean, Frogface? I must admit that you're correct, Todoroki-san said with a faint frown. Just look at my father. By the numbers, he has more closed cases and more lives saved than All Might over the last 5 years, but he's still firmly #2, probably because he refuses to play to the media and the public. I think it goes back to what Midoriya said about making people feel safe, Momo put in, and that there's a difference between scaring villains and comforting civilians. You can be an effective hero by scaring villains, but you won't be a popular one, at least not widely enough to rule the rankings. Heroes like Gang Orca and Endeavor have followings, but smaller than those of heroes like All Might and Hawks. So what, those of us who aren't as good with people should change ourselves to appeal to the public more? Jiro asked, sounding a little hurt. Not at all. Momo assured her. We're not speaking of the quality of a hero, simply of how they're viewed by the public. If you wish to rank at #1, perhaps, but if you simply want to help people regardless of your ranking, there's no reason to worry about your public image. She hoped she hadn't hurt Jiro's feelings. She certainly hadn't meant to. Momo hadn't even imagined that Jiro might not consider herself to be good with people. The purple-haired girl had, to Momo's eyes, been perfectly comfortable with everyone in the class, only briefly having trouble when overwhelmed by a crowd. Even then, being exceptionally effective can take you a long way, Todoroki added. Again, look at my father, whatever else you want to say about him, he's immensely effective, and that's garnered him a lot of acclaim regardless of his personal issues. Momo wondered what he meant by personal issues, but figured it wasn't her business, especially as the bus rolled to a halt. This is where we'll be conducting today's rescue exercises, Aizawa-sensei said once everyone had stepped off the bus. They'll be led by UA's resident rescue expert, 13. He stepped back to allow the astronaut hero to speak. Welcome, they said, their voice as androgynous as their costume, to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. I designed this facility to allow for training to take place in simulations of any environment, from wildfires to mountainsides to broken-down cities. The space hero opened the doors of the large, dome-like structure and led the class inside. Whoa, cool, Jiro commented, glancing around. From where they entered, they could see a central plaza which opened up into 6 disastrous areas, wildfires and mountains and the ruins of a small city, as promised, along with a flooded lake, an eternal rainstorm, and what looked to Momo like the wreckage left behind a landslide. So manly, was Kirishima's contribution. Ooh, this looks fun, Ojiro said cheerfully. It looks like an incredible place to learn. Ida boomed. Settle down, 13 requested. We're not quite ready to begin training yet. First, I have a few rules of the USJ to warn you about, as well as a talk about your quirks. Do you know what mine is? Black hole. Uraraka eagerly answered. Anything exposed to your quirk instantly dissolves into dust. You've used it to save hundreds of lives. That's right, they said approvingly. But my quirk could just as easily, more easily, even be used to kill. The class shifted uneasily, realizing that it was true. Momo hadn't even considered it. 13 was so linked with rescuing in her mind that she had never imagined they could fight, let alone kill. Many of you, the space hero said, seriously, have quirks that are like mine, dangerous, even deadly. Momo glanced at the class and saw that Ojiro, Todoroki, and Bakugo were all shifting uncomfortably. Even Midoriya seemed a little affected, although she wasn't sure why. You may have heard or thought yourselves that your quirks are only good for fighting, that there was no way for you to be a hero except to crush villains beneath your feet, that there was no way you could reassure the public with your presence. I am here to tell you, they continued, that that is wrong. Your quirks are not for fighting and not for killing, they are for helping people. A faint smile returned to Midoriya's face, bringing one to Momo's as well, and a much brighter one came to Ishido's. Even Todoroki and Bakugo wore tiny, subtle smiles. I was told the same things as you were, and look at me now. So I promise you, you can be heroes who make people feel safe. And today, they gestured to the USJ, is where you can begin to learn how. The class broke out into spontaneous applause, a few people cheering and whooping. 13 sketched a small bow, and Aizawa sighed. When the applause died down, however, a slow clap remained, coming from the central plaza. Momo glanced down and saw an unsettling sight. A huge, dark cloud which seemed to absorb all light, except for a pair of wide, faintly yellow-tinged eyes, had appeared along with a tall, skeletally thin and unhealthily pale man with severed hands grasping his face and arms, who was clapping, slowly. A lovely speech, rasped the hand-covered man, but not from the hero we were hoping to see. We were told that All Might would be here. Where is he? Where is the symbol of peace? We'd love to meet him, you see. And kill him. What's going on? Is this some kind of test? Kaminari-san asked. Who are these guys, sensei? Shiro said to Aizawa. Villains, their teacher hissed, moving forward as more people began to emerge from the black mist. 13. Evacuate the students. Everyone. Get to the doors, Momo ordered, grabbing Jiro's arm and pulling her friend, who seemed almost paralyzed in fear and shock, in that direction. But sensei, there's too many of them. Midoriya said desperately, grabbing hold Aizawa's arm. You specialize in one-on-one, you can't dash. You can't become a pro with only one trick, Midoriya, Sensei said, shaking him off. Get out of here. Then he leapt into the central plaza. Midoriya turned to catch Momo's eyes. Yaoyorozu, we can't just let him dash. We just slow him down, she told him. We don't have the experience to help if we went down there, we would just distract him by giving him more people to worry about. Aizawa-sensei knows what he's doing. That means you too, Bakugo-san, she added, seeing the explosive blonde was halfway to going down anyway. He grumbled, but turned to follow her and 13 to leave the UFE. They were stopped, however, by the dark mist appearing in front of them. I'm afraid, a deep, reverberating voice from within the mist said, that I can't allow you to leave. That, you see, is my assigned role in this endeavor, to prevent anyone other than my compatriots from arriving or escaping. Stand back, students. 13 commanded, beginning to upcap their fingers and unleash their quirk. 13 no dash. Midoriya began, but mist was already swirling around the back of their suit, and the power of their quirk was transferred through the mist's warp gate. Momo's thoughts whirled, struggling to keep up with the fast pace of the attack. It only took her a moment to realize what needed to be done, even as 13 collapsed. Midoriya, she said, grabbing onto her vice's arm, who's the fastest member of the class? Sen, the green-haired boy said immediately, but why dash? His eyes narrowed, and Momo knew he had figured out what she meant. We'll need a distraction, to get him past the warper, he said a moment later. I'll leave that planning to you, she told him. And keep an eye on Jiro. She kept the panicking girl with her as she moved to Ida. San, Momo began, we need your speed. As soon as Midoriya's plan distracts that warp villain, you have to fetch help. But Yaoyorozu-san, he protested, I can't just leave you to dash. You can help us best by getting the other teachers, she insisted. Ida-san, you're the only one who can make it in time. As your class president, I am not asking, but ordering you to go. His eyes widened a little, then narrowed in determination. Yes, Yaoyorozu-san, he promised, I'll fetch help. That accomplished, Momo headed back towards Midoriya, who was muttering under his breath at high speed, presumably planning as she had asked him to. A moment later, he grabbed Bakugo, Shiro, and Kirishima. She decided not to interrupt him, and instead turned to Jiro. Jiro, Momo said to her best friend, breath in, breath out, out. She kept up a slow, steady count, helping the purple-haired girl to breath until she got through the panic attack, then said, Are you all right? A little better, Jiro told her. How did you know how to dash? I used to get panic attacks when I was younger, she confessed. It's remember what it was like, hard to breath, hard to recall how fast or slow to do so even if you could. There's nothing to be dash. Before she could continue, the world went dark and they were falling. Izuku fell into darkness. His plan had worked. Kirishima-kun had distracted Kurogiri, as the dark mist had introduced himself as long enough that Shiro-san could grab his real body with his tape, allowing Kakin to hit him with a powerful explosion and send him flying. Ida had then taken that opening to dash out of the USJ, and even now should be on his way to fetch the teachers. But the opening had only lasted an instant before Kurogiri had returned, and angry. His mist had expanded, and he, and every other student, from what he had seen before he lost all vision in the black mist, had been caught. And now he was falling. Izuku breathed out hard, hoping that perhaps he might be able to see something, anything, by the light of his quirk. This, he realized a moment later, was a mistake. He struck the ground hard, with no air in his lungs, and wheezed, struggling to his feet as quickly as he could. There were villains around, real villains, and he couldn't afford to be caught. Fortunately, he realized a moment later, there weren't any villains within the 30-meter range of his quirk's sight. What he did see was the tough, diamond-like glint of Kirishima-kun and molten glow of Ojiro, as well as the rough terrain of the landslide zone. He quickly made his way towards them, fighting Kirishima crouched over Ojiro and looked concerned. Are you two all right? Izuku asked. Midoriya. Thank God you're here, bro, the redhead cried, relieved. Ojiro is hurt. I'm fine, Kirichin, Ojiro insisted. It's just a sprained ankle. That'll still keep you from fighting effectively if we run into villains, Izuku said. Here, let me heal you. He took Ishido's hand and breathed life into her. An aura briefly sparked into existence all around her before sinking back under her skin as she gasped in shock. Yoch. That stings a little, Midori-kun, she complained, twisting her ankle a little. Thank you though, it feels much better now that it's done. Actually, he said thoughtfully, it's probably a good idea for me to boost the two of you in general. How much energy have you got, bro? Kirishima asked suspiciously. I remember you yawning this morning. Not as much as I'd like, Izuku admitted. But I should be able to spare a half-hour's wakefulness for both of you. Okay, but you have to be careful. Izuku rolled his eyes as he took Kirishima-kun's hand. You're as bad as Kaken, I swear. A moment later, the redhead was surrounded by a bright white aura, and it only took a few seconds to give a boost to Ishido as well. We should probably get back to the Central Plaza, she said. Sensei will probably be worrying, and I'm a little worried about him too. Not to mention that it's a central location to meet up with everyone else, Izuku added. I was thinking the same thing. What are we waiting for, then? Let's go. Hold on, he said, glancing around. Okay, still no villains around, at least not that I can see. And no one else from the class either. How do you— oh, right, you've got that thing that lets you see where people are, Ishido remembered. Wait, does that mean that you can see Hagakure? Izuku nodded as they began to pick their way through the unstable rocks. Sort of, at least. Most people's energy is brightest at their core, in their torso, and dimmer in their extremities, so I still can't quite make out her features. But yes, I can see where she is even when she's in costume. He paused. She does. Wear a costume, right? He asked, suddenly concerned. Oh yeah. It's made using her DNA, Ishido explained. It goes invisible as she puts it on. Since it's invisible, it's pretty plain, basically just pants and a shirt, with some padding for protection, but she's got clothes on, don't you worry. Oh good, Kirishima said. Like, it's manly as hell to have no shame, don't get me wrong, but it gets cold in the winter. Yeah, it's a good thing that dash. Ishido was interrupted by Izuku shouting, dodge, and diving away. He had been trying to keep an eye out for villains, but the conversation had distracted him, and a handful had snuck up on them, one of them close enough to launch a projectile, a heavy-looking whitish spine of some sort. Ishido sidestepped away from the spine, while Kirishima simply hardened himself and swiped at it with one hand, knocking it aside. Ha, he shouted. Nice try. Oh no, came a menacing voice. I guess I'll just have to try again. Izuku saw three villains standing there. The one who had launched the huge spike had skin as black as coal, with white spikes emerging from his body up and down the spine of his back, as well as on his knees and elbows. His teeth seemed to be too large for his mouth, and he had a set of large horns curving from out of his forehead. To the eyes of Izuku's Quirk, he was filled with a spiky, unsettling light. The second villain's quirk didn't seem to affect her appearance. She looked relatively normal, apart from the electric blue of her hair and eyes. Her vitality reminded Izuku of Momo's, a constantly changing fractal pattern. Then there was the third villain, his hair bright red and shifting like flame. Between that and the fiery light of his soul, Izuku could make a good guess about his quirk. Guys, he whispered, I think we're in trouble. Momo fell into darkness. She panicked. In that moment, just for an instant, she knew that as the class president she had a responsibility to project reassurance and safety to her classmates and that she couldn't do that if she panicked. But in the darkness of the black mist, she was alone, and she found herself panicking. But then someone reached out and grabbed her hand, holding on tightly, and she came back to herself. Momo slipping her other arm out of her jacket, exposing her back enough to begin producing a parachute. It caught the air as light returned to the world, and she pulled the other passenger she saw close to her, holding tightly. They drifted safely to the ground, unharmed, landing easily before the parachute drifted down over their heads. She tore the chute off of them and glanced around, slipping the jacket on properly again. It looked like they had landed near Kaminari-san in the mountainous region. He seemed to have rolled to a safe landing and was rising to his feet again. Oh God, Jiro whispered. I can't. I'm so useless. Hey, Momo said, crouching in front of her, hoping she could cut off her panic before it started again. You're not useless. No, I am, she insisted. My quirk is good for scouting maybe, but I can't fight. The jacks of her ears extended and clicked into the speakers on her boots. I have these. But I'm realizing they're big and clunky and they're attached to my feet. Why did I ask for them to be part of my boots? I can't aim these effectively. We'll just work out something else then, Momo said. We'll be fine, I promise. Right, Kaminari? He stepped closer, and Momo realized that he was looking worried as well. I dunno, President, none of us are really fighters. My quirk fries me if I use it at range, and he glanced out at where a group of villains was beginning to circle them. That I don't want to get close either. I'm not great at conducting it yet. Momo sighed. We can fight and we will, she informed them. From one hip, she produced a sword from her back, a shield. She took a moment to change the pattern in her mind to replace the rubberized coating she normally used for the grips with more steel, then passed the weapons to Kaminari. Use these to direct your electricity, she ordered. Can I get a pair as well? Jiro asked. Of course. Momo gave her a sword and shield too, then, as the villains were getting even closer, made a simple bow staff for herself. Let's make them regret attacking you, she began, and Jiro and Kaminari joined in with her as they rushed towards the villains. Plus ultra. They were indeed in trouble. The three villains had a powerful combination. The dark one with bone spines fought at a distance, launching spines towards the three students. When Ojiro tried to fire back, sending acid flying towards him, her attacks were stymied by the one with blue hair. She seemed to have a similar quirk to Yaoyorozu's, able to temporarily conjure up items of the same glowing, electric blue as her hair and eyes, including a shield that she used to block the acid. And when Kirishima had charged forward in the hopes of breaking her defense, he had been forced back by a wave of fire from the third. They've got everything covered. Izuku muttered, attacks both at range and close in, plus a powerful defense. We've got those too, Ojiro pointed out as Kirishima blocked another spike that had been launched at them. Between me and Kirishima, and you enhancing us, we can stalemate them pretty well. But it's just a stalemate, and there are probably more villains around than just those three, Izuku continued. Something needs to change. And if we just wait, it's likely that more villains will show up before the pros arrive. 18 students left in the USJ, with Ida-san gone, 6 areas that were probably scattered across. That most likely means 3 students in each zone, so we probably won't get any reinforcement from other students. Do you have the energy to help beyond the enhancement? Kirishima asked, a white aura trailing behind him briefly as he stepped forward to shove the fire-quirked villain back. I can't enhance you any farther, he admitted. But Izuku's eyes danced around, spotting the many loose rocks and rubble around the landslide zone. I might be able to help in another way. Then Ojiro said, lobbing a ball of acid at the bone quirk villain, forcing him to dodge and interrupting his own attack. Do it. Momo and Jiro were both of limited effectiveness against the villains, as it turned out. While they were able to defend themselves, and Jiro seemed much more confident with a sword and shield, especially as she proved remarkably skilled with them, despite apparently having no formal training, they struggled to score decisive hits against their foes. Kaminari, fortunately, had no such trouble. While initially nervous, Kaminari quickly discovered just how effective his quirk was when combined with a lightning rod to focus it. Even a light touch with his sword was able to completely knock out the villains. His shield, too, was useful, although he seemed to have trouble conducting as much electricity into it as the sword. He wasn't able to knock off foes with a block, merely to send them staggering backwards, but then, this simply left them open for a follow-up with the sword. With Kaminari dancing around the villains and scattering them easily while Momo and Jiro defended themselves, it wasn't long before the villains broke and fled. That, the electric boy began, was totally wicked. I gotta admit, Pikachu's right, Jiro said, nodding towards him. It was pretty cool. I'm glad you both seem to be feeling better, Momo said, smiling at them. Kaminari grinned. I didn't know how well I'd be able to fight, but these were really useful. I might see if I can get the support department to incorporate them into my costume. I definitely will, Jiro agreed. Maybe see if there's some way to get the tech from my boots involved in them? The shield would be way easier to aim than my boots. I wonder if you could channel a high-frequency vibration into your sword to magnify its slicing power in critical moments, Momo mused. That would be pretty rad. Yeah, the purple-haired girl added. I'm feeling much better now that I've actually done something. Being able to act and not being useless. It definitely helped. Kaminari nodded in agreement. Yeah. Thanks for the encouragement, Yaoyorozu. We had better get moving, Momo decided. The best place to rendezvous with the rest of the class is back in the central plaza. Eraserhead will be there too. And 13, Jiro noted. They were injured by that warp villain, right? Someone needs to get to them and give any first aid we can. I can do that, said Momo. I have a basic certification, and I can make whatever supplies are needed. All right, Kaminari said, putting a determined look on his face. Mission, get the class president to 13. Ready? Jiro clinked her shield against his. Ready. Momo smiled at her friends. Then let's go. At first, Izuku's new plan had been easy, snatching up rocks and stones and animating them to go harry the villains. The more fronts they were fighting on, the better chances he and the other two students had. The flame villain would probably have difficulty warding off mindless rocks, despite how slow they moved on the stone limbs they sprouted at Izuku's command, and that would force the creation villain to block them, which should let Ishido's attacks get through. It had been working right up until the blue-haired villain noticed his strategy. She had directed the bone launcher to focus, not on Ishido as he had been, but on Izuku. He was now having to scramble to dodge the spines, not able to muster a moment to animate more rubble even with Kirishima blocking. And he was running low on energy. Stone took a lot of energy to bring to life, and he hadn't been all that well rested to begin with. Izuku swore as he dove to the side, evading another spine but only barely. The worst part, he thought, was that he could see that the villains were being run down. Ishido and Kirishima were still going strong, their quirks and energy buoyed by the infusion Izuku had given them, while the villains' quirks all seemed to be fueled to some extent by their own energy. They were running out a lot faster than his classmates, and before long would have to stop. But that did him no good, as he would be out a lot sooner. A moment later, however, he heard a yelp of pain, then a lot of swearing, coming from the villains. Ishido, in the moments she had been overlooked, had skated towards them on a wave of acid, skidding to a halt to send it splashing over them. A moment later, another, much more viscous wave immobilized them. Great job, Ishido, Kirishima said, giving her a thumbs up. Thanks, Kirichan, she said, sliding over to him to give a high five. You did great too, deflecting all those spines. Thanks. You know, normally I would be pretty roughed up by that, the redhead said, glancing down at his arms, even with my hardening. But Midoriya, your enhancement was awesome. I feel like it's really helping me push my limits. Thanks, Kirishima-kun, Izuku responded, fighting back a yawn. But really, it was all you and Ishido. I didn't do much other than serve as a distraction. She slung an arm over his shoulders. And a wonderful distraction you were, too. Thank you, I think. Now he really did yawn. Kirishima frowned. We gotta get you back to the entrance, bro. I can see that you're running low on energy, and from what I gathered from Bakugo. I'm okay for a little longer, he insisted. I've probably got an hour before I collapse? Maybe 2. The redhead gave him a flat look. And how long if you keep spending energy like you had to against those villains? 10 minutes. Izuku admitted. Maybe 15 at best. Yeah, we gotta get moving. And you're going to the nurse's office after this is all over. That's fair. Wow, Kyoka whispered, awed, staring at Eraserhead as he fought with the villains. There had to have been 30 or so scattered around the field, most of them already knocked out. He was down to the last 4 or 5. Aizawa-sensei is awesome. Jiro, come on, Pikachu hissed, grabbing her arm to pull her onwards. We gotta get to 13. Right, sorry. She hurried to follow him and their fearless leader. The tall girl really was amazing, Kyoka thought. It wasn't a fluke that she had taken charge when the press had broken into the school and the alarms and the press of people had sent Kyoka into a migraine one which, even after she had stemmed it with headphones, had persisted as a dull, low-grade ache for the rest of the day. Yamamoto was just as decisive with actual villains attacking. She had effortlessly taken command even as Kyoka had been sent into another tailspin and began to have a panic attack, teaming up with Green to get Speedy out, had then pulled Kyoka out of her panic state, and had even rescued her from a fall that could have seriously injured her. Not to mention her moves with the staff she had made. It was a shame, Kyoka thought as they skirted around the battlefield and began climbing the stairs back to the entrance area, where 13 lay unmoving, only a faint rasping sound, too quiet for anyone but Kyoka and possibly Arms to hear, assuring her that they was alive. Yamamoto was gorgeous, intelligent, and commanding, while also being nervous and happy to follow Kyoka's lead, socially everything a bisexual mess like Kyoka could possibly want. If only she wasn't so clearly hung up on Green, and probably straight to boot. Kyoka was startled out of her gay musings when she overheard something terrifying from the central courtyard. Aizawa had finished taking out all the villains but for the one with the warp quirk, the skeletally thin fucker covered in hands, and the massive bird-looking one with an exposed brain, and then, in response to an order from the skeleton, had been instantly crushed into the dirt by the dark figure. Handed Shigaraki, the mist had called him, was here to kill all. And in response to the dark mist suggesting that it would be best to leave, as the pros were almost here and the fodder was gone, he had said, "If we can't kill All Might, maybe we should do the next best thing. Let's crush his pride. Nomu. I think we should start with the girl tending to 13. Kyoka couldn't let that happen. She didn't know what she could do against a monster with the speed and strength that Nomu had shown against Eraserhead a moment before, but she couldn't do nothing. Not when she had only just discovered the power to act within herself, not when she had sworn never to be helpless again. So she stepped between Yamamoto and the monster, even as it rushed at them at breakneck speed, and raised her sword. Knowing that she could do nothing but dead set on trying anyway, she hunkered behind her shield. And suddenly Green was there, interposing himself between her and the monster just as she had put herself in front of Yamamoto, and its hand was around his neck. "What is it, Nomu?" Izuku heard the skeletally thin villain, the one who seemed to be in charge, say. "Did someone get in your way? Someone thinks they're ready to play at being a hero? Bring him here," he ordered. That sounds like exactly the person to start with. The hulking black beast that had its massive hand around Izuku's throat too, trudged back over to the hand-covered man before stopping. "So, little hero," he hissed. "You think you're ready? You think you can stand up to villains?" Izuku tried to answer, but all that came out was a gurgle. Nomu's hand around his neck, he couldn't speak, could barely get enough breath in his lungs to stay awake, especially with how little energy he had had to begin with. There was only one thing he could do, Izuku knew. He had tried to keep this half of his power secret, had done his best to avoid scaring people with it, the part of his quirk inherited from his mother. He had never wanted to use it again, not after what it had done to his father. Not after years of keeping it secret from Kakin. Not when he had planned to become a hero, to save lives, using only that part of breath of life which was fueled on his own soul. But if he died here and now, Izuku thought as the thin man began reaching for his face, he would never be able to save anyone. A hand landed on his cheek, and the skeletal man frowned. "HM? Why aren't you the—" He turned to look at Aizawa, who despite his precarious state Izuku could see how faint the light of his soul was, could see it flickering, had managed to rise from the ground enough to stare at the villain and erase his quirk. "You're pretty cool, Eraserhead." Izuku, still struggling to breath, took advantage of the momentary distraction to do what he hadn't intentionally done in almost a decade. He focused on the stitched-together bonfire of energy within Nomu, nearly as bright as that of All Might, and used his quirk. While breathing in, Kyoka watched, her heart in her throat. As Shigaraki touched a hand to Green's face, she only managed to take a breath when it had no effect, Eraserhead having removed the villain's quirk just in time. Never again, she remembered promising herself. If I can do something, if I can even try to do something, I have to. She raised her sword and charged. A moment later, She skidded to a halt, covering her eyes as a brilliant light shone from around Midoriya. Kurogiri, what is he dash? She blinked away sunspots in her eyes and squinted until she realized what was happening. It was the usual light of Green's quirk, but backwards, somehow. Instead of that glowing mist flowing from his mouth into something, it was coming from Nomu into the green-haired boy, and a lot of it too. It was more than a wash of power, it was a flood, enough blazing light that it must have filled Midoriya to the brim in an instant, and it showed no signs of stopping. Nomu didn't react at all, which didn't shock her too much considering how little life there was in its blank, staring eyes, but Shigaraki and Kurogiri, too, seemed to be in shock for a moment. But just for a moment. I don't know what the hell you're doing, the villain swore after only a few seconds of light show, but I want you to stop. Nomu. Drop him. Green rolled to the ground easily, coming up to a standing position still with some mist flowing around him. The energy made his jacket, repaired from the battle test earlier in the week, flutter behind him as it swirled around his body, sinking into his skin. He gave a fierce grin to Shigaraki, his eyes shining brightly and light emanating from his mouth. I realize I was feeling pretty tired when Nomu grabbed me, he quipped, but I'm all better now. In fact, I'm feeling better than I ever have. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri intoned, we should leave. Not yet. We still have time, and I want to know who this little hero is. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes, at least, the one-eye Kyoka could see behind the hand that covered his face. What did you do to my Nomu? Oh, nothing much, Green said flippantly. Honestly, it had life force to spare. I don't think I got more than half of it. And you know, it seems kind of greedy for me to keep all of that to myself. Maybe I should share. Midoriya took a deep breath, then blew, and the mist spread farther than Kyoka had ever seen to go. It seemed to know exactly where it was going too, splitting around the villains and heading directly for her, and the other students who were appearing at the edges of the plaza. Some of it landed in Kyoka, who instantly straightened as all her fatigue disappeared, her aching muscles soothed, and she felt like she could lift a truck. She leveled her sword at Shigaraki threateningly, a blazing aura surrounding her. Some of it, a lot of it actually, sank into Aizawa-sensei, his wounds beginning to close as his eyes shot open. He flipped onto his feet, looking fully awake for the first time with an aura of his. More of it sank into 13, who groaned and remained near the ground, and even more into Yamamo and Pikachu as they began advancing with their own weapons. Sharktooth and Ishido, who looked to have arrived from the same direction as Midoriya, had auras already, but were staring open-mouthed at the display. No one could be more surprised that Sparky, though Bakugo, in Kyoka's admittedly limited experience, had no expressions other than indifference, rage, and murderous joy. Now, however, he was obviously amazed, even as a bright aura began to burn around him. See, Midoriya began, casually putting his hands in his pockets, I'm afraid I'm not much of a fighter myself. My quirk just doesn't lend itself to it. But my friends here, well? He grinned. Having second thoughts, Shigaraki? Tamura Shigaraki, we must leave. Kurogiri urged, but the fucker seemed unconvinced. This is all just illusion and bluff checks, the hand-covered a-hole hissed. It's a nice intimidating effect, but we've beaten you all once already. Nomu can do it again. And this time, we'll go for the healer first. We're forewarned about your capabilities now, Sensei said, stepping forward and putting a hand on Green's shoulder. He subtly pulled the boy behind him, placing himself closer to the villains than anyone else. You can't win. Especially not with this guy around, Midoriya said, jerking a thumb at the entrance. Everything is okay now. Because I am here. Once All Might had arrived, it had been all over. He had evacuated everyone from the central plaza in a blinding burst of speed and then taken on Nomu. Shigaraki, once more over Kurogiri's advice, had sent Nomu against All Might, insisting that it had been built to destroy him. But, perhaps weakened by Izuku's draining of it, or perhaps simply not as strong as hoped, the man had dealt with it in moments, and rushed off again after the lead villain fled into Kurogiri's warp. Being the #1 hero left you busy, Izuku supposed. Other teachers from UA had come too, but there wasn't really much point. Izuku's classmates had soundly defeated the weak villains that Shigaraki had brought as fodder, although some of them had only done so after being boosted by the life force he had stolen from Nomu. Even Recovery Girl didn't seem to have much to do, although she had sworn that she would check over everyone anyway. Izuku himself felt. Well, he wasn't sure what he felt really. Physically he felt fine. More than fine. He was overflowing with energy in a way that he had never been, had probably 50 or 60 times as much as his normal max. And, as he had told Shigaraki, that had been less than half of what Nomu had. Emotionally, on the other hand, well, he tried not to think about what had become of his father, and this was certainly bringing up those memories. Not to mention Kaken, he had seen the blonde staring at him in shock after he drained the creature, and he had then narrowed his eyes, turned, and walked away. At least everyone was all right. "Hey!" came a deep voice, and he looked up from the stair where he sat to see Aizawa-sensei standing above him. His eyes were fully open and he seemed awake, still, which was still weird. "Walk with me, Midoriya," sensei said, turning away. Izuku hopped up to his feet and followed. "What is it, sensei?" he asked. Aizawa said nothing until they had gotten a little ways away from the other teachers, entering an artificial copse of trees at the edge of the lake zone. He leaned against one of the trees, staring at Izuku for a moment, before he finally spoke. "Your Quirk registration papers didn't mention that you could drain other people's life force," sensei said. No, they didn't," Izuku admitted, looking away. "Why not?" He bit his lip. "It's hard to explain." "Try me." Izuku sighed. "My quirk manifested when I was 4, he explained. And I didn't exactly have a great handle on it yet, either how to control it or why. At first, it wasn't much of a problem. If I spend too much of my energy, which I did a lot back then, it knocked me out before I could really harm myself. I mean, I took a few bonks on the head on the way down sometimes." He chuckled, but fell silent when Aizawa didn't react to the weak joke. "Kaken would keep an eye on me and catch me if I fell," Izuku noted. "But yeah, it wasn't all that bad, the only person at risk was me. But when I realized that I could pull on other people's life force too." "You hurt someone." Izuku stared at his feet. "My father," he agreed. "I pulled on his life force and he nearly died, sensei." His hair went white, he practically aged 10 years. "And Mom and I haven't seen him since he checked out of the hospital." "That Essex kid," Aizawa said after a moment. "Yeah. So you swore never to use that part of your power again," the hero guessed, "and kept that vow until today." "Basically, it wasn't on my quirk registration because I didn't find out about it until I was 5, and then," he shrugged. Aizawa sighed. "I understand how you feel. But you need to realize that you can't become a pro hero without giving your all. You can't restrict yourself to half your quirk and expect to be able to save everybody. You have a powerful and versatile quirk," he lectured, "but your biggest weakness was always going to be your endurance. Being able to drain your enemy's energy will shore that up, as well as being a powerful weapon against them." Izuku rubbed his shoulder anxiously, still not looking at his teacher. "But it's dangerous," he whispered. "I could kill someone if I go too far and it would be so easy to do it too." "Midoriya," sensei snapped, "have you already forgotten what 13 told you? Even with a dangerous quirk, you can save lives. Your friend Bakugo could kill. Kaminari could kill. Ishido could kill. They're still using their quirks to the fullest." Izuku's eyes narrowed as he turned to face Aizawa. "Have you had this talk with Todoroki?" "Yes," he answered immediately. "Todoroki also needs to use his quirk to the fullest. He also has reasons not to, but he'll need to move past those reasons to be a hero." Izuku sighed. I can't," he whispered. "Not yet." "I can't force you to use your quirk, Midoriya," Aizawa said. "But I can promise you, if you continue restricting yourself, you won't become the best hero you can be, and it's not you who'll pay the price." "Ouch!" Izuku yelped, covering his head as Recovery Girl whacked him with her cane. "Hey, what did I do?" She had brought him from the USJ to UA's infirmary, apparently not satisfied by his responses to her quick test there. Now, after getting more detailed results from a blood test and a high-tech scan, she was hitting him. Have you ever fully investigated your healing? She demanded, switching from his head to her back. I guess so. Not, he admitted. It's not healing, the heroine hissed. You boost the body's ability to handle pain and survive it, and the speed of healing increases slightly, but it's not really fixing anything more than temporarily, and if people keep using the injured area under the belief they're healed, you can make things worse. Ashido was walking on a sprained ankle, which could have permanently damaged her ligaments. Shota was moving with a broken arm. Izuku blanched. Oh God, are they going to be dash? They'll be fine, she said, brushing his concerns away. I healed them, really healed them, and they'll all be okay. Even Shota, the thing your aura did do was give them lots of energy for my quirk to work with. He sighed in relief. That's something at least. Wait, who's Shota? Aizawa, to you. Ah. Izuku cupped his chin in his hand, thinking. I guess it makes sense that boosting people with an aura doesn't really heal them. I always assumed the healing was a function of my ability to control the shapes of objects I imparted my vitality to, but I have no such control over people. What the aura does do is to add my physical abilities to theirs, for as long as it lasts, which would increase pain tolerance and the speed of healing, but only to a very limited degree on the scale of such things. And it wouldn't set wounds properly, or anything of the sort. I guess it's lucky that I never used my quirk to heal any really serious wounds, just cuts, scrapes, and bruises, and mostly small ones that would have gone away in a moment anyway. Don't mumble, dear, Recovery Girl requested, looking at his chart again and, thankfully, with her cane leaning up against the bed she had made him sit on. Sorry, Sensei. He hesitated before asking, do you think I could develop my quirk into real healing one day? She glanced up at him, then tilted her head to the side. That maybe. If you can focus that enhancement so that the person you're giving it to receives it all at once instead of over a PRD of time, give them 5 times your strength for a 1/5 of the time, say, then. Yes, you'll be able to speed their healing to a point that it's actually useful. Just make sure to fill that doctor's coat of yours with actual medical supplies for splints and sterilization, or they could heal badly. Izuku nodded. That's good to hear. I don't think I've ever done that, but I'm not sure I've ever tried to either. I've mostly focused on the animation part of my quirk. I suggest looking more into the enhancement half of it, she advised. Being able to make other heroes stronger will make you very sought after as a sidekick or partner in a hero agency, even if you never develop it into proper healing. I will, thank you. So, Izuku started to get up. Can I go? Not quite, honey. Sit down. He did. Shota tells me you've never used the draining part of your quirk before. Not really, no, he admitted. Are you going to scold me for that too? Not if you've never used it before, you had no way of knowing about this, she said. Young man, your body can't take the strain of how much energy you're holding right now. That what do you mean? I feel fine. You feel fine, she explained, because the energy is passively enhancing you as it leaks from your bloodstream, which is where your quirk seems to be storing its energy. I know that, it's why it comes out in my breath. Blood comes in contact with air in the lungs, and it leaks a little there, Izuku told her. But what does it mean that it's leaking from the rest of my bloodstream? She sighed. Well, as it's leaking, it's making you strongest and faster, not much, since the leakage isn't great, but enough that you aren't noticing the damage it's doing. But that leakage is happening because your blood cells can't hold all the energy, and it's damaging them as it comes out. If it lasts for long enough. That I would suffocate it, he finished. Without blood cells to carry oxygen, I would die. I'm afraid so. As I said, the enhancement you're getting from the leakage will prevent you from noticing it, especially because you're getting increased red blood cell production as well, which is slowing but not stopping the progression, but eventually you simply fall unconscious, and not wake up again. The heroine gave another heavy sigh. I don't like telling you this, I don't like any time when children get hurt, but especially when it's their own quirk doing it. Izuku stared at his hands, wondering if he could make out a faint tracing of light as the Nomu's stolen soul leaked out of his bloodstream. What can I do about it? Right now, Recovery Girl told him, you have to get rid of the energy you have. You're overflowing, and you have to pour it out in controlled fashion so it doesn't break you as it does. How much time do I have? Maybe a month if you don't get rid of it. Your time will increase as you reduce the excess. He nodded. I'll have to work quickly. Izuku sighed. I've always thought that conserving my energy would be the hard part, he explained to the nurse. For years, ever since Kaken and I got really serious about becoming heroes, I've worked on doing more with less energy, as well as increasing my personal stamina. And still, it's been a struggle to make it last through the day. Well, that is the other thing you can do, she said. And you'll have to, if you intend to use your ability to drain people. If you can increase your ability to handle energy beyond your current max, you'll be able to hold more without harming yourself. Right? I guess. He glanced at Recovery Girl. Can I give you a boost, then? Enhancing people is one of the best ways I know to eat up my energy. She nodded, holding out a hand to him. Certainly. Izuku took her hand and, having a sudden thought, focused as he breathed out. As always, white light curled around his nostrils, but this time he didn't directly breath on her. Instead, with the recent reminder that his power was in his blood more than his breath, he tried to pass on the energy that was leaking from his bloodstream. His hand faintly glowed in a veiny pattern, but nothing seemed to pass to the heroine. After a moment, he gave up and simply gave a long puff, the energy quickly wrapping around the tiny woman and making her stand a little straighter as the aura manifested. Thank you, dearie, she said. How long will this last me? I am actually not sure, he confessed. Judging how much energy I have isn't an exact art. I can usually make a decent guess based on how much I've used up, but I've got so much right now that I honestly can't tell. She hummed in thought. I wonder if the support department could help you with that. Izuku shrugged and she continued, I'd like to have you stay here overnight, to make sure that this condition doesn't progress faster than I think it will. Okay. Until then, she walked over to the door of the infirmary. I believe you have some visitors. Midoriya. Momo cried, bursting through the door with Kirishima beside her, Bakugo and Jiro following at a more sedate pace. You're okay? We were so worried, bro, Kirishima said, hugging him tightly. Momo felt a momentary pang of jealousy that she wasn't as comfortable being so affectionate, then buried it. Yeah, I'm glad you're all right, Jiro agreed. I was pretty scared of that monster when it was coming at me, and it didn't exactly get less scary when you stepped in front of it. I knew you'd be fine, Bakugo said. He gave them all a faint smile. Thanks, guys. Why are you here in the infirmary, still? Kirishima asked, releasing the green-haired boy. I mean, you healed us all up, right? And then Recovery Girl healed us all again just in case. Wait, can you not heal yourself? Well, Midoriya rubbed the back of his head. I can heal myself, but, it turns out that my healing isn't as good as Recovery Girl's, basically. He doesn't heal, he just speeds up regeneration and increases your pain resistance, the heroine put in from where she was sitting at her desk doing some paperwork. That makes sense, Momo realized, since your enhancement adds your own physical abilities to our own. He nodded. Yeah, that's what I realized. So yeah, Recovery Girl wants to keep me for observation after, I drained from Nomu. I had no idea you can do that, Jiro commented. How many tricks do you have up your sleeve, Green? She pulled at the sleeve of his jacket, trying to get a look at his arm. Midoriya laughed. That's it, I swear, enhancement, animation, and draining. Taking energy from the living, and giving it to either the living or the inanimate. Can you take energy from non-living things? Kirishima asked. The green-haired boy stared at him. What energy? He asked, and Momo stifled a chuckle. That I don't know. What's the energy you take from living things, anyway? Midoriya shrugged. It's super hard to define, really. Non-living things don't have any of it, though I would be able to see it in them if they did. Is your ability to see people's quirks part of the draining ability? Momo asked. Sort of. Can we not talk about my quirk, though? He begged. I am sorry, Midoriya, she apologized, belatedly realizing that he had been looking a little away from them since Kirishima had begun asking about his drain ability. Between that and how he had looked during 13's speech about deadly quirks, She should have realized that he wasn't comfortable with that part of his quirk. She cast for a different subject, then said, I must thank you for your assistance during the attack. I asked you to find a way to distract Kurogiri, and you did so admirably. Yeah, it was super rad. Kirishima boasted. Did you see it, Jiro? The purple-haired girl shook her head. He had me rush forward and grab the dude's attention, then Zero hit him with tape. It immobilized him so that Bakugo could hit him with a nice big blast and send him sky high. He came back a moment later. Bakugo grumbled. Yeah, but Ida got out. We worked together, bro. Kirishima held up his hand to Bakugo, who sighed but gave him a high five. And it's all thanks to my bro here. Midoriya was blushing at the praise. It was nothing really. Yaoyorozu asked me to help, and well, she's our class president, and I'm her vice. I had to. He offered a fist to Momo, who blinked at it. We're a team, right? A smile spread across her face, and she bumped it. Yes, we are. And, she added, since we're a team, I think we should make a plan. For what? I think a lot of us are feeling a little freaked out by the attack, she explained. It would be nice to do something as a class to take our minds off of it, don't you think? Another field trip? Jiro skeptically asked. One that would go better, Momo insisted. Perhaps to the mall? Ooh, how about that beach that's not far from here? Kirishima asked. Dagoba? That place is a trash heap, Bakugo said dismissively. Someone cleaned it up last year, remember? Midoriya pointed out. I know, nerd, but it's still a shitty beach. Well, it's the closest to the school, so. A beach trip sounds good, Momo decided. I'll propose it in the class group chat. Fine, Bakugo grumbled. Now get out. She blinked at him. Sorry. The blonde jerked his head towards the door. You heard me. I want to talk with Deku alone. Izuku watched as Kirishima-kin, Jiro, and Yaoyorozu filed out of the room, casting curious looks behind them. When they were all gone, Kakin turned his gaze on Recovery Girl. She glanced up at him. This is my infirmary, young man, the heroine snapped. I'm not leaving. This is a private conversation, Wrinkles, he shot back. Then use the privacy screen, boy, she told him, smacking him with her cane. And don't call me Wrinkles. It means he likes you, Izuku tried to explain, but she ignored him. Kakin grumbled, but grabbed the privacy screen and pulled it around Izuku's bed. Once it was closed, he made to lean against the wall, then growled when he realized that he would just fall through the screen if he tried. Instead, he just stood there, hands in his pockets and an almost unreadable look on his face. Almost unreadable. Izuku had known Kakin his entire life. They were basically brothers. He was sure that the blonde wasn't actually angry. Pretty sure. After a few moments of glowering, Kakin sighed. How long has it been since you drained energy from someone? He asked. About 10 years. I thought so. Izuku blinked, and Kakin narrowed his eyes. What? The blonde demanded. I know I'm bad at feelings, Deku, but I'm not an idiot. I've overheard Mama Inko talking to the hag about her dirtbag of an ex leaving her because of your quirk. I can connect the dots. I'm sorry, Izuku said. I haven't been dash. F that, Kakin snapped. You've got nothing to be sorry for. You had good FANG reason not to use it. But we were talking a few days ago about Todoroki not using his full quirk, and it's still stupid of him. But what if he has a similar reason? Then he has a FING reason. Still stupid. Kakin cuffed Izuku around the ear and added, It's stupid of you too, but that doesn't mean you have anything to be sorry for. The blonde sighed and sat next to Izuku. I don't get emotional, sheet. You know that. My mom's just as sheet at it as I am, Dad and I don't click, and Mama Inko could only do so much. So I don't get it. But I understand it enough to know that you're going to be beating yourself up over this, using it, not telling me, whatever your damage here is, and you shouldn't be. That both of those things, I guess, Izuku admitted. I don't think you're as bad at emotions as you think you are, Kakin. Whatever. Point is, you're an idiot, and I'm telling you not to get in your head about this sheet. And if you need to talk to someone about anything. Talk to you? No, Kakin said, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Talk to Shark Tooth. Izuku laughed. Or one of your girlfriends, he added. What? I don't have any girlfriends. Ponytail and Plugs, the blonde said. I'm not dating either of them, let alone both. Well, you flirt with Ponytail enough. I don't flirt with her, Izuku spluttered in protest. Then you're an idiot, Kakin declared. I thought we had established that already? The next morning, Izuku found himself staring, wide-eyed, at the ceiling when Recovery Girl entered the infirmary. How did you sleep, dear? She asked, her cane tapping against the floor as she walked over to his bed. He pushed himself into a sitting posture and said, I didn't. You didn't? Not one wink, he told her. I wasn't tired at all. The heroine rubbed her chin. I suppose that shouldn't be surprising. I couldn't get to sleep until your enhancement wore off of me either. He shrugged. I got some studying done, so it wasn't exactly wasted time. I'm glad you're looking at the bright side, she said, taking a quick blood sample. At the moment, however, you have more visitors. He blinked in surprise. My friends again? I thought the school was closed today, right? It is, but I asked 2 upperclassmen to come back and talk to you, she said, walking back to her desk. They both have experience with quirks that can be harmful to the body and may be able to give you some helpful advice on managing yours. That would be nice, thank you. Izuku glanced at the door, or more precisely, glanced through the door, focusing on the sense of life that his quirk gave him. He couldn't see anyone. Nope, there they were, he thought, wincing away and squinting. He would have held up a hand to block the light if he could, but he knew from experience that it wouldn't help. His own body was as transparent to his quirk's sight as everything else was. It looks like they're almost here, he said. A moment later his prediction was proved correct, as the 2 energies he had seen, one nearly as bright as All Might, blazing like the sun but slightly transparent, and the other not much weaker and spiraling like Dian, stepped through the infirmary's door. Hey there, came a cheerful voice from the sun. I'm Dash. He was interrupted by the spiraling energy, which rushed up to Izuku and made him flinch away. Hey, I hear your quirk is like mine, a female voice said, sounding incredibly excited as he winced, trying not to look directly at her. Recovery Girl said that you also fuel your power with your vitality. What do you do with it? Mine just comes out as concussive force, but I can use it to fly and shoot lasers. Izuku wondered if that was what he sounded like when he muttered, but found himself unable to reply. He was still blinking sunspots out of his eyes. Nijire, pull back, a tired voice said. You're overwhelming him. Oh, sorry. The brilliant spiral stepped back, closer to the sun. Sorry, Izuku repeated, staring down at the floor. I don't think. I can look at you too. My quirk, it lets me see how much energy people have, and you two are blindingly bright. Am I better? Asked the tired voice, and Izuku looked up to see a student with a much duller light, one he could actually look at. I know I don't shine like they do in most ways. Yes, that's better, Izuku assured him. I can actually look at you. We'll stand behind you if that's okay? Asked the sun. That's fine. I'm Tamaki Amajiki, the one Izuku could actually look at told him. My friends behind you are the ones Recovery Girl asked to meet you, Mirio Togata and Nijire Hado. I'm just here to keep them company. Hello, Amaki-senpai, Izuku said, bobbing his head a little. And hello Togata-senpai and Hado-senpai, as well. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Again, sorry I can't look at you. That's okay. Togata assured him. All our quirks have some downsides. So, I can see that both of you have lots of energy, Izuku said. Recovery Girl said you're here to help me manage it? Yes, but she didn't say exactly what the problem you're having is. How does your quirk work? Hado asked. I can pass my life force on to anything or anyone I choose to, he explained. If I give it to something that's alive, they get stronger, faster, and generally enhanced until what I gave runs out. If I give it to something that's not alive, it comes alive, animating until it runs out. I can also steal life force from living things. Which, he sighed, is the problem. I did that at the USJ attack, and now I have more life force than my body can contain. It will slowly damage me until I get it down to a level that I can actually manage. I see, Togata said thoughtfully. Well, I think we can help with that. Really? Yup. Hato chirped. See, it seems to me that half your problem is that your capacity isn't high enough, right? Right. Well, you'll have to increase it. I can't steal vitality like you can, but I was still able to build up my capacity to store it. The first thing is to make sure you're in the best shape you can be physically, she informed him, but the second is to let yourself overflow just a little bit. See, I was able to go a little above my maximum capacity by preparing to release my energy, but holding it in, when I do that, my body builds up to match it. I bet yours is doing that too, but you just have too much for it to make a difference, yet. So, my Quirk's ability to store life force will slowly increase, as long as I have just a little more than my max. Izuku asked. That makes sense. But I'll need to maintain my level carefully, since if it gets too high, it will leak out and hurt me. But just a little bit. And you should be able to learn to handle that just a little bit. And then you just keep doing that, Hato encouraged. Thank you, Hato-senpai. Of course. No problem, Midoriya-kun. I've always wanted to a kohai of my own. I don't know how much I have to add to that really, Togata admitted. What's your quirk? Izuku asked. It looks pretty similar to All Might's to me, if a little transparent. Huh. Oh, people's quirks show up in their vitality to me a little bit, he said. Hato-senpai, your energy is constantly spiraling around itself, kind of like DNA. Hey, that's what it does when I let it out too. Cool. Ameti-senpai, he said to the quietest of the upperclassmen, yours is kind of multi-headed. It reminds me of a chimera, a little bit. Huh. And Togata-senpai, you're just incredibly, ridiculously bright, Izuku finished. Like the sun. He really is, Amajiki murmured. All Might's is the same way, his light just feels a little more solid. I'm not sure how to explain it other than that. Well, Togata told him, you're not entirely wrong. I actually have 2 quirks, and one of them is pretty similar to All Might's. 2 quirks, really? There's someone in our class who has 2 quirks, too, Izuku said, thinking of Todoroki. Yes, although I didn't realize I had a second one until about a year ago. See, the second quirk is called overflowing power, and it's all about exactly that, power so strong that it can have a lot of backlash if I'm not careful. Togata-senpai seemed to be picking his words carefully as he explained, it didn't manifest until my body was capable of containing it, and even now I can't use all of it at once. I'm up to about 40% at best. It's still a ridiculous amount of strength though, Amajiki observed. Yeah, kinda. Togata sounded embarrassed. So you have too much power, and needed to figure out how much you could safely use at once? Izuku asked. Pretty much. That's kind of the problem I've got now, he told the upperclassman. Most of my life I've tried to limit how much energy I used at once. It's only now that I have too much that I'll have to use more. But too much of it at once will hurt me. How did you figure it out? I'm sorry to say that it was mostly trial and error, Togata told him apologetically. Ask Recovery Girl how often I was in and out of here with broken limbs, last year. Far too often, the heroine called from her desk. What I figured out, though, was that if I spread the power over my body, I could use a small amount, spread enough to not hurt me, he explained. And then I just built up on that, like Nijire said. You get better at handling it over time. Spreading it out over my body. I don't know if that will help you at all, but I'm not sure I can do that, exactly, since my quirk doesn't target myself, Izuku mused, but it does give me an idea about how to eat up energy faster. If I try and spread it through my hands instead of my breath, it might be diluted and weakened by passing through my skin. That could let me spend more energy to achieve the same effect, which will help me deal with this buildup. If I can master that, it will also be useful as a hero. It's tough to get a moment to breath on. Something to animate it in battle, but it's a lot easier to just touch something. Thank you, Togata-senpai. Glad I could help? When Momo arrived at the infirmary, She saw that the door was hanging a little open. "Hello," she called, pushing it open farther. "Oh, hello." Occupying the entrance, she saw a tall blonde man, a few inches taller than her own statuesque height, who was nearly as muscular as All Might, standing next to a blue-haired woman who might have been even bustier than Momo herself. She couldn't help but feel a little overshadowed by the pair. "Are you one of Midoriya's classmates?" Hello? "Yes, I was coming to visit him." "Is that Yaoyorozu?" Midoriya's voice drifted from beyond the two, and they stepped apart to reveal the green-haired boy sitting on a bed, facing away from the door. On the other side of the bed was a tired-looking upperclassman who reminded Momo a little of Aizawa-sensei. "Hi, Yaoyorozu. Nice to see you." "I hadn't realized you knew any upperclassmen," she commented. "Will you introduce us?" "Senpais, this is Momo Yaoyorozu, one as class president." "Yaoyorozu, this is Amajiki-senpai dash." He gestured to the one in front of him. "And behind me are Togata-senpai and Hado-senpai." Momo nodded respectfully to them. "We've passed on our advice," Togata said, "so we'll get out of your hair now. I'm sure you don't want us intruding on your time with your friend." He gave Momo a wink, and she, confused, winked back. "Come on, Nijire, Tamaki." He pulled the woman out, Amajiki following. "Don't forget the privacy screen." His voice echoed back down the hallway. Midoriya turned to face Momo as she approached. "What was that about?" she curiously asked. "Togata-senpai and Hado-senpai have quirks that are kind of similar to mine, so Recovery Girl asked them to come give me some advice," he explained. She nodded. "I see. Can I ask, why did you come by?" "Do I need a reason to visit a friend in the hospital?" she worried. "No, of course not," Midoriya assured her. I wasn't sure you considered me a friend." "Of course I do, Midoriya," she said, moving to sit on the bed beside him before hesitating. He patted the bed, so she continued, glancing a little down to meet his eyes. "I may not be the best with friendship," she admitted, "as my homeschooling has given me little experience. But I definitely consider you a friend, my best friend, even after Jiro." Midoriya gave her a shy smile. "I'm not great at friendship either, sometimes." "What?" she asked, shocked. "But you and Bakugo are so close. And Kirishima, too." He shrugged. "I have pretty bad anxiety. I was diagnosed when I was younger. And while I have a decent handle on it, I still worry constantly that people don't actually like me all that much. And that makes it tough, sometimes, to be friends with people. Other than Kaken, because he's basically my brother. Kirishima. He's constantly throwing out positive affirmation, which helps, but he's also more Kaken's friend than mine." "Are you sure that's not just your anxiety talking?" "Maybe," he admitted. "But still, it's hard to tell when people actually like me." "Well, I like you," Momo promised. "And I know that Jiro does too. And if we need to remind you of that, then we will." He gave her a much wider, more genuine smile. "Thank you, Yaoyorozu." Momo hesitated. "If it helps. She was starting to get nervous, and she wasn't sure why. "I'm trying to become less formal," she told him, "and Jiro has proposed a nickname for me. If you would like to call me Yamamo." Midoriya's eyes widened. "Are you sure, Yaoyorozu?" She found her damnable blush returning, and glanced away from the green-haired boy. "It would help reassure you that I am your friend." "Then yes." "You're a good person, Yamamo," Midoriya said after a moment, and she found herself smiling involuntarily at the sound of the nickname. Why could she not control herself around this boy? "But I hope you realize, this means you need a nickname for me as well." Now it was her eyes that were widening. "You don't have to dash." "Oh no, you can't escape this." She turned to see him grinning. "My rule for names is that I match formality. If I'm calling you a nickname, you must be calling me one too. You don't have a nickname for Jiro, do you?" "She calls you Green," Momo pointed out. He shrugged, still trying to come up with one for her. "Purple would be fair, but it doesn't roll off the tongue as well." How about Violet then? Shortened to Vi, perhaps?" "That's not bad," he agreed, "but we were talking about a nickname for me." Momo sighed. I can't get anything past you, can I? Momo observed. Nope. Then, your nickname is Deku, right? Midoriya hummed in thought. No, I don't think so, he decided after a moment. It would feel pretty weird for anyone other than Kakin to call me that, I think. Maybe. Izuku? She ventured, her cheeks reddening yet again. A blush spread across his face, matching the one on Momo's own. Yeah, that works, he squeaked. Izuku, she said, trying it out and finding that she liked it despite the heat it brought to her cheeks. I'm meeting Jiro for lunch. Would you like to join us? Izuku slipped his phone out from his pocket, checking a notification, then sighed. I'd like to, but I can't, he told her. My mom wants me to come home as soon as Recovery Girl lets me, she's worried, and Mama Mitsuki wants to yell at me for getting into danger. Momo nodded, thinking that perhaps it was for the best after all. She might need a little time away from him for her heart to stop racing from the nickname conversation. Will we see you tomorrow, then, to study together? Isn't tomorrow when we settled on for the beach trip? Oh yes, you're right. She realized. The class group chat had quickly agreed to the trip when she had proposed it the previous night, but then gone into a number of tangents long into the night. I'll see you there, then. See you, he said, waving. Oh, and let Violet know that I have a nickname for her. And that she can call me Izuku too, if she wants. I will. Kyoka was waiting at the restaurant she and Momo had agreed to meet at, idly scrolling through one as group chat on her phone. She had stayed up late chatting with the other night owls. Green, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Hagakure had all been up late, with varying levels of participation in the chat, but had eventually gone to sleep not long after Hagakure had, and she was curious what had happened afterward. Green, as it turned out, might literally be nocturnal. Kaminari had stopped replying about a half hour after she herself had, leaving just Tokoyami and Midoriya, which had resulted in the conversation slowing. They had continued to share the occasional meme with the chat until nearly 2 a.m., but even Tokoyami had stopped around then. Green, however, had continued posting through the entire night. It was kind of weird, she thought, especially considering how tired he usually ended up at the end of a day. And hadn't Bakugo wanted him to sleep more, or something? Maybe he knew that Green sometimes stayed up all night. She was distracted from her thoughts by the sound of a distinctive heartbeat approaching one that her ears seemed to have attuned themselves to over the last week, and looked up at Yamamo. She slipped her phone into her pocket, unplugging the earphone that had connected to it, and smiled up at her friend. Hey Yaoyorozu. Hello, Jiro. The Amazonian girl replied with an answering smile. Is Green coming? She shook her head. Izuku said that his mother wanted him home right after Recovery Girl released him. Kyoka's eyebrows rose. Hold on, Izuku? She said it in as teasing a tone as she could manage, but inside her heart was falling. She had known that Yamamo liked Green, even if she hadn't realized it herself yet. The way her heartbeat sped slightly whenever she looked at the boy was a dead giveaway, but Kyoka hadn't expected things to be moving so fast. She had hoped she would have a little more time to get used to the idea. Is Green Izuku now? And yes, there was that adorable blush that Yamamo always had when talking about Green too. He said that he's been diagnosed with anxiety, and he sometimes finds it hard to believe that people really like him. So, she glanced away from Kyoka. I suggested that we exchange nicknames, so he wouldn't forget that he's one of my best friends. Exchange nicknames, huh? Kyoka asked, still feeling a little sick. What does he call you now? Yamamo, she whispered, another sword to Kyoka's heart. And? She heard the brunette's heart rate jump a little as she glanced back at Kyoka, her blush strengthening. I, would like you to call me Yamamo as well. Now Kyoka was blushing. You, are you sure? She stammered, cursing herself. Yes, Yamamo insisted. From my other best friend, and I don't want you to forget it either. Kyoka looked away, trying to get a hold of her racing heart and burning cheeks. I'd like that. Yamamo. Izuku also said that you can call him Izuku as well, if you'd like to, she offered. But that he had a nickname for you as well, if you were to keep Green as his. Oh. I believe he plans to call you Violet. Kyoka felt a smile tugging at her lips and turned back to Yamamo. How original. I call him after his hair, he calls me after mine. But, she chuckled, I kind of like it. Is everyone here? Izuku called out. 3, 4, 5. Yamamoto counted. If you're not here, say something, he ordered. I'm not here, laughed Kaminari. All right, everyone important is here, he decided. Come on, let's check out the beach. The class followed him and Yamamoto as they stepped onto the sands of Dagoba Beach, glancing around at what, only a year ago, had been a total trash heap. This is a nice beach, Ojiro noted. That water looks so inviting. She pulled the long t-shirt she was wearing over her head, and Izuku looked away. Hey, don't look away from me, boys. I'm wearing a bikini and I've got nothing to be ashamed of. Izuku noticed that Yamamoto, too, was looking away from her, and exchanged an embarrassed smile with his friend. It's not that she should be embarrassed, he said defensively, but that doesn't mean I'm not. She nodded in agreement. Midori-kun, come on. Ojiro said, pulling at Izuku's arm. Kirichin and Bakken are going to help me build a sandcastle, you should join too. His smile turned apologetic as Violet, standing beside Yamamoto, raised an eyebrow at him. Sorry, I think I'm being commandeered, he said. Have fun, Izuku, Yamamoto said. Don't do anything we wouldn't, Green, Vi smirked. Izuku let Ojiro pull him over to Kirikin and Kakken, who raised an eyebrow at him. Izuku, huh? Kakken observed. Shut up. Sandcastle, right? Izuku always enjoyed spending time with Kakken. They had been best friends since they were born, their mothers having been best friends for even longer, and they understood each other in a way that was rare for either of them to connect with anyone. Izuku knew that some people didn't quite get their friendship, which verged of violent rivalry at teams, but it was undeniable that Kakken was his best friend, his brother in all but blood, and he hoped he always would be. Kirikin, too, was quickly growing into a good friend. They had met in the entrance exam, and Kirikin had sworn Izuku to secrecy about the fact that he dyed his hair, as he presumably had with Ojiro, and quickly bonded, especially after reuniting in Class 1A. He and Izuku had similar ideas about how heroism and similar hidden anxieties. Kirikin had slotted easily into Izuku and Kakken's friendship, and he hoped that the redhead would also remain a friend for years to come. Ojiro, however. It wasn't that Izuku disliked the pink girl, he told himself. He didn't. She was perfectly nice, he knew. She was just overwhelming, that was the word. Kakken operated at the same energy level as Izuku, most of the time. On occasion he would burst into passionate rages or blow up at people, but Izuku knew the difference between Kakken being angry and him acting angry because he had trouble expressing himself in any other way. Izuku also knew that he himself occasionally kicked into high speed, muttering about heroes or quirks, so how could he blame Kakken for having his own moments? Kirikin was constantly cheerful and friendly, excepting those rare moments that he settled into a almost morose silence, or simply sat back and allowed the world to pass him by. And this, too, was close enough to Izuku's own rhythm that it fit in with his understanding of the world. Ojiro was simply too much. She had one speed and only one, and that speed was far too much for Izuku. So as she bounced around, chattering with Kirikin and at Kakken, both of whom seemed to be able to keep up perfectly with her, although in different ways, with Kirikin matching her high energy and Kakken simply absorbing it and occasionally responding with snarky comments, Izuku felt himself withdrawing, falling silent and feeling excluded. He shouldn't feel this way. Ojiro wasn't trying to push him out, she was just trying to befriend Kirikin's new friends. They had known each other before UA, after all, and no doubt she wanted to approve his friends. Or perhaps she was fighting for Bakugo's attention. Violet had said that Ojiro was interested in him, after all. Whatever the case, Ojiro had specifically pulled him into building the castle. He knew that she wasn't trying to push him out of his friendship. But knowing in his head wasn't the same as knowing in his heart, Izuku reflected as they put the finishing touches on the castle. He felt like the fourth wheel on a tricycle, and it was because he didn't click with Ojiro. Hey, I'm gonna go try out the water, he told the other three, kicking off the sandals he had worn. Maybe mess around with my quirk on the sand. All the others had used their quirks to help build the castle, Kirikin's hardening helping him to dig trenches, Oshido's acid soaking the sand and helping it stick together, and even Kaken's explosions being useful, small, hot blasts packing the same together tightly until the massive castle could support the weight of all three of them together. Izuku, however, had been unable to help. Kaken grunted in acknowledgement, Kirikin and Ishido waved, and Izuku went off on his own. He crouched in the sand, taking a handful of it and considering. His quirk was weird in some ways. He had used it to animate sand before, rice, too, and pebbles, all things which were essentially useless individually, but which his quirk could move together as though they were larger, amorphous items. They changed shape more easily than solid objects. It required part of his vitality to reshape a stone above and beyond what just moved it, but a mass of sand could change its shape just by moving. On the other hand, it took considerably more of his life force to animate the sand in the first place. He had spent his whole life learning the rules of his quirk, and his estimates still tended to be rough at best, but the energy it took to animate something and to keep it moving seemed to vary based on several factors. Keeping an object animated took energy in close to direct proportion to its mass. 1 minute of his energy could animate an object of his own mass for 1 minute. 2 minutes of his energy could animate an object of twice his mass for 1 minute. The material varied this slightly, but only slightly. Waking an object in the first place, however, took an extra infusion of energy which seemed to vary almost entirely depending on what the material, with the mass having only a limited effect. Plant or animal products, things that had once been alive, could be reanimated quite easily. Stone or metals, on the other hand, were expensive, and that infusion was required for every grain of sand, which mean that while it was efficient to keep the sand awake, bringing it to life in the first place tended to be prohibitively expensive. Of course, he mused, right now he had way too much energy to worry about the expenditure. And since maintaining sand was so easy, he breathed into the handful of sand in his hand, watching as the thick white mist sank into its particles, then checked his internal reservoir. It had gone down, not much admittedly, but it had gone down. That was a start. If he had to, he could just come to the beach and start animating lots of sand. Next on his list, trying to expel energy through his hands, rather than his breath. This, Izuku admitted to himself, dusting the sand off his hands and taking a new handful, might be tricky. Ever since his quirk had manifested more than a decade, he had only ever used it through his breath, even after figuring out that the energy was actually stored in his hands. Even if it was possible for him to do in just a mental block, it wouldn't be easy to get over that block. But if he didn't start trying, he never would. "Are you feeling okay?" Momo asked Jiro for what had to be the 5th time that day. She seemed very uncomfortable, barely able to meet Momo's eyes despite how well their lunch the previous day had gone, so well that Jiro had even invited Momo to call her Kayakun, although she didn't quite feel ready to actually do so. She was very red too, but had turned down Momo's offer of helping her with her sunscreen. "I'm fine," Jiro responded for the 5th time, digging her toes into the sand. They were sitting at the edge of the waves, where Jiro could play with the wet sand and Momo could read, although she had made little progress in the novel that she had brought. "Just," she shrugged. "Just." Momo prompted. Jiro shook her head. "It's nothing." "Not your fault, this is a me thing." Momo frowned, still worried. "But there is a thing? That doesn't sound like nothing. You know you can tell me anything, right?" The purple-haired girl gave a pained chuckle, sounding almost like she was choking on it. "Almost anything. Not this." "Then perhaps Izuku?" This time Jiro gave a full laugh. "If you knew what it was, Momo, you would never suggest that." She frowned. "Izuku hasn't done anything, has he?" "What, like, no, of course not. Green wouldn't do that," Jiro assured her. "He's too much of a gentleman. No, this is just a mix of insecurities and stuff that." She frowned. "No, you know what? My fears. I'm gonna tell you, Izuku too, he's been a good friend, and share part of this. It's just not something I share often." She stood. "Let's see. I hear his heartbeat." Momo's friend turned and pointed to Izuku, who seemed to be poking at a glowing cloud. "Hey Green, get over here." Izuku turned, his glowing eyes clearly visible even from a distance, and waved. "Don't just wave, come on over." Jiro hollered. He approached, the cloud following. What's up? Hold on, Momo said, holding up a hand. Before you tell us, Jiro, what is that, Izuku? He glanced at it. Quirk experiment, he said, then stuck his hand into the cloud and breathed in. The white light that pervaded the cloud was as a yup, and a shower of sand fell to the ground. It sort of worked, but not very usefully. Ah. So. Jiro seemed to be feeling uncomfortable again, averting her eyes from Izuku, and perhaps his bare and muscular chest, which Momo herself was feeling a little flustered by. I wanted to share one of my secrets with you guys, because, well, Momo noticed that I was feeling pretty uncomfortable, and I don't want her, or you, Green, thinking that it's your fault. Okay. Izuku crouched, and Jiro sat down again. What is it? Jiro winced preemptively, then said, I'm trans. Momo blinked in surprise, she hadn't guessed that. Izuku, on the other hand, seemed to take it in stride. Alright, can I double-check your pronouns? She, her. I've transitioned already, mostly, I just wanted to tell you. Izuku smiled at her. Thank you for telling me. I hope you know it doesn't change how I see you at all, he promised. It's a little surprising, Momo admitted, but it doesn't change anything for me either. Jiro's eyes were watering a little bit, and she swiped her tears away. Thank you guys. I think I needed to share that, maybe? The green-haired boy opened his arms invitingly. Do you want a hug? Yeah, actually. Jiro leaned forward to hug him, her t-shirt. She was one of the few girls who was still wearing hers, which Momo realized might because she was trans. Perhaps she didn't feel as comfortable showing her chest as Momo or Ishido did. So, how did the castle go? Momo asked Izuku, thinking that moving on from the topic might be best, behaving normally, and showing Jiro that they weren't going to treat her differently, not just saying it. He released Jiro, but looked a little downcast as he said, It went okay, I guess? You guess? Jiro asked. What's wrong, Green? He sighed and began absently drawing something in the sand. Nothing's wrong. I just went through this with Jiro, Momo told him. Come on, just tell us. You'll feel better when you do. She nudged him and tried out a teasing smile like the ones Jiro often gave her and Izuku. You might even get a hug out of it. He returned her smile. I guess you're right. I feel like a real D even thinking it, to be honest. Ooh, is Green about to get catty? Jiro asked. If the resident sunshine boy is about to be a D-, I've got to see this. Hey, Kirikin is the sunshine boy, Izuku protested. You shine pretty brightly yourself, dude. He blushed a little, looking away and rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Thanks. He sighed again. Ishido just rubs me the wrong way, for some reason. She's not trying to exclude me, I know that, but I don't know, I can't keep up with her like Kakin and Kirikin can, and I felt a little left behind. Oh, Izuku, Momo said sympathetically. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, ignoring the burning in her cheeks at being so close to his muscular form. I'm sorry you feel that way. You can always hang with us, you know that, right? Jiro said, putting an arm around his shoulders. Izuku smiled. Yeah, I know. Thank you, girls. They remained in that position for a moment, finding it surprisingly comfortable. Izuku's head fit neatly under Momo's chin, and Jiro was able to rest her head on his shoulder before Jiro spoke again. Wait, Green, did you just draw that? Momo looked at the sand, where he had produced an almost picture-perfect All Might. Yeah, why? He asked. Izuku, that's. Jiro gaped. That's incredible. You're a really good artist. He shrugged. I do a lot of drawing in my Quirk notebooks, where I analyze heroes and their quirks, remember? You told me when we ate together after the election, Momo recalled, but I don't know if you've mentioned them to Jiro before. Well, I always draw the hero in question along with them, and well, when you get enough practice at something. Izuku glanced over his shoulder and gave them a grin. Hey, want to see something cool? He leaned forward, Momo releasing him, and let out a long breath of thick white fog. The glowing mist sank into the sand that had been carved into All Might's face, which began glowing. A moment later, the sand shifted, the image moving with it, and the sketched-out All Might gave a few punches before giving a big thumbs up. Incredible, Momo breathed, amazed. Izuku, that's. Hey, I am an animator, he laughed. Rad as hell, Jiro agreed. Do you think you could help me redesign my costume? I realize some parts of it don't quite make sense, back at USJ, and I'd like to redo it before those internships that are coming up next month. But, well, it took me a long time to come up with what I had, and… Are you sure? Izuku asked. I'm sure there are better artists. I'm sure, she insisted. I told you how much I liked your design, right? I have a vague concept for the new one, but… If you really want me to, then… He glanced at the sand. This might not be the best place to do it. Maybe after school tomorrow? Don't be silly, Izuku, Momo chided him gently. She produced a pad of paper and a pencil from her midriff and handed them to him. If you need any other colors or a pen to finalize it with, just ask. He flashed her a grateful smile, then bent over, began sketching out Jiro's shape on the page, the purple-haired girl leaning over to watch. Momo just leaned back and enjoyed spending time with her best friends. For seconds. Good, Aizawa said as the class quickly fell silent at his entrance on the first day back at school. I see that we didn't lose anyone after the USJ attack. All of you have potential I don't want to see wasted by having you be frightened away from heroism. That's it. It's still just potential. You'll have to work hard over the next 2 weeks if you want to show it off properly at the sports festival. That's still happening? Kyoka wondered under her breath, but perhaps not as quietly as she had thought, because the man's eyes snapped to her. Yes, it's still happening, he confirmed. Principal Nizu believes that, in light of the lack of any lasting injuries as a result of the attack, continuing with the festival will be a show of strength on UA's part, proof that we are not cowed by the so-called League of Villains. From the tone of his voice, Kyoka thought that he disagreed with Nizu's decision. Of course, he had such a deadpan voice that it was hard to tell. Kyoka hoped that one day, she could match up to the level of sarcasm that Aizawa was capable of. Your hero classes this week will finish teaching the basics of martial arts to those of you who aren't already proficient in them, the hero continued, while next week's heroic classes will be more freeform. You'll be permitted to design your own exercises for that week, subject to my approval, which you will submit to me by the end of this week. That gives you time to decide what you need to focus on before the festival, as well as recruit any assistance from teachers or other students that you'll need to do so. If you don't have a plan that I can approve. Aizawa gave a heavy sigh. I'll have to design your course for the week myself. Please don't make me do that. At the end of the morning classes, Izuku breathed a puff of his soul into his pencils and notebooks, bringing them to life and causing them to pack themselves up. It was a trivial use of his quirk, but he was all too aware that he was still heavily overloaded. He still hadn't been able to get a wink of sleep since the USJ, simply not feeling tired in the slightest. As he rose, he heard a calm voice say his name and turned to look. Midoriya, said Todoroki, approaching. Bakugo. What do you want, Icy Hot? Kakin asked as the class began to turn towards them. Objectively, I think I'm stronger than either of you, the multicolored boy said. The FU are half and half. Nevertheless, Todoroki continued, ignoring Kakin's outburst as most of the class was quickly learning to do, the two of you are undeniably my biggest competition in the sports festival. You took first and second place in the entrance exam, and you have quirks nearly as powerful as my own. Nearly? Don't you think you're forgetting someone? Izuku asked, gesturing to Yamamoto. The person who came first overall in the quirk apprehension test, and the clear number 1 in our academic classes? Todoroki turned to look at the tall girl, then nodded. Yes, you're right. Yaoyorozu is also strong competition. However, he turned back to Izuku and Kakin. I'm going to win. Kakin leaned forward, grinning. Is this some kind of declaration of war, Icy Hot? Wanna be our rival? You could think of it like that. Well, too bad. The blonde wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Deku is my rival and no one else's. I'm taking top spot, and you can fight with Ponytail for third. With Midoriya in second, I assume? Exactly. Todoroki tilted his head to the side. Unacceptable. I'm going to take first. Izuku sighed. Guys, we can all be rivals, he said. There are enough spaces on the podium for everyone to aim for first, and I hope that all of us, everyone in the whole class, is trying for it. I mean, he poked Kakin in the ribs, I know you don't want to fight someone who's not trying their best, right? He growled but nodded. He headed for the door, brushing past Violet, and paused before it, seeing a dense cluster of vital energy on the other side of it. There are a lot of people out there, he said, turning back to the class and pointing to the door. Vultures here to spectate on those attacked, commented Tokoyami. Yeah, sounds about right, Izuku agreed. But I'll be honest, I don't want to deal with that. I'm going through the window. You what? Izuku walked over and began sliding the large window open. What? We're on the first floor, it's not like it's dangerous at all. Besides, Aizawa doesn't care. He nodded to where the teacher was still peacefully pretending to slumber. I suppose that's true, Yamamoto allowed. She glanced to the door. And there's really a large group of people out there? Yeah, I can see their energy, remember? It's packed as far as I can see. Izuku swung his legs over the sill. I can hear them too, Violet agreed, following him. Anyone else coming? I bet they'd be really confused if we all went through the window, Kaminari commented, picking up his own bag and rolling through it. I mean, they're waiting for us to leave, right? How long do you think they'll wait? Yamamoto looked at the door again, seeming a little worried. But shouldn't they be going to lunch? If they want to fruitlessly wait for us, they're welcome to, Todoroki decided, stepping through the window as well. No pun intended? Izuku asked. Sorry. Never mind. In the end, the entire class left through the window, with varying levels of amusement, even Yamamoto, although she was the last through. Jiro grabbed her and Izuku's arms before they could leave for lunch, which prompted Kirikin, Kakin, and Ashido to stay as well, and stuck an earplug into the wall. The other went into her phone, which began playing through its speakers the sound of Aizawa opening the door and leaving, as well as the utter confusion of the gathered students. It was worth staying for. The 2 weeks until the sports festival flew by. Izuku spent his week of personalized training alone, for the most part, focusing on breathing life into the ground and fighting beside it, and especially on releasing his soul through his hands and feet rather than just his breath. That part was going slowly. He knew he could only release a tiny trickle of power even by the time he was finished, even with the massive flood that, even after 2 weeks of using his quirk as much as he could, still comprised 30 times his safe capacity. Hopefully, the sports festival would push him to use more of it. He really hoped the festival would push him. He hadn't slept in 2 weeks, and the solitude in the evenings was getting to him. Thankfully, he hadn't been hallucinating as he knew sleep deprivation normally caused. Towards the latter half of his week of solitary training, however, as he danced, barefooted, through a forest of glowing concrete arms that sought to grab him, he heard a polite cough from the entrance to the training area he had reserved. Izuku pushed a trickle of power through the soles of his feet, updating his directives to the animated ring. While he still couldn't control a golem from a distance, he could always update their commands with a tiny expenditure of power, one that even what little he could extend through his skin could accomplish, so that the arms sank back into the ground. He saw that his unexpected audience was Ishiyama-sensei, his literature teacher and the hero Cementos. He bowed to the hero respectfully. Ishiyama-sensei, he said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were there. He tried to be more aware of his surroundings than that, but the piece of his soul that filled the ring and sparked off it as it shifted and changed at his command had blocked off his quirk sight. No need to apologize, Midoriya-kun. I only just arrived. Ishiyama assured him. Is there something you need? Izuku asked politely. The teacher looked at the ring. I am afraid, Midoriya-kun, that I had not realized quite how similar to my own quirk yours was. It was an oversight on my part. I thought that your ability to heal and enhance others was more important. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Well, I think that's the more important aspect of my quirk as well, if I'm being honest. Since my quirk runs on my own energy and vitality, I'll never be able to control things on the same scale as you. You do, however, already have excellent fine control, it seems. Izuku shrugged. It's not terrible, but controlling things on the fly is still tricky. For most of my life I could only release energy through my breath, and even now that I can do it through my bare skin, I'm just learning to update my commands more often. Ishiyama tilted his head curiously. What do you mean? Can you not control things mentally? No, Izuku said, shaking his head, then explained. When I first animate something, I can give it commands, as complex or as simple as I can keep in my head, which depends on the situation, I suppose. It'll follow those commands to the best of its ability, which in turn depends on what shape I'm giving it, but if it's something open-ended, like, defend me, it might do so in any number of ways. It only takes a moment to add, remove, or change any number of orders, but I do need to actively do so, either through my breath or my skin. The teacher frowned. Do they ever disobey your commands? Or do something you didn't command them to? Again, no, but they've done things that I didn't expect, but which in retrospect were within the commands. I try to be pretty XPLCT these days. He winced, have been incidents in the past. I see. Ishiyama smiled at him. Midoriya-kun, I realize that you have only 2 days, plus the weekend, before the sports festival begins. However, I would like to assist you in your training. Yes. Please, yes, thank you. Izuku babbled. I don't really have anyone who can help with my quirk in a lot of ways. It's so weird in a lot of ways, but this is, thank you. The hero held up his hands. I cannot promise I will be able to help train you on a regular basis, or even more often than now. I am one of the busier teachers here at UA, as my quirk is called on so often to rebuild or repair parts of our facilities, and as a heroics teacher I mostly focus on the second-year students. However, I am happy to teach you for the moment. So, he stepped onto the ring. I think we should start by getting you comfortable with controlling your golems on a more constant basis, constantly micromanaging their actions to keep your control fine. Kyoka knew she didn't have much of a chance in the sports festival. While she might make it to the second or even the third round, depending on what the first 2 events were, she had no chance of success in the inevitable third-round combat tournament. It simply wasn't where her talents lay. Well, her talents without her costume, at any rate. After Izuku's redesign of it, and meeting the hyper-excited support student who would be building the new toys they had come up with together, as well as the ones for Pikachu, who had seen Izuku redesigning her costume and wanted the same treatment, she knew that she would have access to weapons and equipment to multiple her effectiveness. But without them all, her relatively average fitness and admittedly surprisingly formidable earjacks didn't stand up to the quirks of people like Peppermint or Sparky. So she was using her self-directed week to prepare for the future, and to help Yamamoto, who could have the weapons she needed to be an effective fighter in the festival, and anything else she thought she needed. She had asked Yaoyorozu to spar with her throughout the week, honing the unexpected talent that Kyoka had discovered during the USJ attack, and preparing for her new costume. Yamamoto had been concerned, at first worried. Kyoka suspected that she was giving up before she started. She wasn't. Kyoka had promised her friend, just being realistic. Besides, she told Yamamoto, she wanted to help her best friends, too. Green, she had pointed out, had his own plan, but Yamamoto hadn't been sure what to focus on. If Kyoka could help her do better in the festival by getting her to use her quirk faster and more decisively, then she would. There was no one else she would rather win the festival, after all. When she had said that, Yamamoto had looked at her with an expression that Kyoka hadn't quite known how to decipher, her heartbeat skipping a little, and then hugged her very, very tightly. Yamamoto, Kyoka remembered, hadn't had many friends before coming to UA. Neither had she, at least not after coming out, and neither had Izuku, at least not outside of Bakugo. Birds of a feather, she supposed. Birds of an awkward, but adorable, feather. Please give a warm welcome to classes 1A and 1B of the Heroic Department. Kaminari, in midnight right now, Izuku supposed, announced, and he followed Yamamoto, who as class president was leading their class, out of the tunnel that they in Class 1B had been waiting in. But our hero students aren't the only ones hoping to impress you. Don't forget classes 1C, 1D, and 1E of the General Department. And along with them, Izuku mostly tuned her introductions out as Jiro leaned into him. Bakugo is player representative, right? She asked. How's that going to go? What do you mean? He asked. Izuku was, honestly, mostly just trying to keep his own cool. The press of students and the audience beyond them was thick enough that his Quirks sight was a little overwhelming, and while it wasn't as bad as All Might, Togata-senpai, or Hato-senpai, he was surrounded here and wasn't able to simply look away. Well, I don't dislike the guy, but... Well, he may be your best friend, but even you have to admit that he's not terribly personable. He nodded. That's true, but that's also why I helped him write his speech. Izuku gave her a grin, hiding his nervousness. After all, he wasn't nervous about Kaken's speech, which he had approved the previous night. It'll still have his usual flair, but I think it'll go fine. If you say so. Our player representative for the first years is, of course, the top-scoring student overall in the entrance examination. Midnight was now saying, "Please give a round of applause for Katsuki Bakugo." Kaken approached the mic and waited for the applause to begin to die down before he leaned close to it and said, flatly, "I'm gonna win." There was a moment of stunned shock. Then most of the students, and a decent portion of the audience too, Izuku thought, started yelling, not happy with what they perceived as Kaken's arrogance. Concerned for a moment, he turned to Jiro. "Violet, how are you handling the noise? Are you okay?" Yamamo seemed to have had the same thought, turning and putting a hand under the hem of her jacket as she asked, "Do you need earmuffs?" She tapped something in her ears, turning her head to show him. "I got some fancy earplugs from the support department for just that purpose, don't worry. They only go so far, but they can handle something like this as long as I'm not right in the middle of it." "Ah, good idea." Up on stage, Kaken let his audience riot for a moment, seeming to revel in their anger with a faint smile, before he held up a hand, quieting them. "I'm gonna win," he said again, "but just because the top spot is reserved doesn't mean the rest of you can slack off. All of us are here to show the world what we can do, and you'd better be giving it your all." He pointed into the crowd of gathered students, pointing, although few would realize he had a specific target, directly at Izuku. "I'll see you on the winner's podium." As he turned to leave, it once again took a moment for the audience to respond, but when they did it was with cheers and renewed applause. Yamamo nodded at Izuku. "You were right, Izuku, that went quite well." "He may not be very personable, but he's certainly got charisma," Jiro admitted. Izuku just grinned, feeling enough pride in his best friend to completely defeat his nervousness. "Begin." There was a distinct crackling sound, one which everyone in 1A immediately recognized as the sound of Todoroki's ice growing, and growing quickly. Izuku leapt into the air, coming back down into a crouch on the thick layer of ice that had sprouted up to freeze people's feet to the ground and prevent them from even making it out of the gate. The devastating first move from Shoto Todoroki. The voice of Yamada-san fully in character as present mic echoed from speakers all through the stadium. His quirk, half hot half cold. He can create fire from his left side, while his right allows him to create ice, as he's just done. Todoroki was a recommended student, and he's proving why he earned that recommendation here, came the ever-flat tones of Aizawa, who was apparently the other commentator. He simultaneously slowed his competitors and began forging a path forward for himself. Side effect of his quirk also lets him move on ice without fearing sliding or loss of balance. By blazing a trail of ice, he can guarantee flat, level ground for himself. Izuku let out a bright puff of life force. His soul sank into the ice, some of which wrapped around his feet and shoes, creating a pair of ice-forged ice skates. A momentary wobble while he stood, and then Izuku was off, following Todoroki's trail. The skates should let him move faster and more safely on the ice than anyone else could. But, Aizawa continued, Todoroki's ice can also be an opportunity, as anything can on a battlefield. That's right. Izuku Midoriya, also from Class 1A, is hot on Todoroki's trail, skating along as though he was born on the ice. That was an exaggeration. While Izuku was a decent skater, he was having to pay too much attention to his feet and his balance to defend himself. This was a mistake, he realized as he came up on Todoroki, because the thermokinetic didn't seem to have the same problem. Todoroki spun to face Izuku as he approached, pausing his run just long enough to send a wave of ice towards him. A moment later, Izuku was thoroughly immobilized. Freezing Midoriya over, Todoroki maintains his lead. But who's coming up right behind Midoriya? Are these more 1A students? Asai. You know they are, Aizawa complained as Bakugo flew over Izuku's head, propelled by a trail of explosions. Ida wasn't following the ice trail, but was moving just as fast despite the rough ground. Izuku wondered if they had been caught briefly by the ice, to have not caught up until now. Izuku breathed more of his soul into the ice as other students began to pass him as well, ordering it to break apart around him. A moment later, he was running again, fighting a shiver. Maybe he thought he wouldn't follow quite so close to Todoroki this time. Momo wasn't terribly worried about the race, at least not yet. While she wasn't the fastest runner, she had excellent endurance, and she fully expected the obstacles to give her a chance to shine and make up for any time she lost by not being the fastest student out there. On the other hand, she hadn't expected the first obstacle to be quite this daunting. A quartet of absolutely massive robots, towering over even the nearby stadium. Where on earth had they been hiding, she wondered, slowing almost to a stop as they became clear. Most of our heroics department students have already seen these robots. They appeared in the physical exam. Recommended students, however, faced a different test. How will Todoroki handle these monsters? Probably dash. All three of the robots were suddenly engulfed in ice, freezing them in their tracks. Like that. Makes me wonder, is Todoroki simply not worried about other students taking advantage of this opening? Surely, they'll be able to pass by these zero-pointers without trouble now. Not at all, was Aizawa-sensei's response, as the ice began to crack, the robots quickly freeing themselves. He used the minimum of ice, freezing them only for the few seconds necessary for him to pass. Those behind him will still face this challenge. And how will they deal with it? Let's see. Momo tore open her jacket, already with a schematic in mind. The massive cannon began emerging from her midriff, and, "Hey, Yamamoto!" Izuku cried, passing her. "Wanna see how I got second place in the entrance exam?" The green-haired boy launched himself for the zero-pointer and was instantly caught in its massive hand. Yamamoto gasped, almost losing track of the minigun, but Izuku was still grinning. He blew thick, glowing white smoke into the massive robot, which, after a few seconds, began glowing with the aura that showed he was animating it into a golem. Izuku Midoriya, yet another powerful 1A student. His quirk, Breath of Life. He can pass on his own life force into anything he chooses, with the effect changing depending on whether that target is alive or dead. With robots like these, he flat-out hijacks them. The zero-pointer, now under Izuku's control, deposited him on its massive shoulder. He waved at Yamamoto, then patted the robot, which swung its arms to punch out the other two. That accomplished, it began marching towards the finish line, not moving terribly quickly, but with a distinct inevitability. That, Aizawa declared, is a student not worried about leaving openings. And why would he? Keep an eye on Midoriya, folks, he's a contender. Perhaps. While his new transport will certainly let him ignore the remaining obstacles, those big robots aren't designed to move quickly. The question is, will he make up enough time in the obstacles to catch up? And will another student decide to take him on to slow him down further? Momo pulled herself together, refusing to gape at Izuku's display of power any longer. She finished the cannon, already halfway through the barrel, but swapped out the lethal ammunition she had planned to use against the robots for rubber bullets. She kicked off her shoes and replaced them with Quirk-made roller skates. Izuku wasn't the only one who could provide his own transportation, she swore, spinning the minigun to face behind her and starting to fire. Another display of ingenuity, Momo Yaoyorozu is now firing a minigun into the ground to propel herself with the force of its kickback. Another recommended student showing her potential. She began making it to deal with the robots, however. When Midoriya did it first, she didn't waste the energy and effort, instead repurposing it. What are you feeding these kids? Dadan coming in at 7th place, Momo Yaoyorozu, sailing through the minefield with ease thanks to a metal detector. Kyoka sighed as she approached the minefield, feeling distinctly mediocre in comparison to her friends. While Todoroki had scored the first-place trophy and Sparky had taken second place, Izuku had gotten third, and now Yamamoto was in the top 10 as well. She, on the other hand, might barely squeeze into the top 40, she estimated, judging from how many people, many of them from Class 1B, if she wasn't mistaken, were slowly picking their way through the field. Or maybe not even that. The minefield had doubtlessly started out pretty crowded with mines, but half of them had already blown. The more mines went off, the easier people in the rear could make it through. It was a pretty smart idea for a final obstacle, Kyoka had to admit, as it bunched people up and allowed for last-minute upsets, like when Ida had zoomed his way right through it without pausing, somehow being lucky enough to not step on any mines, and taken fourth place despite having seriously struggled with the giant pits. Thank God for those pits, Kyoka thought. And for her interest in parkour. If not for that obstacle, she wouldn't even be as far ahead as she was. She approached the minefield cautiously, even knowing that many of them were gone already and that they weren't terribly dangerous anyway. The prospect of voluntarily stepping into a minefield was a daunting one. A few moments later, though, she was relaxing. The mines, as it turned out, emitted a high-pitched electrical hum, which her sensitive ears could pick up easily, even through the high-tech earplugs that she still wore. There was no way she could miss that. Who needs a metal detector, Yamamoto? Kyoka whispered to herself with a grin, practically waltzing through the minefield. She had this covered. A surprise 10th place upset from Kyoka Jiro, who seems to have mastered the minefield with ease. Top 10. Take that, anxiety. A Cavalry battle, huh? Izuku muttered. I have a lot of points on me already, but not as many as Todoroki. A defensive strategy would probably still carry me into the second round, especially if I team up with other people who finished well. Actually, with people as competitive as Bakugo and Todoroki around, even just holding onto the headband we start with would likely get us to the next round. But it won't be easy unless we get exactly the right team. Momo put a hand on his shoulder, bringing him out of his thoughts. I don't suppose I might have a place in that team, Izuku? He blinked up at her. Are you sure? Of course, why wouldn't I be? You're an excellent planner, much better than me, I think. My talents as a leader seem to lie more in the commanding itself. He nodded. All right, with the two of us, I know exactly who to grab. Any ideas how I can fit in? Jiro asked, approaching them. Izuku tilted his head to the side. I think so. You're good at sword and shield fighting, right? Sure, Yamamoto has been helping me practice with that. Then if I can get the fourth member I want, we'll have a great setup. Who is that, Izuku? Momo asked. She glanced across the field, seeing many of the other students already forming groups. Todoroki seemed to be recruiting Ida, Uraraka, and a pink-haired girl that, judging from the equipment she was outfitting them with, seemed to be from the support department. Bakugo had Kirishima, Ishido, and seemed to be trying to recruit Zero. Kaminari, the green-haired boy said. No need to explain, I'll get him, Momo assured Izuku, trusting that he had his reasons. Perhaps, she thought as she forged through the spread-out crowd of students towards the electric boy, it was because he had worked with Momo and Jiro in the USJ attack, and Izuku wanted to make sure that they had a group that would work together well? I don't know, Kaminari was saying to a student from 1B, someone with long gray hair and strange markings around his eyes. I see what you're saying about our quirks having synergy, but Kaminari-kun, Momo interrupted, will you join my team? We need you for our plan. He turned to be able to see them both. Maybe. I'm trying to figure out where my best. Wait, did you call me Kaminari-kun? She blinked in surprise. I suppose I did. I'm sorry, Kaminari. I didn't mean to be so familiar without permission. No, it's fine. He assured her. I'm glad you think of me as a friend. I'll be on your team. She gave an apologetic smile to the gray-haired student before they began walking back to Izuku and Jiro. So, what's your plan? Well, it's Izuku's plan, she confessed, and I went to grab you before he could explain it. I didn't want someone else to snatch you up. But he said we needed you, and I trust him. Kaminari nodded. Sure. He'd never lie, certainly not to you. Ah, good, you got him. Izuku said brightly as they approached. Yup. The blonde gave him a double thumbs up. What's the plan? I'd betting that our quirks have some powerful synergy, Izuku told Kaminari. You get some powerful backlash if you use too much electricity, right? Yeah, it kind of leaves me useful for a half hour or so. I would only be able to do that once. Not when I'm enhancing you, I bet. You'd be able to pull off big shocks whenever you wanted. Oh, great. But that would hit the rest of you too, right? That's where Yamamoto comes in, Izuku explained. She can make insulation to keep us safe from your electricity. And, Jiro added, weapons too. If we plug them into you with cables, we'll all be able to shock anyone who gets too close, even if you're not built up to another shock just yet. And our points added together should carry us into the third round, as long as we keep our headband. An excellent plan, as I expected, Momo said approvingly, and Izuku blushed. But who should be the rider? You should, Izuku told her. Violet, Kaminari, and I are all within an inch of the same height, so you'll have a nice stable platform, and we'll also have freedom of movement to make any other equipment we need. Besides, she grinned. That's the leader's position, right? Momo's eyes crinkled as she smiled at him. Sounds perfect. To us. It's time for the third event, declared. Midnight, and it is, as always, a tournament. We happen to have 16 survivors from the previous round, so there are no complications and no free passes. Our first round is displayed on the screen. Izuku Midoriya versus Denki Kaminari. Ibra Shiozaki versus Hitoshi Shinszo. Shoto Todoroki versus Masahiro Ojiro. Mei Hatsum versus Tenya Ida. Mina Ishido versus Tetsu. Ojiro Kirishima versus Momo Yaoyorozu. Ochako Uraraka versus Hantashiro. Kyoka Jiro versus Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku frowned up at the board. All my friends are going up against each other in the first round, he complained. I'm up against you, Kaminari-kun, he said to his cavalry teammate. Kirishima against Yamamoto, Violet against Kakin. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, I'll go easy on you, Kaminari said with a wink. Jiro, on the other hand, maybe you should worry about. We're first up too, he complained. I'll have no time at all to think. I'd swap with you if I could, Jiro said. Waiting to go last is just going to make me so anxious. Will the first contestants please make your way to the ring? Midnight ordered. And all others, please exit the field. Izuku climbed up to the concrete ring, Kaminari making his way to the other side, as the other 14 who made it through round 2 left, Yamamoto and Jiro waving goodbye, Kirishima giving a brief cheer, and Kakin just bumping into his shoulder with a warning not to lose. So, like I said, I'll go easy on you, Kaminari promised. Don't worry about going easy on me, Izuku responded. You'll have more important things to deal with. Start. We begin with a pair of teammates from the previous round. Present mic boomed. Izuku Midoriya and Denki Kaminari. His quirk, electrification. We've already seen their quirks work together. What will happen when they go head-to-head? Kaminari walked forward slowly, electricity dancing across his skin as he began charging up. Izuku had seen enough of his quirk in the previous round to know what that meant. He was preparing for a 1 million volt shockwave, clearly intending to take Izuku out and then recover in time for the second round. Izuku, however, had no intention of letting him win so easily. He took a deep breath, then blew a thick layer of mist out over the field, allowing it to slowly sink into the concrete and bring it to life. As the mist covered his feet, rising almost to his and Kaminari's knees before beginning to subside into a glowing aura, he kicked off his shoes, letting his bare feet touch the surface of the arena. After the robot in the first round, this represented a significant expenditure of energy, but he was still a ways from running out. Sorry, Kaminari, he began, sending a bit of his soul into the concrete, putting the skills that Cementos had drilled into him to the test. Hey, what gives? The blonde asked, unable to take another step. The mist of Izuku's life force finally sank into the concrete enough to reveal a pair of hands that had reached out of the arena to grab him around his ankles. You dash. But I have to meet Kakin in the finals. The hands extended further into a pair of long arms, held up by a spindly, concrete body. Kaminari was lifted right off his feet and held upside down by his ankles by the golem as it emerged from the arena. Kaminari struggled in its stony grip, but it was only a few seconds later that it had strode to the edge of the ring and dropped Kaminari off the edge of it. Kaminari is out of bounds. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight declared. No hard feelings, right? Izuku called. No hard feelings. Kaminari assured him a moment later. Ow. Izuku returned to Class 1 as box a few minutes later, and after spotting an open seat next to Jiro and Yamamoto, he started heading over there. Before he could arrive, however, Ojiro-san tapped him on the shoulder. Can we talk for a moment, Midoriya? The martial artist asked. Sure, what's up? I have to get to the waiting rooms, but keep an eye on this next match, Ojiro told him. You might be going up against Shinszo and, well, I wouldn't want you to be blindsided. He tilted his head, confused. Shinszo, you were on his team in the last event, right? So they tell me, Ojiro said with a sigh. He has some kind of mental quirk. The last thing I remember in the second event was him asking me if I wanted to team up. I said, maybe, and the next thing I knew the round was over. And it definitely wasn't just adrenaline, right? Izuku asked. It's not that I don't believe you, just want to confirm. I mean, that whole event is a bit of a blur for me too, if I'm being honest. Definitely not just adrenaline, he confirmed. Like I said, I don't know exactly what the trigger is, but I don't want you to be unprepared. I just wish I had been able to get a hold of Shiozaki too, but she was also caught last round, so I suppose she's forewarned already. Izuku clapped him on the shoulder. You did what you could, he said. Now you had better get to the waiting rooms. Good luck, Midoriya. To you as well. Izuku continued, taking the seat next to his friends, and Jiro leaned in as Shinszo and Shiozaki stepped onto the field. So who do you think is going to win? She asked. Another match of former teammates. Anything can happen this round. I don't know, Izuku confessed. Shiozaki's quirk seems very powerful, but Ojiro seems to think that Shinszo has a mental quirk of some kind, and those are always tricky. It's the plant-based assassin versus the general studies kid who's beating the odds. It could go either way, Yamamoto agreed. Neither of them are part of our class, so we don't really know what their capabilities are. We'll see in a moment, Izuku said, leaning forward. Begin. Midnight called. Izuku desperately wished there were microphones set up in the ring so that the audience could hear what was being said as Shinszo began speaking. He spread his arms, clearly, making some kind of theatrical point, and Shiozaki tilted her head as though thinking. A moment later, though, the vines that sprouted from her head were rushing towards her opponent. He dove to the side, trying to avoid them and clearly still yelling something, but all Izuku could make out was the tone of his anger. It was only a moment later that he was caught. Midnight leaned forward and said something, probably asking if he yielded. Shinszo shook his head and said something else to Shiozaki, who finally responded and instantly went slack where she stood. Shinszo grinned and spoke again. Shiozaki set him down, then turned and walked out of the arena before seeming to come back to herself. Shiozaki is out of bounds. The winner is Hitoshi Shinszo. Midnight announced after a moment of surprise. Shino's quirk must be some kind of mind control, Yamamoto said. Ojiro-san was right. Izuku nodded in agreement. Definitely. It looked like it relied on a response to something he said. Shiozaki refused to answer him until she thought she had caught him, but he got her after that. He glanced at Jiro. Did you hear what he was saying, Violet? I didn't catch much of it myself. She shook her head. Sorry, Quirk. I heard it, but it was kind of personal. I don't think I should repeat it, but you'll probably hear it yourself next round. Oh. Yamamoto sighed as Ida left the rind, going to wait for his own battle. It's Ojiro against Todoroki next. Is it weird to say that I feel bad for Ojiro? Izuku asked as their classmates walked onto the field. Another 1A vs 1A battle. More than half of your class made it here. What are you teaching them, Aizawa? They're not making it here just off of what I taught them, Aizawa-sensei commented as midnight began the match, but off of what they learned from the USJ attack. They've seen real combat, and that gives them advantage in competitions of this nature. They know the importance of being. An enormous glacier of ice engulfed Ojiro despite his attempts to dodge, and he immediately conceded. Decisive. That, Jiro declared, was a disaster. I feel rather bad for him, Momo admitted as she watched Ida-san, still stunned by the events of his match with Hatsuma, leave the field. Being humiliated like that can't have been fun, even he'll be going on to the next round. And to face off with Todoroki there, Izuku pointed out. Although he's got a better change than most of us would, his speed might let him push Todoroki out before he could be caught by his ice. Hey, Yamamo, you should probably get going, Jiro told her. You're up after Ashido, get to the waiting room. Good luck against Kirishima. Izuku said cheerfully. I may need it, she admitted. But I'll do my best. And she would have to, Momo thought to herself as she made her way down. She wasn't bad in a fight, but it wasn't her specialty, and she tended to fight with a weapon of some sort, which took time to create. Kirishima got to her too quickly, she would be no match for him in hand-to-hand, not to mention that he was considerably stronger than her, physically speaking. She watched Ashido struggle against Tetsu-san as she tried to come up with a plan to deal with Kirishima. His steel form seemed to be able to withstand the strongest acids the pink-haired girl was willing or able to produce, meaning that her only advantage lay in mobility, but she couldn't think of much. Momo had relied on Izuku to come up with plans so far, focusing on carrying them out and working in the moment. It had worked for them so far, but, she was beginning to realize, might ultimately be a weakness. They wouldn't be together forever, after all, and she tried to ignore the twinge of sadness at that thought, because whatever Jiro said, she didn't have a crush, it was just that he was her best friend, and if she always let Izuku make the plans, it would leave her weaker later. She had to be able to do some things on her own. Think through what you and your opponent can do, think through the consequences. What would she have done without a plan? Perhaps tried to produce a shield, something to hold off her foe long enough to make something more powerful. But a shield wasn't terribly fast to produce, and she realized, would also leave her on the defensive. It would be easy for Kirishima to simply continue attacking and drive her back without giving her a moment to retaliate, even if he couldn't break the shield. Something else, that a shield was too defensive. Perhaps a weapon? But Kirishima's defense was his strongest attribute. She would need time to make something powerful in order to drive him back, time that she was unlikely to get. So, she needed to slow him down. Momo nodded. Yes, she could do this. A net, coated in glue, that was something she could make in an instant, and it would slow Kirishima down long enough that she could make an air cannon to blow Kirishima right off the ring. Hopefully. It didn't work out the way she had hoped. Oh, the net had come out fine, and then she began building the air cannon, but Kirishima wasn't as trapped as she had hoped. He had managed to hold the glue-covered trap in the air, preventing it from fusing with the ground and immobilizing him even for the few moments she had hoped for, and then had simply rushed her. He had pushed her right out of the ring before she could even react. It had been disheartening to realize that her plan had been such a failure that she had lost in the first round of the tournament. Well, more than disheartening, really. Momo had started to cry when she realized she had lost, even as Kirishima apologized for, whatever I did, I don't know what's wrong but I'm sorry. She hadn't returned to the class's box, not wanting to face her best friends right now. She was such a failure, even after successfully leading them through the second event, and on top of being a failure she was a mess, her makeup totally ruined by her tears and the glue that had stuck her hair and… Yamamo, are you in here? She heard Izuku call into the locker room that she was hiding in. Momo sniffed and didn't respond, hoping that he would move on. But no luck, she heard Jiro tell him, I can hear her heartbeat, she's definitely in here. Yamamo? Yamamo, we came to cheer you up, if you want us to go, say so, but otherwise we're coming in. She said nothing. They came in. Her best friends sat on the bench on either side of her, each one leaning against a shoulder, and wrapped her in a group hug. They didn't say anything, just let her feel their presence and their support, and Momo cried. After a minute or two, she managed to whisper, "Thank you." "Hey, you do the same thing for us," Jiro muttered, lifting her head from Momo's shoulder. "What's going through that pretty little head of yours?" Momo blushed a little and began, stammering, to explain the useless plan that she had come up with, and how terrible she felt about it failing, and once again, Izuku's voice cut through her anxious thoughts. "That was a good plan, Yamamoto," he assured her, lifting his own head. She blinked. "Really? You think so?" He nodded. "It's basically what I would have come up with as well. My only addition would have been to create a staff before going for the air cannon, so that if the net failed you could keep him away from you." "That would have been better," she admitted. But nothing. "Yamamoto, you haven't made a ton of battle plans yet. Haven't you heard it said that the first part of being good at something is skiing at it?" She chuckled, then sniffed, wiping a tear away. "I've been told that, yes," she agreed. "But I don't know if I've ever really faced up to it before. Up until now, I just too perfect at everything?" Jiro teased. "Never faced failure before?" I suppose not. Everyone fails sometimes," Izuku told her. "It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you a failure to fail at something." Momo nodded, slowly. Thank you." She created a handkerchief and began cleaning her face, wiping away her tears and ruined makeup. Then, with a moment's concentration, she recreated her makeup, leaving no sign that she had ever been crying. "Wow, wish it was that easy for me," Jiro commented. Momo blinked at her, then panicked. "Kayakun, your fight is up next, you have to dash." She laughed. "It's okay, Yamamoto, it's Uraraka against Zero right now. It'll take a while." "And did you just call me Kayakun?" I guess I did, didn't I?" Momo said, trying to calm down. She didn't want Kayakun to miss her match for her. "You're really making progress on being less formal," Izuku said, giving her a proud smile. "It's been really nice to watch," Kayakun told her, giving her another hug. "But, I probably should go get ready. Foregone conclusion or not, I don't want to miss the match." "Might win." Izuku tried to offer. "No," she said. "No," Momo agreed. "No," Izuku agreed. Kyoka stepped onto the ring across from Bakugo, who stood there with his hands casually in his pockets. "Our last match of the first round, Katsuki Bakugo versus Kyoka Jiro. Give it up, everyone." Kyoka tried to tune out the cheers, especially as Bakugo, who seemed to be ignoring the crowds entirely, started to speak, surprising as he ignored even Midnight telling them to begin. "I think we both know there's no way you're going to beat me," he said. "Yeah," she agreed, "but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try." "You shouldn't." He turned his head to show her his ears, tapping them. "Dunno if Deku's told you, but I'm basically deaf because of my quirk. I rely on lip reading and hearing aids." "And with your quirk?" Kyoka's heart sank as she realized what he was getting at. "Oh. Yeah. This is all just a FANG school competition. If you actually had a chance, I wouldn't mind so much, but I don't want to risk permanently damaging your hearing when we already know how this is going to turn out." She sighed, half disappointed in herself. She had known she wasn't going to win the tournament, had known that even getting to the third event was a long shot. But she hadn't wanted to just give up in the first round. And yet, "You're right," she admitted. "Midnight Sensei, I forfeit." She returned to One's box, not wanting to make Yamamoto and Izuku come searching for her, as she knew they would if she didn't. "You never told me Bakugo was deaf, Green," she said, punching him. "I wouldn't spread it around without his permission," Izuku told her, rubbing his arm where she had punched him. "But yeah, he is. And I should have realized before you went down there." "It's okay, he warned me. You know, he's not as bad as he seems." The green-haired boy gave her a look somehow, despite his lack of any pupils or iris. "Gee, however could I guess that my brother from another mother isn't as bad as he seems?" Before long, Izuku found himself standing across from the lavender-haired student from General Studies, the brainwasher. Shinszo reminded him rather strongly of Aizawa-sensei. They both had the same mix of intensity and lack of care, the same hooded lids that made him wonder if they had slept any more than he had these last few weeks. They both had devastatingly effective quirks. 2. Aizawa's ability to suppress quirks could instantly shut down a wide variety of villains, while Shinszo's could beat anyone if they fell for it. "Shinszo-san," Izuku said to him as they stepped into the ring. Shiozaki hadn't seemed to be taken over by his quirk until she responded to him, not just spoke to him, and Ojiro's story bore out the same, so it should be safe. Besides, the match hadn't started yet. "You have an incredible quirk. Why aren't you in the heroics department?" The taller boy blinked in surprise. "That I took the exam, but my quirk doesn't work on robots," he responded after a moment. "Not all of us can be as lucky as you. That's why I intend to win this tournament and move into the heroics course that way." We move into round 2 with Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinszo. After an exciting first round, filled with matches between classmates and teammates, we're finally in a match between two people who haven't gone up against each other. "Present mic" boomed from the announcer's box. That's right, all they've seen of each other is this very tournament. "This match is one that will be won, or lost, by information," Aizawa commented. Shinszo's quirk works best when the opponent isn't aware of it. Midoriya's, meanwhile, has a number of subtle aspects that are easy to miss, but can be very important. Depending on what they've learned about each other watching the other matches, this match could be over very quickly. "Begin," Midnight ordered them. "Honestly," Shinszo said, crouching slightly and clearly ready to dodge if Izuku brought the stagey to life again, "I'm a little jealous of your quirk. It's bright, flashy, and perfect for heroics. I saw you enhanced your teammates in the Cavalry battle, which would already make you an incredible hero. Being able to bring things to life on top of that is just unfair." Izuku didn't say anything, instead simply releasing a break of mist, allowing it to sink into his clothes rather than the ring. After the giant robot in the first round, he was finally approaching the end of what he had stolen from Nomu, and wanted to reserve some strength for fighting Todoroki and Bakugo. So instead of bringing the ring to life, he animated his gym uniform, keeping a steady flow of his soul into it to make sure it didn't begin acting unless he was caught by Shinszo's quirk, but leaving it available as a backup plan. In the meantime, he brought up his fists into a combat-ready stance, beginning to advance on the other boy. Shinszo tilted his head curiously. "Not going to just overwhelm me with your quirk, like you did to your buddy?" he asked. "Now why would you do that? You must have some weakness of limitation, don't you?" Eraserhead did just say that information was important here. He began circling the edge of the ring, staying away from Izuku's careful approach. "Controlling something of that size or mass must be pretty draining, I bet. Maybe you were hoping to have more time to rest before the second round, but there's some pretty quick matches, huh?" He gave a lazy grin as Izuku tried not to react to his all-too-close guess. "Yeah, I think I'm working this out. Then again, you're no dummy either. You've obviously figured out my quirk as well. And in only one match too." Shiozaki couldn't keep this quiet, and she had already been under my brainwashing. Izuku bit his lip to keep himself from defending the vine-haired girl. She had obviously only responded to whatever he had said because she had thought the match over. Instead, he charged forward, hoping to bullrush Shinszo out of the ring as Kirishima-kun had done to Yamamo. Shino dodged fluidly even, attempting a kick at Izuku's rear to try and send him over the edge of the ring, but he parried it. They returned to their slow circling. "I really am jealous, you know," Shinszo told him. "Your quirk is just so perfect for heroics, better even than those combat monsters you've got in your class, the Ice King and the Lord of Explosions. Mine, on the other hand." He gave a theatrical sigh. "I've always wanted to be a hero, but when you can brainwash people with a word, you get pegged a villain pretty young. Can you even imagine what that's like, Midoriya? To think of yourself as a monster at the age of 5? Izuku couldn't stop himself. "I know what that's like dash." Out of bounds. "Izuku Midoriya is the winner," Midnight called. Izuku blinked, confused. He had lost track of time. No, he had been brainwashed, had been unable to keep from expressing his sympathies for Shinszo, and been caught. The last thing he had known, he was circling, looking for an opening, and now Shino was lying outside the ring, and Izuku was standing just inside it. Midnight had called the match, so he hopped off the arena to offer Shinszo a hand up. The tired-looking boy seemed shocked. "What the hell was that?" he asked. "I got you and then. You just rushed at me." I dodged and parried and fought back, but you barely moved like you were human, throwing your body around like a madman. Despite his discomfort, however, he took Izuku's hand and let himself be pulled to his feet. "What sportsmanship?" Present Mike shouted. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. "I brought my uniform to life near the beginning of the match, with orders to keep me in the ring and get you out of it, and I continually countermanded that up until you caught me with your quirk. My golems don't need me to actively control them, so..." He shrugged. Shinszo sighed. He was right, lack of information was my downfall. I'd have been better off trying to just fight you. "Maybe. What did you mean, that you knew what it was like?" he asked, and Izuku flinched a little. "That was exactly what I felt like at 5'2", he confessed. Like I was a monster who had brought nothing but trouble to my family. The reason was different. No one called me a villain for my quirk, but I thought so, which is almost as bad. Worse, even," Shinszo said after a moment. "Why did you think you were a villain?" "I'll tell you what," Izuku told him after a moment. "When I see you in the heroics department, I'll tell you. You think I'll be able to get in? I didn't win the tournament." "You still did really well. Getting through the first 2 events is pretty impressive, and you're the only non-heroic student to make it into the second round," Izuku pointed out. "And there's an open spot in 1A. So yeah, I think they'd be mad not to give you the chance." A slow smile spread across Shinszo's face, and not the lazy, sardonic one he had worn in their match, but a shy, sincere smile. "Thanks, Midoriya. See you there." "You seem to have a nice chat with Shinszo down there," Momo commented as Izuku returned to the box. "Make a new friend?" "Maybe," he said, leaning forward. "He's hoping to be transferred into the heroics department." "Good luck to him on that," said Kayakun. "Who do you think will win here?" "Like I said earlier, it depends on whether or not Ida can move fast enough to get Todoroki out of the ring before he gets frozen over." "Apparently not," said Momo shortly afterward. "You have to face him next, right, Izuku?" He nodded. "Yeah. I have a plan though, so don't worry." She smiled at him. I know you can take him." "Thanks, Yamamo." "I'm not so sure," Kayakun teased. Thanks, Kayakun." Up next it's Ojiro Kirishima versus Tetsu. Kirishima's quirk, hardening, can make him as tough as solid steel, while Tetsu's quirk can transform him into steel. Who could possibly come out ahead in this clash of invulnerable titans? "This should be interesting," Izuku commented. "Their quirks are so similar it'll probably come down to which of them is more skilled, rather than whose quirk trumps whose, as many of these matches have been. I feel bad for that Steel kid though. His name is literally just Steel, 4 times in a row. How much did his parents hate him?" Kayakun joked, and Momo giggled. "Well, it may all be pronounced similarly, but the kanji are all different," Izuku pointed out. "I would say it means something more like iron-piercing conviction of steel. I guess most parents don't actually think about what the names they give mean, though, so maybe it was just for the repetition of steel." "Maybe not, but Kayakun was interrupted by a chuckle. "Sorry, just overheard what Sharktooth said to Steel there. Apparently he's getting revenge for Ashido's loss to him, and now Steel is crying about how manly that is." "He is?" asked Ashido, leaning over the row of seats that separated her, Bakugo, and where Kirishima had been sitting from Momo, Kayakun, and Izuku. "That chivalrous she said, her cheeks a little colored. "He should be focused on his own fight right now, not mine." "Hey, private conversation," Kayakun said, one of her earplugs poking Ashido in the nose and making her sit up straight again. "Well, you're talking nice and loud." "I think motivating himself with you worked for him, Ashido," Momo said, pointing. "Look, he just won." "Oh, Kirikin." Ashido cheered. "He did it. That means he gets to face me next round," Bakugo put in with a fierce grin. "I'm looking forward to it too." "You'll have to get through Uraraka-chan first, Bakken. Don't get too hasty." He scoffed at the pink-haired girl. "I'm planning on making it all the way to the end. Why are you surprised?" Shouldn't you have been in a waiting room already? Momo asked the explosive blonde. Your match with her is starting in a moment. Indeed, Uraraka was already walking out onto the field. Bakugo stood and stretched, his arms over his head for a moment. I don't need a waiting room to prepare in, I was born ready. Then he planted a foot on the armrest between Momo and Izuku and leapt out of the box towards the arena, explosions propelling him farther and slowing his fall. Hey SpaceX, I'm coming for you. Izuku burst out laughing as Momo and Kayakun gaped. How on earth have you stayed sane after knowing him for 15 years? The purple-haired girl asked as Midnight scolded Bakugo, although the blonde seemed to be taking it as praise. I wonder how this match will go? Momo murmured. We haven't seen Bakugo fight with his quirk since that first battle trial, and you were very familiar with each other already. I'm curious how he'll fight someone he's never fought before. The answer she saw was, cautiously. The match was much more drawn out than many of the previous matches had been, with Bakugo doing his level best to stay well away from Uraraka, fending her off with explosions even as she tried to get close to him. He's wary of her quirk, Izuku explained. One touch would essentially end the fight, any explosion would send him off the pitch, and while he might be able to get back, he's used to booming his way through the air with gravity, not without it. Kakin won't want to risk doing that for the first time in a competition. So he's taking her seriously, not picking on her like the crowd seems to think? Ashido asked. Definitely, Izuku told her, even as Aizawa began scolding the audience for that very assumption. He's going to win, but that's because she's more worn out than he is. She had a long fight against Zero last round, while Violet forfeited to him. Why did you anyway? Ashido asked Kayakun. I have enhanced hearing, the purple-haired girl explained. Going up against someone who uses explosions could very easily result in me having no hearing. I didn't even think about that, sorry. She sighed. I hadn't thought about it either. I'm just glad that Sparky did. He's a good guy, Izuku agreed. He's not great at expressing his feelings, but he cares a lot. Ashido tilted her head curiously. Yeah. Maybe there's still hope then. Thanks Izuku. Hey, don't call me. She had already left, meeting Kirishima as he re-entered the box and chattering at him excitedly. Never mind, the green-haired boy sighed. You don't want her to call you Izuku? Momo asked him. He shook his head. I like that being your thing, you know? The two of you, and yes, Kayakun, I've noticed that you call me it too, sometimes. Yeah, well you haven't stuck with Violet all the time either, so it seemed fair. It is. But it's like I told you, Yamamo, Izuku said, it would be weird for anyone but Kakin to call me Deku. I don't want anyone but you to call me Izuku. So it has nothing to do with disliking Ashido? Kayakun asked. He cast a quick glance at the pink-haired girl to make sure that she wasn't paying any attention to them. I don't dislike her, it's just. I don't think she's good for Kakin. Only the best for him, huh? Yes. He deserves the best. And that's not Ashido? Said Momo. Well. It sure sounds like you don't like her, Kayakun pressed. She grates on me a little bit. She's too sunny and energetic and she's that way all the time, Izuku explained. This from our resident sunshine boy, Momo said with a sigh. I'm not, he sighed, leaning forward and resting his head in his hands. I'm not a sunshine boy, he muttered. Momo laughed and ruffled his hair, exchanging a teasing grin with Kayakun. Kakin had seriously torn up the arena in his match against Uraraka, so Izuku was able to take his time as he wandered down to the waiting room in preparation for this third-round match against Todoroki. But, still stewing a little over Ashido calling him Izuku, he didn't really pay attention to where he was going, and it wasn't long before he realized that he was lost. Izuku knew how to deal with mazes, of course, and began following the left-hand rule, always turning left at every opportunity, feeling confident that he would find his room, or at least a part of the stadium that he recognized, before his match was due to begin. If worst came to worst, he could navigate by the blanket of energy above him, the bright stars of the audience's life force that he could see and feel. And speaking of life force, he saw two people ahead of him, their souls burning strong. strong and familiar. One of them, the less vibrant life, was like a bonfire in slow motion, flickering flames at glacial speed. Todoroki. The other was a full-speed blaze, a forest fire that pulsed and beat like a powerful heart. That must be Endeavor, Izuku decided, probably giving his son a mid-tournament pep talk for making it into the Final Four. He turned to leave. If Todoroki was here, this must be his side of the stadium, and Izuku's waiting room on the opposite side of the field, but found himself frozen metaphorically by a snippet of conversation. "Don't touch me," he heard Todoroki snap, and that was that. Izuku was no fool. Even if he had never guessed Todoroki was in this kind of situation, there was no one else around that could have tried to touch Todoroki, no one else for him to be upset at. And he remembered his talk with Aizawa-sensei after the USJ attack, remembered him saying that Todoroki had reasons not to use his quirk to the fullest. He couldn't blame himself for not noticing before, he supposed. He and Todoroki weren't exactly close. In fact, the only time they had spoken to each other was the morning Aizawa had announced the sports festival, when Todoroki had declared war. No, Izuku couldn't be blamed for not taking action until now. Now that he knew, however, how could he possibly call himself a hero in the future if he did nothing? Izuku swung around the corner, a brilliant smile on his face. "Hey, Shoto," he called, and the Torodokis, both tensely staring at each other, turned in surprise to look at him. "Weren't we going to meet before our match?" He met Todoroki's eyes with his own, desperately trying to send the message of, "Play along." Fortunately, Todoroki seemed to understand. "Just sorry, Izuku. My father wanted to wish me good luck." "Who the hell is this, Shoto?" Endeavor demanded. "This is my friend, Izuku," Todoroki said. "Would you mind giving us some privacy, father?" The huge man growled, but apparently decided that he couldn't do anything in front of a witness, began stalking away. Todoroki and Izuku both watched him, still tense, and rightly so, because he spun before he rounded the corner. "You're facing Shoto in the next match, aren't you, boy?" "Yes," Izuku confirmed. "Don't you dare hold back just because you're friends," Endeavor spat. "I want him to prove he's the best, and that means crushing everyone at their best. And you, Shoto," he met his son's eyes with a glare. "You're not allowed to hold back either." Then, finally he was gone, and Todoroki and Izuku breathed out. "Sorry about the familiarity," he said a moment later. "I read once that a good way to get abusers away is to step in and make yourself an obvious witness." "Abusers?" Izuku blinked. "I heard you tell him not to touch you. Did I read too much into that?" The bichromatic boy sighed. "No. But wondering how obvious it was." "That not very, but some stuff makes sense in hindsight," Izuku told him. "I wouldn't have guessed except I overheard you privately. The tone of your voice. You were frightened. No one should ever be scared of their family." "No. I assume this is why you don't use your fire?" Izuku asked. Todoroki nodded after a moment, and he continued, "I can understand that. I don't know what I can do to help, Todoroki, but if you need anything, please, just ask. I mean, hell, we have a guest room in my house if you need somewhere to go." Todoroki blinked at him, seeming shocked. "Just like that? You're offering up everything, your home even, just why?" "Because you need help," he answered. "And isn't that what being a hero is about?" The other nodded. "I suppose it is, although the old man probably wouldn't agree. Do you want to talk about it?" Izuku offered. "I know our match is starting soonish, but it kind of seems like you need to get this out." Todoroki was silent for a minute or two, Izuku waiting patiently for him to collect his thoughts, before finally saying, "Have you heard of quirk marriages?" "That," Izuku said when Todoroki finally finished his story, "is effed up. Todoroki, I'm so sorry you had to go through that." "It's fine," he said, although he was still just staring at his feet. I survived. Damn surviving. And Aizawa knows, he's working on a case to force Endeavor to give custody of me to my sister so we can leave, even if it's unlikely that he actually face charges. As the number 2 hero, he's a very powerful man. I'm glad you told Aizawa-sensei," Izuku said after a moment. I didn't, actually. He asked why I didn't use my fire after the apprehension test, and I told him that I didn't want to copy my father. After the USJ, he asked why. Apparently another student hadn't been using their full quirk, for a different reason, and the difference made him suspicious of my circumstances. Oh. Izuku rubbed the back of his head nervously. I think that was me. At the USJ was the first time I had drained energy. Consciously, at least, in 10 years. Aizawa asked me why I hadn't been using half my quirk, and, well, I see. Todoroki blinked at him. He wasn't very expressive, but that blink seemed to carry a lot of meaning. Why don't you use yours? I hurt someone the first time I did. Really badly. I guess I just never wanted to hurt someone like that again, Izuku explained. I still don't, I'm still not ready to use it really, but Aizawa convinced me that I'll need to be ready, at some point. If I don't. He said I won't be the best hero I can be otherwise, and it won't be me who pays for that. Todoroki stared. I can't. I won't use his fire, Midoriya. It's not his fire though, is it? It's yours. Maybe, Todoroki admitted. But that means it's my choice, doesn't it? There have been pro heroes who use ice, and do fine that way. I don't need my fire. But Todoroki, you could be so much better with your fire, Izuku wheedled. Your biggest weakness is hypothermia. If you overuse your ice, the fire would fix that, you could thermally regulate yourself, and the ice would prevent you from overheating too. I can use support items dash. What happens when you run into someone who you can't defeat with just ice? Izuku demanded. Who, exactly, can withstand a glacier to the face, Midoriya? Todoroki asked. Izuku opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. Then he grinned. Come out to the ring with me and I'll show you. Midoriya, you can't possibly dash. I'll show you, Izuku insisted. Come on, let's go have our match, and I'll prove that you can't beat everyone with ice alone. Because Todoroki, I promise you, if you only use ice against me, you'll lose. Are you both ready? Midnight asked Izuku and Todoroki as they stood on the field across from each other. They both nodded and she continued, Then begin. Izuku took a deep breath, Todoroki shifted slightly, and suddenly he was suspended over the stands, encased in a massive glacier. It might, he wondered, be even bigger than the one that Todoroki had used on Ojiro. He hadn't expected him to have this much left in him. Got something to prove, Todoroki? He called, getting a raised eyebrow in response. Oh. It looks like Midoriya is unable to continue dash. Not so fast, Midnight-sensei, he denied, then breathed out. Crackling energy traveled along the glacier, his soul sinking into it, until with a loud crack, it began to shape itself around him. Ice didn't take much vitality to animate. At all. The animator of 1A is refusing to yield, and instead bringing the entire glacier to life. Just how strong is this kid? Izuku shaped it into something like an extension of his body, thick plating over his torso to protect him, his arms and legs entirely covered in large extensions. Most of the ice he discarded, having it break away into snowflake-sized shards. He was finally running low on the energy stolen from the Nomu, and keeping such a large construct would drain him quickly. As the glacier broke into glittering shards, each sparking with his soul for a moment, he plummeted to the ground and came down in a three-point landing with a massive thud. Then he looked up at Todoroki and grinned. Like I said, what happens when you run into someone you can't defeat with just ice? Holy shit! Kayakun said, leaning practically over the edge of the box to see the fight. Momo grabbed the back of her jacket, afraid that she would fall out. Look at our boy, Yamamoto. Yes, I'm very proud of Izuku too, but can you please keep your center of balance on this side of the barrier? She begged. Bakugo, oddly, was frowning at the spectacle of his friends smashing through Todoroki's strategies. The ice-forged mech, reinforced by Izuku's quirk, was able to break through his increasingly frantic attempts to knock it out of the ring with ice. And on the occasions it had been damaged, the green-haired boy simply used the next blast of ice to fix it. Bakugo, Momo said, you seem disgruntled. He eyed her. Even less grunt-led than usual, she clarified. Izuku seems to be doing quite well against Todoroki. I thought you would be glad to see him make it to the finals? I would be, he grumbled, except the idiot's going to hurt himself. His FNG Quirk runs off his life force, remember? This goddamned robot he's got is going to eat through what he's got like nothing else. No way he can keep it going for long. He stole a sheet ton from that monster at the UFA though, Kayakun pointed out. Won't that help? Sure, but it's been weeks since then. And he's pulled some pretty big stuff already today. I don't know what Deku's playing at, he could have won already, but instead he's letting this be an endurance match. He may be trying to make a point, Momo said, slowly. Todoroki has both ice and fire as part of his quirk, yes? Yeah, but Icy Hot never uses the fire. Perhaps that's what Izuku is trying to get him to do? Using his own ice against him seems purposeful. Kayakun finally sat up properly, and Momo released her jacket. I think you're right, Yamamoto. Izuku's been saying stuff like, wouldn't it be nice if this ice melted, and, gosh it's cold in here, and dash. Wait, Bakugo interrupted. That idiot. I swear to God when he wakes up I'm going to shove his goddamn Quirk notebooks so far up his but they come out the other way. When he wakes up? Kayakun asked, and Momo, realizing what the blonde was getting at, felt her blood run cold. He'll be running through his energy even faster with his body encased in ice like that, won't he? She said, not even a question really, but Bakugo still nodded. Dumbass could keel over at any moment. Hey sexbot. Bakugo bellowed at Midnight Sensei. Call the F match before dash. A wash of fire spread over the field, instantly melting Izuku's armor. He landed heavily on the ground, wobbled a moment, gave Todoroki a thumbs up, and then collapsed. F dash. Kyoka felt rather guilty as she and Yamamoto went to the infirmary to check on Izuku. Bakugo and Kirishima had both insisted, since they had to go on to their own match. Of course, they would have checked on Izuku anyway, but she had just been watching and cheering for her friend, not even thinking about what his quirk did to him. Perhaps it was easy to forget how conservative he had had to be with his energy in that first week, with how much more freely he used it since USJ, but Bakugo had given them a stark reminder, and so had Izuku himself, by collapsing on the field. Kyoka had known in the abstract that Izuku's quirk could potentially harm him. She had not, until that moment, seen it. I hope he's all right, Yamamoto said as they knocked on the infirmary door, her voice sober. He'd better be, Kyoka muttered. The door swung open and Recovery Girl looked up at them. Come on in, girls, she said, and pointed to a bed where the green-haired boy lay. He's over there. They walked over to him and stared. Izuku had been heavily bandaged, and his hands and feet were resting in dishes of hot water. Was this what winning against Todoroki looked like? He looks really hurt, Kyoka eventually said. Is he going to be okay? He's too low on energy for me to heal him yet, the heroine told them, which means that he needs mundane treatment for both the hypothermia and burns. Once he's awake, I'll be able to use my quirk to heal him, but it's not anywhere near safe yet. Will he be all right though? Yamamoto asked, worried. Yes, he'll be fine, Recovery Girl said. The self-sacrificing idiot. She walked Izuku over the head with her cane, and he responded with a snore. See, she added, wouldn't be snoring if he was in any real danger. He's just going to have an unpleasant few minutes when he wakes up, with those burns all over him. Hypothermia from the ice mech, Yamamoto whispered, and then burns from the flash steaming. Oh Izuku, why did you have to do this to yourself? He wanted Todoroki to be the best hero he could be, Kyoka said, putting a hand on her shoulder as Recovery Girl stepped away. That's what Green does, he encourages people. Yamamoto sniffed. He does. You know, when we were first elected, that first day that we had lunch together, he asked me why I wanted to be a hero. Yeah, he likes that question. Asked me that too. Yes, he mentioned your plan to sponsor music lessons. It's an admirable goal, Kayakun. She poked her forefingers together, her earjacks, mimicking the motion, and tried not to blush. While standing over their best friend's injured body wasn't the time for her crush to act up. Thank you. So why do you want to be a hero? I didn't know at the time, Yamamoto confessed. But I think I've figured it out. Yeah. I want to help people. To make sure that everyone is as safe as possible. To keep people from being hurt, and to help them when it's unavoidable. I want to be able to stop that from happening, she said, nodding to Izuku's prone form. Sounds like you want to be a rescue here, Kyoka observed, and the taller girl nodded. Yes, I believe so. You care a lot, Kyoka said after a moment. About everyone, not just Green. It's what makes you one of my favorite people, and it's what will make you a great hero one day. It was also, she thought to herself, what had led to her crush on the girl. Yamamoto blushed. Thank you. She sighed. You know, Izuku is going to be a rescue hero too. Yes, he told me. I'm not sure exactly what, but my quirk would be pretty good for rescue too. Yamamoto raised an eyebrow at her. Maybe after we graduate we could form a team together. Yamamoto stroked her chin thoughtfully. That sounds nice, she agreed. Although we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves. We should probably focus on now before we look too far into the future. Kyoka smirked. That kind of keen insight is why you'll be in charge of our agency. The other chuckled, then stared down at Izuku again. I wish I could just give him a little energy, she said wistfully. Then Recovery Girl could heal him, and I wouldn't have to, he would be dash. Yeah. I don't think his drain works while he's asleep though. Yamamoto sighed. I just want him to be okay. Me too, Yamamoto. But hey, he'll be fine. Recover Girl said that she could heal him as soon as he woke up, remember? Yamamoto took a deep breath. Don't tell Izuku this, okay? Kyoka tilted her head curiously. Okay. What is it? You remember the day we were elected and you teased me, she began, then shook her head. No, the first day, during Sensei's quirk apprehension test, when you teased that I had a crush on Izuku? Yeah, Kyoka said, her heart starting to sink. She could tell where this was going. I think you might have been right, Yamamoto admitted. Kyoka forced a smile on her face and jabbed her playfully in the ribs. I'm always right, haven't you figured that out by now? Yamamoto giggled. So, are you going to ask him out? The taller girl squeaked. No. I couldn't possibly. Why not? Is this another old-fashioned upbringing thing? I don't think he'd mind a girl asking him out, if that's what you're afraid of. She shook her head. No, it's just. What if he doesn't like me that way? What if he rejects me? What if it ruins our friendship? What if it ruins our friendship? And this time Yamamoto gestured to all three of them, to have two of us. Couple up. Kyoka took a deep breath, thinking. She wanted to tell Yamamoto that those were silly concerns, to say that of course Green liked her, and that of course their friendship could survive. She also wanted to tell her that no, she didn't think Green liked her, even though it would be a lie, in the vain hopes that perhaps Kyoka could have a chance with Yamamoto. She wanted. But she didn't say any of what she wanted. Kyoka wasn't going to lie to Yamamoto and pretend that there was any chance Izuku would turn her down, but neither was she going to reveal that he liked her too, since she only knew that because of her quirk letting her hear his heartbeat skip when they looked at each other, Kyoka had developed strict rules for herself about what overheard gossip she could share. She refused to admit to herself that she was aware of Izuku's heart skipping when he looked at Kyoka, too. That wasn't a thought she was ready yet, not even in the privacy of her own head. Instead, she simply wrapped an arm around Yamamoto's shoulders and leaned her head on the taller girl's shoulder, offering silent support. Izuku heard the front door of the house click open, and Kaken's voice say, Hey, Mama Inko. Is Deku back yet? Yes, dear, he got back a half hour or so ago. He's in the back room. Thanks. Izuku paused the game he had been playing and stood as Kaken entered. The blonde's eyes scanned him up and down, checking for injury. There were none. Recovery Girl had done a great job once he had woken the previous night, even though it had knocked him out again until this morning, before he leaned up against the doorframe and crossed his arms. So what was that bullshit about not knocking yourself out with your quirk in years? That it was true at the time? Izuku tried. Kaken leapt at him, hands outstretched, and they wrestled for a minute or so until the blonde managed to smack him in the back of the head, then collapsed on the floor, sprawled over and around each other. Dumbass. Sorry Kakin, He sighed. The whole draining Nomu thing really threw off my ability to track how much energy I had. If I'm going to be using that ability more often, which I know I need to, then I'm going to need to get better at handling large amounts of vitality. And keep expanding your capacity too, his friend added. Diminishing returns or not, exercising is the only way to do it. Actually, I think I have another way, Izuku told him. Recovery Girl introduced me to an upperclassman who has a similar quirk. It also works off her vitality, and she thinks I can increase the size of my reservoir by keeping myself a little above my normal max, not enough to be harmful, but enough to give myself reason to grow. That you're not wimping out on me, are you? No, of course not, Izuku assured Kakin. I enjoy exercising with you, but, well, 2 hours a day is a lot. If I can cut back to, say, 1 hour a day, that'll give me more time to. He trailed off as the explosive blonde eyed him. Sleep, he finished, and Kakin nodded, apparently satisfied. Don't stay up all night in that FING chat anymore, he ordered. I won't, I promise. I just needed to do something overnight. It's not like I could fall asleep like that. Izuku tried to defend himself, but only earned another cuffing from Kakin. Yes, Kakin. And don't text your girlfriends at all hours either. Izuku sighed. They're not my girlfriends, Kakin. I'm not dating either of them. Sure. I'm not. Maybe not yet. Okay, if you're the romantic genius here, what about you? Izuku challenged, poking Kakin in the ribs. He squirmed away from Izuku's touch, and they managed to separate their bodies and sit up against the couch instead of lie on the floor. What about me? Do you like Kirishima? Kakin grumbled, looking away, which Izuku interpreted as a yes. Then why don't you ask him out? It's not that effing simple, Deku. Then don't get on my case about my friends, Izuku said smugly. At least I can admit when I like them, he snapped. You didn't, actually, I'm just fluent in grunties. The blonde grumbled again. No, it doesn't count if you're not using a language other people speak. Grunt. How dare you say that about my mother? Izuku cried, lunging for Kakin's neck. They tousled for a few minutes more, eventually collapsing into laughter when Izuku's mom appeared with a tray of cookies. Boys, how many times do I have to tell you not to roughhouse in the house? She asked. Mitsuki got you the sparring mats in the basement for a reason. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mama Inko. Are you going to go wrestle down there? Nah, Izuku decided. We'll just try to control ourselves. Good. Now help yourself to some cookies. The two friends hummed happily as they ate for a minute or two, before Izuku finally asked, So why isn't it simple? That I don't just like shark face. Ashido too, huh? Kakin grumbled. You don't know if they'd be interested in a polyamorous relationship, he finished. Yeah. I don't want them to think that. I don't know. Just stick to grunts, Izuku advised, and Kakin grunted. Yeah, no, that makes sense. We've had a great example of one, but most people haven't. Is that your problem too? Maybe a little, Izuku admitted. But even if I was interested in one or both of them, which I'm not saying I am you don't have to say it, I'm fluent in mutter. He glared at the blonde, who just grinned. Even if I was. Kaya-kun is barely interested in guys, there's no way that she would be into me. And I think that Yamamo is into her, although I don't think she's actually noticed that she is yet. How the F could she had not noticed? Yamamo was homeschooled until UA, he explained. I don't think she's had the opportunity to be interested in anyone yet, let alone another girl. Fing emotions, Kakin complained after a moment. Yeah, FNG. Emotions. They finished the plate of cookies before Izuku finally said, Sorry I couldn't meet you on the winner's podium. Kakin sighed. If you hadn't knocked yourself out, you would have, he said. Even if you had still lost to half and half, you made it to the final four, that's third place, right next to Sharkface. Close enough. Still, I meant to meet you in the finals and I didn't get to. He shrugged. I got to kick Sharktooth and Icy Hot's buttes. Decent consolation prize. Congratulations, by the way. Thanks. You all did adequately in the sports festival, Aizawa said the morning of the first day of the next week. Adequately my butt. Bakugo shouted. 12 of us in the final 16, 6 in the final 8, and all of the final 4. As I said adequate, he said flatly, and Kyoka smirked. Your next step after this is internships. At the end of the month, you'll have the opportunity to spend a week working underneath an active pro hero of your choice. This, of course, is one of the things your performance in the festival impacts. In response to the festival, those pros send invitations to students who impress them. Those of you who received invitations will be able to choose from all those who requested you. If you didn't get any, you will still be able to intern, along with pros who send invitations. There are pros who mark themselves as willing to take on any students, and you can choose from them. The teacher turned to the board and began writing a list. As motivation for next year's event, these are the number of internship offers received by each student in this class. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku had the most results. Unsurprisingly, with their flashy quirks and strong performance in the tournament, each had earned over 2,500 offers, with Todoroki just barely edging out Bakugo and Izuku coming in third not far below him. Next up was Kirishima with a little over 1,500, then Uraraka at after her. Everyone was below 500, but everyone who had made it to the tournament had at least 50, even Kyoka, to her own surprise. I can't believe I got 67 offers, she remarked to Yamamoto. I forfeited in the first round of the tournament. Making it to the tournament at all is impressive, her friend pointed out, and refraining from an impossible battle shows good judgment. But I certainly understand your shock. I can barely believe that I received 131. You really showed off in the second round as the leader of our team, though. We faced some stiff competition to keep our headbands dash. You have until Monday of next week to choose, Aizawa continued, apparently having decided that the class had had enough time. Before that, however, you have something else to decide, your hero names. Again, he let the class murmur for a few moments before silencing them. Since I'm no good at names, Midnight will be handling that part. He zipped himself into his sleeping bag just as Midnight burst in. Hey, Green, Kayakun said, leaning back to. Talk to him. What is it, Violet? Izuku asked. What are you thinking for yours? I'm kind of drawing a blank myself. Kakin and I have wanted to be heroes for years and years, he told her, so we both have pretty good ideas about what our names should be. Although you wouldn't believe how long it took to get him off of King Murder Explosion, he teased the blonde. Fluff, Deku, your first attempt was no better. Okay, All Might Jr. wasn't great, but see, I was 7, you were holding on to that until last year. Kakin crossed his arms, glaring at the Izuku. I've got a better name now, don't I? Yeah, that I came up with, he pointed out. Not the best at PR, he stage whispered to Kayakun. She chuckled. No kidding? I couldn't tell. Trip over a turtle and fall off a bridge, earphones, the blonde snapped, but she just laughed more. So what's Bakugo's hero name gonna be? Ground Zero, Izuku said, and the purple-haired girl whistled softly. That's pretty good. Think you could help me with mine? Like I said, I'm drawing a blank. I'd like to hear your thoughts on mine too, Yamamoto said, leaning forwards. What is this, a FING group project? Bakugo demanded. Why not? Izuku asked. Hey, everyone, he called to the rest of the class. If you need help coming up with an idea, we're brainstorming for people over here. Not everyone came, but Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, and Ishido all clustered over, eager for help. I'm kind of embarrassed about my idea, Kirishima explained. I was going to go with Alien Queen, but Midnight shot it down while I was writing it. Ishido complained. Who has ideas already? Yamamoto asked, taking charge as usual. If we can confirm good names for those who already have some thoughts, then we can dedicate the rest of the class to brainstorming for those who have nothing. My first thought was the everything heroine, Kriati, for myself. I like it. Izuku told her. It sums up your powers pretty well, and shows just how versatile you are. It's really cute too. Ishido chimed in, and Kayakun nodded. I bet Midnight will love that name. Then I'll present it to her. What about you, Kirishima? Yamamoto asked. You said you have an idea as well, right? The redhead rubbed the back of his neck, blushing a little as he said, yeah, I had one. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. Like Crimson Riot? Izuku asked. Yeah, he's kind of an inspiration to me. Sounds perfect, Kirikin, Ashido told him. Yeah, it's an awesome name. Kaminari agreed, Siro nodding along. Anyone else? Izuku, did you have one? The healing hero, Anima, Izuku said proudly. Like, animation? Kirishima asked. That's part of it. But the word basically means soul, and the etymology comes from a word that means breath. That's very multilayered, Yamamo said, smiling at him. I approve. Yeah, Midnight is bound to love it, Kayakun agreed. They weren't the only ones who complimented him on his name, even Kakin, although he was silent now, had grudgingly admitted that it was a great name. Izuku noticed, however, that not everyone seemed enthused about his choice. Koji Koda, the quiet boy who sat behind Kirishima, was standing just outside the brainstorming circle, wringing his hands together. Is something wrong, Koda-san? He asked. Koda opened his mouth, then closed it. He tried to speak again, failed, and began signing something, too fast for Izuku to catch anything but apologies, as he turned around. Koda, wait, please, you clearly have something to say, Izuku insisted. I'd like to hear it. He paused, then turned back to Izuku and began signing again. I was thinking about that name also. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take your name. It's okay. I just liked it because it sounded like animal. I'm sorry, Koda, would you mind slowing down a little? Izuku apologetically asked. I'm not as fluent in sign as you are. He says your reasons are better than his, Bakugo translated curtly, and that he can come up with a new name. Zookeeper, maybe, Koda signed. That would be a good one, Izuku agreed. Again, I'm sorry, but... You had it already picked out, Koda insisted. It was just my first thought. It's okay. The bigger boy bowed slightly to Izuku, then turned and sat down. I didn't realize you two spoke sign, Kaminari said to Izuku and Bakugo. There's a lot you don't know about me, Pikachu, Bakugo snapped. Let's just move on, Izuku suggested, not wanting anyone to pressure Bakugo to reveal his deafness, which, to his knowledge, only he, Kirishima, Kayakun, and Yamamo knew about. Yes, we only have so much time, Yamamo agreed, probably thinking the same thing. Ashido, you had an idea that Midnight Sensei said no to already, correct? Perhaps we can come up with something similar that she will accept. As they were leaving the classroom for lunch that day, Present Mike called, Jiro, would you mind staying back a moment? Kyoka glanced at Izuku for a moment, confused, he mouthed, we'll wait for you, as he and Yamamo stepped out of the classroom. She heard their heartbeats, both equally distinctive to her at this point, paused outside the door. What is it, Sensei? She asked her English teacher. Did I bomb the last quiz, or something? He shook his head. No, you're doing fine. I just wanted to ask about your internship offers, if you've settled on one yet. No, Sensei, she told him. I haven't really had a chance to look through them yet. Even just 67 offers makes a nice stack to go through, and I haven't exactly had time since we got them this morning. In that case, the hero said, I hope you'll consider. He produced a sheet of paper and presented it to her. My offer. She blinked at him in surprise. You want me to intern with you? Yeah. We both have audio-based quirks, and I want to show you a few tricks one-on-one that I might never get the chance to in those bigger classes. Present Mike explained. And I promise, you won't have to appear on the radio show if you don't want to, although if you do, the guest I had lined up for this Thursday canceled on me. He lowered the internship offer enough that she could see his face and his wide grin. What do you say? That does sound kind of perfect, she admitted, bumping her forefingers and ear jacks together. I don't really want to be on the show, but, well, I'm going to need to get over my stage fright sometime if I want to be the kind of hero I'm planning on being. And hey, doing a radio show where you can't see the audience might be just the thing, the teacher said encouragingly. What kind of hero are you planning on being? Search and rescue, primarily, Kyoka told him. Yamamo, Izuku and I have thrown around the idea of starting our own agency once we graduate, although we know that's looking pretty far ahead. But also, I want to use the publicity of being a hero to support musical education for low-income children. Music has always been incredibly important to me, and I want other people to get that chance too. That's a very noble goal, Present Mike said. And I can definitely give you some tips on it too. I do a lot of promotion for charities, and let me tell you, the earlier you can worm your way into that community the better. I may not be able to help much with the rescue aspect of your plans, but there will be other opportunities for internships. He flashed her a grin and added, if you don't just want to stick with me, that is. I am looking for a protege to eventually take over. Then, I'll probably choose your agency, she decided. I do want to look through my other offers just in case, but I doubt any of them will be as good for me as yours will. And how about this Thursday? Maybe? Can I let you know later? Of course, he assured her. Tell me one way or another after class on Wednesday? Sounds good. What was that about, Vi? Izuku asked Kayakun as she exited the classroom. She grinned. Present Mike wanted to give me his internship offer in person. Whoa. Congratulations. You seem quite excited, Yamamoto observed. Are you planning on taking it? The purple-haired girl nodded. I'm going to look at my other offers just in case, but yeah, almost definitely. He said he has some audio tricks to teach me, and he's going to give me advice about promoting good causes, too. That sounds wonderful. I'm very happy for you. I'm glad one of us has their internship sorted out already, Izuku remarked as they turned to walk to the cafeteria. How am I supposed to sort through almost 2,600 dash? He stopped in mid-stride, squinting, then sighed. You two go on ahead, I'll catch up. What's wrong? Yamamoto asked, concerned. Nothing's wrong, it's just Hato-senpai, one of the students with so much vitality I can't look at her, is coming this way. I'll just wait until she's passed and then keep going. Yuhu. Midoriya Kohai. I don't think. That'll work, she seems to be looking for you, Kayakun observed. Izuku gave another sigh, then turned around and waved his hand over his head. Over here, Hato-senpai, he called. He heard her skid to a halt behind him. Hey there, Midoriya Kohai. Hato said cheerfully. Ooh, and I saw you too in the sports festival. You both did great in the second round. Shame about the tournament. But hey, why did you forfeit? Is it because you have super hearing and the other guy did explosions? Oh, and your net idea was really good, it just dash. Hato-senpai, he said, cutting her off before she could steamroller his friends. Sorry. I'm just here to give you this. Izuku held a hand behind his back, and Hato-senpai put something, a piece of paper, in it. He brought the paper in front of him and blinked in surprise when he read it. Ryukyu wants to offer me an internship? Yup. Hato chirped. I've been working with her for a year now, she helped me get a handle on my quirk. I told her about you after we met, and she wanted to help you with your quirk just like she did for me. She even has a trick for your sight problem, she thinks. That sounds great, Hato-senpai, thank you, Izuku said gratefully. Again, I'm sorry I can't look at you to say this, but it's okay. I gotta run now, but I'll see you at Ryukyu's agency, alright? Yes, definitely. He paused for a moment. Is she gone? Yes, she's gone, Yamamoto said, sounding a little overwhelmed. Is she always so? She trailed off. A Shido on steroids. Kayakun finished. God, I hope not, Izuku said as he turned back around. But if Ryukyu can help me get a handle on my quirk's sight, I'll forgive her for it. So, where's my personal offer? Yamamoto wondered, and they all laughed. Hello, Momo said, bowing deeply. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, hero name Kriati. Please take care of me. Welcome, Kriati. Fat Gum booms. It's nice to have you with us. I think you're going to fit in great. He offers a hand and she rises to take it. This is Tamaki Amajiki, Sun Eater. He's my work-study intern, also from UA. Nice to meet you, the shy boy muttered, looking down at his feet. We've met, actually, Momo says, recognizing him. Have we? You and two other upperclassmen visited my friend Izuku Midoriya when he was in the infirmary a few weeks ago, to give him advice on his quirk. Oh yeah. I wasn't really involved in that, Amajiki-senpai admits. That was Togata and Nijire's thing, I just came to keep them company. Well, it was very kind of you anyway. Thanks. Amajiki is kind of shy, Fat Gum tells her, but he has great potential as a hero. Top 10 material, I'm certain. And I think you can be the same. Momo blushed, and Sun Eater seemed to be doing the same. Thank you, Fat Gum-sensei. I'm very grateful to you for offering me the opportunity. Just call me Fat Gum Kid. I'm glad you took it, I know I'm not all that highly ranked in the grand scheme of things, the hero said, and with a quirk like yours I'd be shocked if you didn't get some truly top-tier offers, even with the rough luck you had in the tournament. Well, I was considering Iwabami, because of her high rank, she confessed, but my best friends both landed on internships that were perfect for their quirks and ambitions, and they encouraged me to look to something other than rank. I think that you can help me improve my quirk more than anyone else can, and isn't that more important than rankings, particularly while I'm still learning? That's the spirit. Fat Gum boomed approvingly. Now, I know you had a long train ride to get here from UA, and you're probably hungry. Yes, sensei. Just Fat Gum it. I say we go out to get some food, and we'll see where you're at in quickly incorporating food into your body. Tomorrow, you can do some combat training with Amajiki-kun. Sound good for a start? Izuku glanced down at his phone, double-checking that he had the right location, then glanced up and down the building. It was certainly where his phone had told him to be, and he could definitely see Hato-senpai on the next floor up. It was tough not to, even though she wasn't as bright as she usually was, but it was hard to believe that the agency of the number 9 hero worked out of such a plain building. He knocked, and one of the 3 presences within the building began making its way downstairs, not Hato, but a vitality that someone gave Izuku the impression that it had been compressed. Like something much larger had been curled up into a smaller space. The door swung open and revealed Ryukio-sensei. Izuku cried in surprise, bowing. I'm very grateful to you for taking me on, sensei. Oh, no need for that, the draconic woman told him, putting a gentle hand on his shoulder and lifting him up to stand straight again. It's my pleasure, really. Izuku Midoriya, hero name Anima, correct. Yes, sensei, that's me. I know that Hato-senpai asked you to take me on, and I really don't want to be a burden dash, he babbled. I assure you, I'm fully capable of denying things to Nijire-chan, she said with a faint smile. She informed me that you were having difficulties similar to the ones she once had, and how could I not help you when it's within my capabilities? That's what heroism is all about, after all. And please, come inside. She stepped out of the doorway to allow him entrance. Right. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he entered, embarrassed. You certainly know what you're about when it comes to heroism. Again, I'm really grateful for you being willing to teach me. I enjoy teaching, Ryukyu informed him, leading him to a tight staircase. But I rarely get the opportunity outside of taking on interns. Perhaps one day I'll retire from active heroism to earn a teaching degree, but for now, I have too much to offer the world as a heroine. She paused at the base of the stairs and turned back to face him. Now, before we go upstairs, Nijire-chan also told me that your quirk affords you enhanced sight, and you have difficulty seeing through it sometimes, yes. Yes, sensei. Not many people know this, but I have enhanced senses as well, the heroine revealed. My eyesight, hearing, and sense of smell are all significantly stronger in my dragon form, and that carries over even when I'm in this human shape. I've had to learn to be able to block out strong smells, especially in order to operate normally. I think I ought to share that trick before we go upstairs, since Nijire-chan is also here at the moment. How do you do it? Izuku eagerly asked. Well, welcome to the studio, Present Mike told Kyoka as she entered. Pretty cool, huh? It's okay, she admitted. This, the boisterous hero said, wrapping a lanky arm around the shoulders of a blue-skinned woman with a pair of expensive-looking headphones around her ears, is Kyoka Hoso, my studio manager. Hoso-kun, this is Kyoka Jiro, my new intern. Say hi to each other. Hi to each other, Kyoka said to the other Kyoka, and grinned when she realizes the older woman made the same joke, equally deadpan. Nice to meet you, she added afterward. A pleasure, Hosu said. You know, Hisashi here was absolutely despondent that you didn't join us last week and decided to wait for your internship. Really? Kyoka asked, raising an eyebrow at her teacher. Present Mike glared at Hosu. You are a backstabber, he informed her. A betrayer. A monstrous traitor of the highest order. It's been years since he took on an intern, Hosu continued, ignoring the hero's continued and increasingly over-the-top complaints, and he's been very excited. Is he ever not excited? Kyoka couldn't help wondering. No, but still. Who even Benedict Arnold would think went a bit far. Present Mike finished. You're on in 2 minutes, Hosu informed him, and he squealed, fleeing into the recording booth. And you as well, she added to Kyoka. Kyoka swallowed, the nervousness she had tried to banish suddenly returning. Here, sip this when your mouth gets dry, the blue-shinned woman said, giving her a cup of water, and remember, Hisashi can talk for literally hours without anyone's input. Do not feel bad about being quiet in comparison to him. Thank you. Now get in there, it's 90 seconds until you're live. Kyoka slipped into the recording booth, closing the door behind her, and nervously sat in front of one of the microphones. I'm still kind of nervous, she confessed to present Mike as she put on a pair of headphones. I know I said that the extra week would help me psyche up, but I'm really nervous, sensei. So many people listen to your show, and... He observed her, thinking for a moment, then smiled. Close your eyes. She did so, and he continued. Now, you can't see the mic in front of you, right? No. And this booth is pretty soundproofed, so you can't hear the people outside, right? No. But you can hear my voice, right? Yes. I want you to forget that you're sitting in a radio studio, he advised her. Just forget about it entirely. You're just sitting in my office during office hours, and we're talking about what I have planned for your internship. Okay? Okay. Right. So, are you looking forward to taking a break from classes for this internship? I guess. Kyoka said. I mean, no teenager loves school, I don't think. Well, maybe Yamamo, but I don't hate it either. I like UA. What's your favorite thing about attending UA, would you say? She hummed as she thought, focusing on imagining that she was just in present Nick's office. Well, the people, I guess. In the last month I've made 2 of the best friends I've ever had, and the novelty of being taught by professional heroes hasn't really worn off. Oh. She could hear the grin in the hero's voice as he asked, Who's your favorite teacher? Kyoka smirked as she answered, Oh, definitely Izuku. No contest. No one else even comes close. Jiro-kun, Present Mike said reproachfully, words have great power, and you should consider them carefully. Those words, for example? Very hurtful. She chuckled. Seriously though, she said, how do you and the other teachers manage to be heroes and teachers? And a radio host, in your case. They all seem like full-time jobs. Lots of coffee, he confesses. But we all have our own tricks. In some cases, Midnight, All Might, and myself, for example, we cut back on heroism to focus on other things. Others, Cementas and Lunch Rush, say, have limited teaching schedules. You cut back on heroism? I mostly focus on the radio show, when I'm not at UA. I still go on patrols on occasion, and will do that tomorrow, but to be honest I'm largely a figurehead for the agency. My sidekicks do most of the patrols, as well as checking up on delicate situations reported to us through that phone number we're always rattling off. How's that go again? Kyoka rattled it off easily. She had called it while struggling with her gender, and while no hero had come, the young man on the other end had talked her through her gender crisis with remarkable calm and understanding. It's a pretty great cause and great people, she added. I've called it, although I don't want to talk about why, and it was very helpful to me. I'm very proud of the crisis hotline, Present Mike agreed. Honestly, I think it's one of the best things I've ever done. What's something you're proud of yourself for? I think. Again, she didn't really want to come out to her teacher, so. Honestly, I'm proud of myself for how well I did in the sports festival. I may have fell flat in the tournament, but just getting that far was a real achievement. It certainly was. Almost 250 students participated in this year's festival, and you were in the top 16. I honestly thought I was lucky to get through the first round, Kyoka confessed. My quirk isn't exactly great for a race. Well, that's what the obstacles are for. True. The minefield was a real boon for me. How about the second round? There, I have to thank my friends Yamamoto and Izuku, she told him, her eyes still shut tight. Green came up with a great plan to hold onto our headband, and Yamamoto is an awesome tactical leader. With them in charge, and Pikachu, that's Kaminari to you, along to power the weapons Yamamoto made for us, it was a cinch. But then, of course, came the third round, Present Mike observed, where you made what I have to say was the wise decision to forfeit against Bakugo-kun. Are you okay with talking about that? She wasn't going to mention Bakugo being deaf, but she said, yeah, that's where my enhanced hearing can be a drawback. His explosions can be a little overwhelming for me even from a ways away. If we had to actually fight, I would have risked permanent hearing loss very quickly. The sports festival wasn't worth that. I can't blame you. Being deaf is nothing to be ashamed of. I of all people know that, but those who still have their hearing should certainly do what they can to protect it. Exactly. Are you feeling a little less nervous now? He asked. Yeah. Well then, allow me to introduce you properly, listeners, to my new intern, Kyoka Jiro, earphone jack. Present Mike said, suddenly shifting from the relatively laid-back persona he used as a teacher into the flamboyant and over-the-top heroic persona he used on the radio show, which Kyoka realized she had actually managed to forget that she was on. Our low-key start this evening was to help ease her into the broadcast a bit. Jiro-kun, feel free to open your eyes at any time. She did, glaring at Present Mike. How long have we been live? Since I asked if you're looking forward to the break, he said shamelessly. Hey, don't look at me like that. It worked. True. And I watched the comments on the live broadcast, he told her, pointing to the quickly scrolling feed on one of the monitors. And let me tell you, people like you. Especially when you roast me, unfortunately, but what can you do? If you don't want me to roast you, then don't make it so easy on me. I don't make it easy, do I? That's what she said. Present Mike laughed. Okay, maybe I do. Kyoka found herself smiling. Now that she was over the hump, this wasn't so bad. Is this segment just going to be us talking, or are you ever going to take some callers? You haven't forgotten we're on a radio show, have you? She teased. Not for 1 second. And you're right, it is about that time. Let's hear from our first caller. She heard a faint ringing sound effect from her earphones, which then clicked. Hi Violet, came a familiar, cheerful voice. Green, what are you doing? She demanded. I'm calling in support. You're doing great. Izuku encouraged. Midoriya-kun, aren't you on an internship of your own right now? Yes, sensei, but Ryukyu-sensei gave me the evening off. Fair enough. Do you have any questions for me or Jiro-kun? Present Mike asked her friend. Green, get off and let us get some actual callers. Kyoka ordered. Izuku just cackled for a moment before being cut off. Ring, click. Hi Kaya-kun. Yamamoto. So, Fat Gum put me in charge of your combat training, Amajiki-senpai muttered. I guess. Start by telling me what your quirk is. My quirk is called creation, Momo informed him. It allows me to produce any object I desire from my body, using my lipids as fuel. To create an object, I must have an understanding of its structure on a molecular level, and it must be on a limited size, small enough in at least one cross-section to pass through my body's largest cross-section. My costume is designed to give quick access to my torso if I need particularly large objects, she explained, gesturing to the magnetic clasps that held her jacket shut, as well as my thighs and hips, which are convenient places to draw from. She demonstrated by producing a blunt rubber knife from her hip, as though drawing it from a sheath. Okay. I think I see why Fat Gum wants me to teach you, he said, still sounding nervous. His quirk is kind of straightforward in combat, but, both of ours are pretty versatile. So you, He turned his head to look away from me, and seemed to gain a little confidence when he wasn't looking at a person. You need to be able to handle lots of different situations. Jack of all trades, master of none, but better than a master of one, is how it goes. I've mostly focused on staff fighting, Momo confessed. It gives me reach and is rather flexible as a weapon, but are you suggesting that I should branch out? Yeah. It's fine to have a primary weapon, but, the staff isn't always the best option. You should be able to do things like. Amajiki tilted his head in thought, still looking away from her. If you can produce things quickly, you could pop spikes from your skin in reaction to someone getting close. Or chemicals that burn on contact with the air, with protective chemicals between you and your skin. Those are good ideas, Momo said thoughtfully. I hadn't really considered things like chemicals that aren't discrete items. I'll have to look into the formulas for that kind of thing. I know they exist. She experimentally produced a spike from her hand. It sprang into existence quickly enough, falling away from her a moment later. Not a bad idea either. And then for actual weapons, a staff is good, but it's not great for really close-in fighting. You want something like a dagger or short sword, Amajiki-senpai continued. I would recommend something like that, anyway. Maybe, can you do technology, or just single materials? Anything that I can comprehend the structure of, she said again. Technology takes more study and practice, but it's certainly possible. Are you suggesting something like a taser? Yes, that's what I was thinking. Like you did with that electric kid in the sports festival. You watched that? He nodded. Since I started on with Fat Gum, he likes me to join him to watch the festivals for younger years and see if anyone stands out for internships. This year it was you and those two kids with hardening quirks. Kirishima and Tetsu, I believe, Momo said, thinking back to the match between the two of them. That sounds right. May I ask what stood out about me? I'm not really proud of my performance in the festival. To be honest, I feel that I could have done much better. Well, Amajiki-senpai said, I was impressed by your adaptability in the obstacle race, the way you used the cannon that you were making for the robots as propulsion instead of letting it go to waste after Midoriya wrecked the obstacle. Fat Gum, he continued as Momo began to blush, pleased, liked what he saw in the second event, with you and your teammates collaborating to make their quirks work better. Tools for the electric guy and the girl with those ear things. Kaminari and Kaikanuro, that is, Momo informed him, remember the makeshift speaker she had made for Jiro to use as a ranged attack partway through the cavalry battle. Write them. Thank you, she said, still blushing a little at the praise. Shouldn't we get to the training though? What should we start with first? Amajiki shrugged. Up to you, I guess. The staff is a great mid-range weapon, but you should probably pick up something for very close range as well as a long-range weapon. Maybe also a more offensive mid-range style, since staff fighting tends to be pretty defensive. A spear or glaive, perhaps. She wasn't terrible at knife throwing, even able to produce knives as she flung them, but range tended to be a weakness in general for her since expendable ammunition ate through her fat reserves. Maybe a more ranged weapon to start with? I can throw knives, but it's draining on my reserves. What would you recommend? He shook his head immediately. Stay clear of knives unless you're using them to deliver something like a taser. Like you say, it will eat through your reserves quickly. If you're using a weapon with ammunition, you'll want it to be small. A gun is probably your ideal, but I'm not qualified to teach that. A slingshot maybe? I'm not sure I can teach that either. Momo thought. What could be a long-ranged weapon without using ammunition? Maybe some kind of polearm. Amajiki-senpai seemed relieved. Yes, that sounds good. That I can teach you about. Then why don't we start with that? And perhaps move into more close-ranged moves afterward. I think I could put together a handheld taser easily enough, Momo suggested, wondering when she had taken control of this training session. Midoriya Kohai. Hato-senpai squealed as he entered, seeming immensely pleased that he was facing her. It worked. She practically flew to Izuku and embraced him tightly, practically smothering him in her generous chest. He carefully extricated himself from her grasp. It had taken an hour or two for Ryukyu to teach him how to focus on reality over his quirk senses, and Heido had been gone on a patrol by the time he came upstairs and was shown to the room he would be staying in by Ryukyu's secretary, so this morning was the first time he had been able to look directly at the older student. "Yeah, I can actually look you in the face now," Izuku said, somehow managing not to blush from the position she had put him in. "Again, I'm sorry I haven't been able to before." "It's okay, Midoriya Kohai, I promise," she assured him. "It's not like most people look me in the face anyway." Izuku blinked, not sure what she meant for a moment, but then blushed intensely as he realized. I would never dash." Heido laughed and began levitating a little bit, backing away from him. Perhaps she realized that she was making him a little uncomfortable, or perhaps she was just giving him space as Ryukyu entered. "Good morning, Izuku-kun," the draconic heroine said with a gentle smile. "Nijire-chan, thank you for coming in early as well. Would you mind covering the morning patrol on your own?" "Nope, that's fine," Heido said brightly, beginning to fly out the window. "Not just yet," Ryukyu called, halting her. "First, Izuku-kun, I'd like you to drain a little bit of Nijire-chan's vitality. You need to start building up your maximum capacity, after all, and she has enough energy to spare." Oh. Izuku had known, of course, that he would need to use his draining ability to actually expand his reservoir. Obviously he would have to, since doing so required him to go over his max. But he had someone managed to forget. Ryukyu tilted her head to the side, observing him as he stammered, tiny wisps of white coming from his mouth as he took a step away from Heido. "Nini, go on ahead," she told the older student, who nodded and left. "You're not comfortable with your draining ability," she said to Izuku. No, he confessed. I've never used it without hurting the person being drained." Ryukyu put a gentle hand on his shoulders and met his eyes, seeming to be considering something for a few moments, before saying, "You will need to practice this, Izuku-kun, not just to expand your maximum reservoir, not just to give yourself a tool in combat, not just to gain the control over your quirk so you won't hurt someone, but so that you won't fear yourself. This is your quirk. If you hate and fear it, that means hating and fearing yourself. I know, believe me, there was a time when I felt the same way about my quirk." "That really?" "Yes, really. I accidentally destroyed a building while I was in middle school, while I was trying to push the limits of my dragon form, and, well, it's a mercy no one was seriously injured. But it nearly put me off from becoming a hero." "I'm glad it didn't," Izuku said. "I'm glad it didn't as well, and I'm glad that your experiences with your quirk haven't put you off from this path either. But you will need to become comfortable with your drain." The heroine gave him a soft smile. "It doesn't have to be today, though. I'm sorry if you felt that I sprang that on you. That wasn't my intention." "It's okay, sensei," he told her. "Really it is. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I managed to forget, during the weeks that I had so much extra energy, that I would need to use my drain again." "Then we'll give you a little more warning," Ryukyu assured him. "We're going to see if we can find some ways for you to burn through lots of energy quickly, so that you can bring yourself down to a safe level after draining someone and bringing yourself above your safe maximum. When Nijire-chan returns from patrol, which will be in a few hours, I'd like you to drain her to get back to your maximum, all right?" Izuku swallowed. A few hours didn't seem like enough time. But he knew he had to, and he refused to back down, refused to let anything stand in the way of him becoming a hero, even himself. "Yes, sensei." "Follow me then." Ryukyu led Izuku down into the basement of the building, which turned out to be a sizable underground training hall, large enough for the heroine to reach the greatest size of her dragon form, although not much bigger. "Tell me the ways you've currently found to use your stored vitality," she said once they had both changed into exercise clothing. "I can expend it to animate a non-living object," Izuku began, with different materials taking different amounts of energy to initially animate, and then larger masses taking more energy to keep animate. "I can also expend it to enhance a living being. It increases their capabilities by my own, roughly, until the energy runs out. If they're hurt," he continued, It speeds their healing and reduces their pain, although apparently not by enough to count as actual healing unless I can get it to be more focused and burn through the energy faster. Can you heal yourself? She asked. He nodded. Yeah, I can burn through energy faster than usual to make myself heal faster. But to heal myself takes a ton of energy, like burning through my vitality 5 times as fast in order to heal a paper cut in a minute instead of 5 minutes. Although that's not the actual ratio for some reason, so I don't usually do it. Ryukyu tilted her head to the side, thinking. Would I be right to guess that the healing when you enhance another person is a function of the general enhancement? That it increases their pain tolerance by your own, and likewise doubles their speed of healing? Yes. When you heal yourself, then, she asked, does it come with a similar enhancement of your other abilities? 5 times healing speed, 5 times strength, 5 times speed. Izuku froze. That I've never even considered that, he confessed. I spent so much of my life worrying about conserving my vitality, I just steered clear of burning my energy on myself. Oh, and I already know how to regulate how fast I burn through my own energy, even if I can't take it below 100%, I bet I can focus another person's to enhance them better as well, maybe make it real healing too. Ryukyu chuckled. Don't focus too much on that just yet. I think being able to focus the area of the enhancement will yield greater results for healing than the speed in any case. Let's test out this self-enhancement idea first. He leapt to his feet. How? Do a quick lap around the room normally, the heroine instructed him, then at twice your normal rate of energy consumption. After that, we can see what higher rates will do. Izuku nodded and began running, not pushing himself into a full sprint, but jogging quickly. 58 seconds, Ryukyu said when he was finished. Not bad. Now with this new technique. He breathed out, allowing the mists of his soul to sink back into his body and spring up as a blazing aura around himself. The aura burst into being, burning down after an instant to hug his skin tightly, and he dashed. He could immediately feel the difference, it felt. Well, it felt incredible, a feeling of more than fitness, of superhuman acuity, just as Kaken, Yamamo, and Kayakun had described it. He was moving incredibly quickly, it seemed, and it wasn't long before her pulled up in front of his mentor once more. 27 seconds, she told him with a smile. I think this theory is confirmed. This is just twice my normal abilities, Izuku said in amazement, looking down at himself. How powerful would I be at X5, or X10, or my usual rate? Be cautious, Ryukyu warned him. This is a new technique, and you still have a limited well of energy. But it feels so good, and actually, he tiled his head, confused. I'm running at X2, but I don't think I'm running through my energy at that speed. Closer to 150% speed. Does your enhancement normally affect a person's quirk? Yes, oh of course, he realized. Quirks are physical, bodily abilities. Of course my quirk's efficiency is enhanced, along with everything else. That will make this mode much more sustainable. The heroine nodded. Good, but I still worry a little. Does it take effort to begin or end this technique? Izuku let it fall easily enough, then breathed out and began burning again, at only X1. Not to end it, but it's a bit of a flare to begin, not much, but... Can you adjust your rate while already wearing this aura? She asked. Experimentally, he tried feeding more power into the burning power that wrapped around his soul. His own soul, redoubled. Yeah, I can. I think that we should spend the morning practicing this new technique of yours, Ryukyu decided. I would suggest practicing at X1.5 or X2, making you comfortably superhuman, and jumping to X5 for a few moments at a time, for strikes and dodges. The quicker you can ramp up and down, the more power you can feed into yourself for that purpose. Izuku nodded, grinning widely. This. Ryukyu-sensei, I can't thank you enough, I really can't. I never thought I would be able to be a combat-capable hero. I still want to be search and rescue. It's obviously where I can do the most good, but I thought I would mostly have to rely on others to protect me if it came down to it, he said, the grateful words tumbling from his lips without much conscious thought. But this new technique you helped me come up with, this Full cowling, let's call it. This will let me protect myself and others, if I need to, not just enhance them to protect themselves. Not to mention teaching me to see past my quirk. Ryukyu returned his smile, seeming just as pleased as he was. I'm very glad to hear that you're enthused. I'll admit, I was a little concerned about taking you on patrol with me and Nija. As you say, your talents until this would not have lay in combat, but if you can master your full cowling, perhaps you can join us as early as our Wednesday evening patrol of Hosu. Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying the internship, Kyoka agreed, fiddling with one of her earjacks as she spoke into the microphone. I've learned a lot already. You're a surprisingly good teacher, sensei. Hey! Present Mike protested with a grin. What's so surprising about it? Well, come on, sensei. Your persona is so loud and raucous that it's easy to fear you might be overwhelming one-on-one, she explained. But believe it or not, everyone he actually can turn it down, he just chooses not to most of the time. Everything I do is a choice, the hero agreed. I've never done anything by mistake. What about when dash? Anyway, he interrupted, winking at Kyoka before she could tell the listening audience about how he had tripped and fallen while she was rehearsing for what she was about to do. I've managed to convince Earphone Jack here to do a little bit of a performance for us. Isn't that right? She nodded. Her stage fright was, now that she was over the hump, almost a thing of the past. In yesterday's show there had been a moment where she couldn't make the words come at the beginning, but once she managed to say one thing, the rest came naturally, and today, not even that. Which is why she had told Present Mike about her musical talents, and overjoyed man had invited her to perform. Yeah, I've got a little ditty to share, she said, taking up the guitar she had brought to the station and strumming it. It's one of my parents' favorite songs, actually, a classic number from decades before Quirks first manifested. We're waiting with bated breath. Kyoka strummed again, finding her fingering, then started the arpeggio and began to sing. Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. She let her voice fade, repeating the arpeggio more and more softly until Present Mike said, "Holy shit, Jiro. That was incredible." Kyoka raised an eyebrow at him. Aren't you supposed to avoid swearing? That's what the 3-second delay we're on is for. But seriously, that was amazing, Sensei repeated, his voice still rapturous. Why are you becoming a hero when you could be saving the world through music? She absent-mindedly played a few notes, Queen's melodies still playing through her head as she answered, well, it's what my folks wanted me to do, they're musicians too, you know, and of course they wanted me to follow in their footsteps. But listen, is it too much to ask for both? It shouldn't be, no, he agreed. But unfortunately, listeners, we'll have to step away from my intern's dulcet tones for the moment. We have a commercial break. When we come back, however, we'll be opening up the lines for callers, so get your phones ready. The commercial began playing, and Hosu spoke over the studio's internal speakers. 90 seconds, guys. Take a breather. Present Mike leaned back in his chair and sipped from his water bottle, and Kyoka mirrored him. Thanks, Hoso-kun. Hoso, my phone was buzzing all through the song, she told the producer. She had left her phone outside of the studio's walls, but that didn't actually stop her from hearing its notifications. It sounded like it might be urgent. Would you mind checking for me real quick? Sure. What's the password? Black Sabbath. There was a momentary pause before she reported, you've got about 50 notifications from a group chat called A Mad Banquet of Darkness. Kyoka smirked, remembering the good-natured ribbing of Tokoyami that had led to one as group chat receiving that name over the weekend. Something's happening in Hosu? People are trying to get a response from NASCAR, but they haven't said anything. Someone called Icy Hot has checked in and so has Fog Machine. Kyoka blinked, not sure what this could be for a moment. Hosu? That's where Izuku's internship with Ryukyu is. And Todoroki's too, I think. They, of course, were Fog Machine and Icy Hot in the chat, respectively. NASCAR was Ida. Ida must be there as well. What's happening in Hosu? Present Mix's eyes were wide as the producer said, I'm checking the news now. Hosu's under attack. The whole place is on fire. Monsters rampaging. And hero killer Stain was spotted there recently as well, Present Mike added, sounding worried. He attacked Ingenium there during the sports festival. Oh shit, Ingenium is Ida's older brother. Kyoka realized. He idolizes the man, won't shut up about him. Except. Hosu, tell Izuku not to dash. Fog Machine says he's going to go find Ida, Hosu reported. No. Kyoka protested. That, Ida's probably looking for Stain dash. She stood, making for the door. Present Mike looked at her, his face pale. Kyoka, we're too far away. There's nothing we can do to get there in time. Sometimes all we can do is to be strong and bring hope to others. 0.15 seconds, guys, Hosu reminded them, sounding miserable. Ojiro, step outside, her teacher quietly told her. I can do the show on my own, you clearly need a moment. She slipped through the studio door, closing it behind her just as Present Mike began to say, bad news, guys. Something's come up for earphone jack and she's had to step out for a moment, but I'm still here to receive your calls. She snatched her phone from Hosu just in time to see Izuku send his location, and nothing else, in the group chat. She channeled Bakugo and typed furiously. Check 1, 2, 3 dash, at Icy Hot if you don't go help at Fog Machine I swear to God I'll smother you in your sleep with FANG marshmallow. Icy Hot, I'm going. King Murder Explosion, you had F better or I'll help her. The attacks that had struck Hosu shortly after they went on patrol, Izuku's first patrol, what kind of awful luck did he have? Were quick and vicious but not deadly. The rampaging Nomu, because it was undeniable that they were the same kind of monster as Shigaraki had brought to the USJ, even if they were all unique, weren't smart enough, or well-directed enough, to do much more than property damage. They didn't care about the fleeing civilians enough to actually target people. But it was still horrifying to Izuku. This was worse than the UA. The devastation was so much more widespread, and no one had even the minimal training and combat-capable quirks that his classmates had had. And it was taking so much longer, too, that had lasted barely 15 minutes in total, and the worst moment had been that horrifying instant when Yamamoto had been targeted by the villains, and then Kayakun had stepped in front of her, and Izuku couldn't even bear to think about either of them being hurt, and he raced to intercept the Nomu before even making the choice to do so, but that was already because he could never have made any other choice anyway. Nothing tonight had reached quite that level of horror, but it came close every time he spotted a civilian who had been hurt, caught in the flames or the rubble or even directly in a Nomu's path. Fortunately, those he could do something about. Ryukyu had sent Hato-senpai to help pros hunt down the Nomus. She was a faster flyer than even the pro heroine, and her quirk was apparently better for combat than rescue, while Izuku's mentor herself flew with him on her back, landing wherever he saw civilians in danger. It had been nearly half an hour, and it felt to Izuku like things were only getting worse when he realized that his phone was buzzing. Since they had finished the current rescue, Izuku having briefly animated an unstable portion of rubble to prevent it from collapsing while the trapped civilian crawled out, fueling the expenditure of vitality from what seemed like an endless store of energy within Ryukyu's soul, he took a moment to glance at it. It was the Class 1A group chat, currently named after something ridiculous Tokoyami had said, scrolling by at a mile a minute. People had seen the Hosu incident on the news, and were now trying to contact him, Todoroki and Ida. He took a moment to respond, saying that he was okay and sticking close to Ryukyu. My class's group chat wanted me to check in, he told the heroine as she turned to look at him, and began to climb back onto her back. This is on the news now, I guess. He continued to watch the chat with one eye, keeping an eye on his Quirks site with the other. Me and two others are here in Hosu. Have they checked into the chat as well? Ryukyu asked, her voice rumbling as she took off back into the air. No, not yet. Wait, there's Todoroki, he said gratefully as Icy Hot sent a thumbs up to the chat. Ida still hasn't checked in. Who are they with? I assume Todoroki is with Endeavor. Yeah, Ida's with. I think Manuel? Ida. That's Ingenium's family, isn't it? Yeah, that's his older brother. Izuku's eyes widened as he connected several dots he had barely even noticed. He idolizes Ingenium, who was attacked by hero killer Stain here in Hosu. He's probably looking for him. Ryukyu began diving. I see Manuel, but I don't see anything with him. Ryukyu! Manuel shouted as the heroine landed, directing a stream of water into a fire. Boy, am I glad to see you. I'm trying to keep this fire under control, but it's spreading quickly and there are people in the building. Izuku glanced at the building, which was just at the edge of his quirk's awareness. He flared up to X2 for a moment to extend his range and get a better look. I see 2 living people on the left half of the second floor, 1 in the center of the third, he reported, sliding off of Ryukyu's back. Thank you, Anim, don't work. Manuel, I'll grab them. She shrank to only a little bigger than an average person as she took off again, remaining small enough to go through one of the windows. Where's Ida? Izuku asked Manuel. He's interning under you, right? He's a classmate. I haven't seen him since the attack started, Manuel confessed, sounding angry at himself. Izuku thought. I should have taken us out of the city. I knew he was here to get close to Stain, but he said that he understood why he couldn't after I explained it to him. I'll find him, Izuku promised, flaring his aura to X2. Wait, Kid Midoriya, right? It won't be any safer for you. Wait for Ryukyu. He tapped at his phone, promising the class that he would find Ida. Then, not really paying Manuel's protest any mind, he was gone in a flash of white. It took a minute or 2 for Izuku to find Stain, but he had the advantage of his quirk sight, which, with a X2.5 aura that made parkour a breeze, extended 75 meters, to make it easy to check for Ida's soul. It wasn't as distinctive to him as some members of his class, Kaken's eternal explosions, Yamamo's ever-changing fractal patterns, Kayakun's pulsing heartbeat, but it was still unique, pumping like a piston and easy to spot, and it wasn't long before he saw it. Ida was in an alleyway he saw as he raced to catch up, and was lying on the ground, his soul seeming weak and frozen. Somehow, a similarly paralyzed soul was in the same position nearby, while a powerfully radiating soul, one which seemed almost sharp despite having no particular shape, stood over them. Izuku arrived just in time as Stain was about to bring a sword down on the paralyzed Ida, flaring his aura up to X5 as he launched himself at Stain and kicked the sword, sending it flying out of the man's hands to embed itself in the wall. And who's this? Stain demanded as Izuku landed, letting himself burn down to X3 and feeling immensely glad that Ryukyu had made him sip from her well of power throughout the night. He was close to full, even if full cowling would run through his energy quickly. Another false hero? False hero? Not sure what you're talking about, but I'm not going to let you hurt my friend, or native, he added, recognizing the pro-hero. Get out of here, kid. Native urged from where he lay on the ground, not entirely paralyzed, then, still able to talk. Save yourself, don't let him kill you too. This isn't your fight, Midoriya. Ida raged. Go. I'm not going anywhere, Izuku promised, keeping his eyes on Stain as he tapped one-handed at his phone behind his back. Another thing to be grateful to Ryukyu for, because full cowling also made him better at touch typing, apparently. He sent his location to her, as well as into the class group chat. He didn't think any of them would be close enough except maybe Todoroki, but I don't think I'll be able to get you 2 out of here while you're paralyzed, but I hope I can hold Stain off long enough for you to escape. Oh, the hero killer asked, sounding interested. Not worried about yourself? Why would I be? He asked, trying to sound braver than he felt. Your quirk won't work on me. Stain laughed. You don't even know what my quirk is, brat. Maybe not the details, Izuku said, stalling for time as he allowed some of his soul to enter his costume. If he was paralyzed, he would just have to repeat what he did against Shinszo. But I know you paralyzed them, and that won't do much against me. Didn't you see the sports festival? Shutting down my body only works if I let it. Stain's eyes glittered darkly. You know, boy, I was almost going to let you live, pass by you and take out just those fakers, since you arrived only to save them. But this kind of bravado? No true hero would be so arrogant in the face of certain doom. Are you saying All Might isn't a true hero? Izuku retorted. He taught us that to smile in the face of danger, to inspire others to believe that your presence brings safety, with unshakable confidence in yourself and a wide grin. He tried to wear one of those very grins, but didn't think he quite managed it. Stain's eyes narrowed. Perhaps I misjudged you, if that's your reason. But I think you need to be tested. With his last word, the hero killer lunged forward, a sword in each hand. Izuku dodged to the side, flaring up to X5 again and this time not lowering his aura afterward. The man was inhumanely fast somehow, and X3 wouldn't cut it, then grabbing him by his shirt and flinging him back down the alleyway, away from the paralyzed Ida and native. Please, Midoriya. Ida begged. Just go. I have to do this on my own. He's not leaving Ida, said a familiar voice, and Izuku spared a momentary glance, behind him, grinning when he saw the glacial bonfire of Todoroki. Neither am I. That's what it means to be a hero, isn't it? That's right, Izuku agreed, turning back toward Stain. A hero fights for those who can't fight themselves, and right now, that's the two of you. Oh, now this is just ridiculous, Stain spat, rising. You having the spirit of a true hero, I might believe, he said, pointing a blood-stained blade at Izuku. But you? With your father? I am not my father, Todoroki said coldly. Perhaps it took me far too long to realize it, but I won't let you of all people throw me off balance now that I've come to understand it. Stain sighed and brought the blade to his lips, a long tongue extending forward to lick at the blood. Instantly, Izuku felt his body lock up, and much more worryingly, his soul lock up. Full cowling instantly died. But, having planned ahead, his costume was animated and ready to act. It instantly pulled him forward, settling into a rough guard position even as his head rolled on his shoulders. What is this? Stain spat. I told you, your quirk won't work on me, Izuku said again. Admittedly, he had been hoping that his master over his own vitality would simply trump Stain's paralytic ability. But this worked too, he supposed. In fact, if he could still speak and there was still energy leaking from his breath, which there was, the usual faint wisps escaping as he exhaled, then maybe. Step aside, Stain ordered. I don't want to kill, but these three. Izuku was starting to get an idea of Stain's ideology, not that he was really keeping it a secret. He had some kind of fixation on true heroes, and was killing anyone who didn't measure up, Ida for seeking revenge, Todoroki for his father's general. Endeavorness, he supposed, and native for cultural appropriation, perhaps. If I did that, Izuku pointed out, you would just decide you needed to kill me too. A hero shouldn't abandon those who need them. Stain sighed. I'm glad you understand, but that just makes this more difficult. And if you insist on defending these fakers, that too could be judged a crime in Stain's horrible black and white view of the world. But whatever Stain said, Izuku couldn't step aside. Read my lips, he said, internally gathering up a great deal of his reservoir for a Hail Mary play. The farther he was from something he imbued his life force into, the more it cost. But he had done this before. No. As he spoke, Izuku expelled a great cloud of radiant white mist, which swirled in the breeze, flowing behind him into Todoroki and Ida and native, whose eyes opened wide with surprise. Stain's quirk froze a person's vitality everywhere but their heads, paralyzing them, but Izuku could give them new, unfrozen energy, even if their own life force was paralyzed. They rose. Stain, native growled, you F'd up. I quite agree, said an immense, rumbling voice as Ryukyu landed behind the other hero. The nurse knocked on the door before opening it a crack. You have a visitor, kids, she said, leaning into the hospital room. A Momo Yaoyorozu? Oh, great. Momo heard Izuku cheerfully call from inside. Let her in, please. The nurse stepped aside and let Momo step into the room, where she saw Izuku, who seemed unharmed, standing next to a heavily bandaged Ida's bed. Todoroki was sitting on the bed, one hand in Ida's. Yamamo. Izuku chirped. I'm glad to see you. I didn't want to miss Violet on Present Mix show, and the hospital doesn't have a radio for us to dash. Momo interrupted him by striding over and smacking him upside the head. That is from Bakugo, she told him sternly, who says, and I quote, how dare that big fight a villain without me? And this, she hugged her friend tightly, is from me. I'm glad you're all right, Izuku. The green-haired boy blushed but returned the hug, wrapping his arms around her waist just as tightly. It was pretty scary, he admitted. Stain was worse than Shigaraki in some ways. I can only imagine, Momo said as she released him, shuddering. Todoroki, I'm glad you two are all right as well. I wouldn't be if not for Izuku and Shoto, Ida said, sounding ashamed, and Momo raised an eyebrow, first names, from the only other person in 1A who approached the level of formality that she was slowly stepping down from? Well, a near-death experience could certainly help people bond. I owe them my life. Jiro and Bakugo especially, Todoroki quietly commented. I would have trusted Izuku to save you himself, since we didn't know for sure that you were in danger, but they pushed me to help as well. I'm sorry that your father yelled at you for coming to help us, Izuku told him. I know I pulled you away from your patrol with him. Todoroki just shrugged. You know I don't care what my old man thinks. Yaoyorozu, Ida said to Momo, thank you as well, for coming to visit us. I understand that much of our class is too far, but it means a lot to have our class president come to check on us, even though I know you're mostly here for Izuku. She smiled at him. I'm here for you and Todoroki too, Ida. Just because I'm not as close to the two of you as I am with Izuku doesn't mean I don't care for you. I admit, Todoroki said, I didn't quite understand that impulse until now, that everyone in the class was important to everyone else, not just to their close friends. I didn't have any myself. Izuku was the only one I might have been able to call a friend after the sports festival, he admitted, and Izuku gave him a smile. I went to check on Izuku, but when I went, I didn't spare much thought for Tenya. But as soon as I saw him in danger, the stoic boy blinked. I understand that you really do care for everyone in the class. Now, I do as well, even though I hadn't realized it, and the feeling can only be stronger for you as the class president. So thank you for coming, Yamamoto. Momo blinked in surprise. Oh, she said, I didn't so. Todoroki tilted his head to the side. Oh, I'm sorry, I called you Yamamoto, didn't I? That's Jiro and Izuku's nickname for you, I shouldn't have used it. It's okay, she assured him. I'm trying to become less formal. If you, or anyone else in the class wants to call me Yamamoto, I think I'm ready for that. She smiled. Okay, Yamamoto, Todoroki said. If you're sure. Izuku began, then shook his head. Never mind. Kayakun's show is starting soon, right? He reminded Momo, sounding a little down. Yes. She produced a radio and turned it on, setting it down on a table next to Ida's bed. BGMI is back to the show. We have, as we do every night this week, my intern earphone Jack with us. Jack, how are you doing today? I'm so tired. Sensei had me practicing an entirely new way of using my quirk, and I have sore muscles that I didn't even know I had. It worked though, didn't it? Yeah, it did, and it'll be really helpful once I get a proper handle on it. Being able to project sounds other than my heartbeat will make me way more versatile. It's like if you'd never used your left arm before, and then some loud, sadistic blonde made you start lifting weights with it. Hey, I'm not a sadistic. Then why were you grinning at my pain? Well done, young Midoriya. All might boomed as Izuku reached him first for the second time that day, grateful once again to Ryukyu that he could now look directly at the number one hero. Your internship has really helped you develop your quirk. Thank you, Sensei, he said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. But I kind of feel like I was cheating. My quirk gives me both an easy way of locating you and a powerful boost to my speed with full cowling, while everyone else has to get by with just one. I mean, Kakin and Tenya would have both beaten me easily if not for the search aspect of this. Don't be like that, young Midoriya, the hero told him. Heroes must be able to find trouble, not just get there quickly. Your experience with Stain should show that well enough. If you hadn't been able to both move quickly and see people with your quirk, who knows what might have happened. I guess that's true. Hey, is that why we're doing this race? What? I definitely had this on my curriculum all along. Definitely. 100%. Izuku squinted at the man. That really? Oh my, look at the time. You had better get back to the changing rooms, young Midoriya. He chuckled as he brought full cowling up to X 2.5, quickly finding Kaken, Tenya, and Siro, all of whom had also won their first-round race and joined him in a champions race since they had a little class time left, and letting them know that class was over for the day. Within a few minutes, he was yawning as he doffed his costume's lab coat in the changing rooms. Kaken eyed him with a glare. Deku. I know, Kaken, I'm still figuring out a good balance for full cowling, he told his friend. And I know how to increase my capacity now, Ryukyu, and I worked on that for the second half of the internship, so. The blonde moved a hand at him. You're not allowed to collapse, he growled. Drain me. Da what? Deku, Kaken insisted, you're low on power. I'm not. Drain me. Izuku met his eyes, uncertain. You sure? Do I need to yell at you for being stupid about this again? He sighed and grasped his friend's hand. Okay, but tell me the moment it starts to hurt, okay? Izuku pulled at his friend's soul slowly, gently, trying to take as little as possible while still satisfying his friend, but he thought he had made up almost half the difference to his maximum before Kaken pulled away. That's super manly of you, Baku bro, Kirikin said, walking over as he buttoned up the shirt of his uniform. Midoriya, you know you can pull from me anytime you need to as well, right? He hesitated. I don't want to hurt anyone by accident. I know you'd never hurt anyone, the redhead encouraged. And hey, if you're worried, why not practice on the invulnerable guy? That was true. And Kirikin had more stamina than almost anyone else in their class. Despite the simplicity of his quirk, the shade of his vitality was as bright as Todoroki or Kaken's, brighter than the blonde's, even after Izuku had drained him. So he held his hand out to Kirikin. You don't have to if dash. Kirikin immediately clasped his hand. Drain me, bro. Izuku pulled, keeping an eye on both their levels, quickly reaching his max and then a little past. He stopped before it could start to be dangerous, leaving just enough excess that his capacity would improve from it. Thank you, Kirikin. Anytime, bro. And call me Ojiro. You too, Baku bro. Unless you want to stick with Sharktooth, I don't mind that either. Katsuki, Kaken muttered, turning away. I can call you Katsuki? Kirikin, Ojiro, asked for confirmation. What, you deaf too? The blonde snapped. That's what I said, isn't it? Hey, what's this? Said Kaminari, crouching next to the wall. This tile fell off and there's a hole behind it. Looks like someone made a peephole at some point. That's the girls' changing rooms behind the wall, isn't it? Shoto observed. That isn't right. No, it certainly isn't. Tenya declared. We should cover it up immediately and inform the teachers at once. Relax, Ida, Izuku said, crouching next to Kaminari. Let me see that tile. Kaminari. Izuku, I hope you aren't dash. He breathed a touch of life force into the tile, waking it for a moment, and pressed it against the wall. At his command, it reshaped itself, a tendril extending through the peephole and anchoring itself. No need to bother the teachers, I got it covered. Ah, of course. Tenya said in realization. You were fixing the hole, very responsible, as expected of our vice president. I don't know why you even doubted him, Shoto said quietly. Nor do I. Izuku knocked gently on the wall. I assume you heard all that, Kayakun, he said. He could, after all, see the girls easily, and the pulsing shape of her soul was crouching right across from him. I don't know if there are any other peepholes. My quirk can't spot non-living shapes like that, but maybe yours can? It might be worth checking over it with Yamamo. If there was one, there might have been others. Kayakun's soul moved a little closer to the wall, then he heard an answering knock. Is that a yes? She knocked again. Thanks, Kayakun. You're the best. One more knock, confirming that yes, she was the best, made Izuku laugh as he rose. Problem solved, guys, he declared, turning to face the other boys. Kirikin pretended to wipe a tear away. So manly, bro, solving problems just like that. Kaken grunted. Sharktooth, Pikachu, and I are getting boba tea. You coming? He said to Izuku shortly. Is Ishido coming along? No. Just us. Then yes, Izuku confirmed. Izuku knew Kaken as well as he knew himself, maybe even better. He was easily able to guess that the reason the explosive blonde had specifically invited him to come hang out with Ojiro and Kaminari was that he felt neglected. Izuku had, it was true, been spending a lot more time with Yamamoto and Kayakun lately, and they had just been separated for a whole week for their internships. It might have been the longest time that the two had spent apart since Izuku and his mother had moved in with the Bakugo family, almost 8 years ago now. It was definitely the longest since they had all moved into a bigger house 5 years ago. So he spent the walk to the nearby tea shop practically hanging off Bakugo, chattering happily to his best friend about what he had done during his internship, telling him about how kind Ryukyu-sensei was and Hato-senpai's eccentricities, about how his new full cowling technique worked, a technique that Kaminari insisted on calling the Kaioken for some reason, and other such things. By the time that they reached the shop, Izuku was feeling a little burned out, but Kaken's shoulders had lost some of their stiffness and he was clearly feeling better. Well, clearly to Izuku at least. Okay, I understand why Yamamoto calls you a sunshine boy, Kirikin teased once they had gotten their drinks and sat down. That was like watching a plant perk up when the sun came out. Katsuki is clearly feeling so much better. I'm a little jealous, I wish I could do that for him. Okay, maybe it wasn't just obvious to Izuku. He is? Kaminari asked, apparently not seeing it. Looks the same to me. He is, Izuku assured the electric blonde, even as Kaken scowled. Look at how his shoulders have dipped since we left school, he carries his tension there, you know. His friend quickly raised his shoulders up to his ears again, hunching his head down low, and Izu laughed. It's no use, Kaken, he said, poking him in the side. They know your secret, you're not actually mad anymore. Kaken growled. I can still blow your head into so many pieces they'd need a world master of jigsaw to put you back together, he muttered. I love you too, Kaken, Izuku said, wrapping an arm around his shoulders and leaning in. The blonde subtly leaned back. But Kirikin dash. Ojiro. Sorry, he corrected himself. I keep telling them, I'm not our class's sunshine boy. I can't keep that level of energy up for long. If anyone is the embodiment of sunshine here, it's you. Ah, thanks bro. Ojiro said, blushing and rubbing the back of his head. I try. But I can't keep it up forever either. More than me, at least, he insisted. If anyone is really sunshine in our class, it's Dash. Me? Kaminari asked with a grin. Mina. Sorry, Kaminari. No, you're right, he admitted. Ashido is pretty energetic, Izuku admitted. It's like having a puppy, Kaken commented, sipping at his tea. Everything is always bouncing around having the time of its life. Yeah, but you can't help loving that puppy, said Ojiro. That's actually a great analogy. Mina's super cuddly, too. Why don't you like her, Midoriya? Kaminari asked. Izuku said. Who said I don't like Ashido? I don't dislike her. You asked if she was going to come before you accepted Katsuki's invitation, Ojiro pointed out. Izuku sighed. Okay, fair. He paused for a moment, marshalling his thoughts. It's just the whole energy levels thing again, I guess. Ashido is just beyond me, and she never slows down like you do, Ojiro. She's perfectly nice, I can't keep up with her, and I get overwhelmed. If she could back off a little bit, I wouldn't mind her at all, but... I guess I can see that, the redhead admitted. She can certainly be a lot. But... It's nice to have someone so bright around, Kaken said. That's why I hang around with you, nerd. And me? Kaminari asked. Sure, why the f not? Yeah, we like Mina, Ojiro agreed. Sorry if you felt like we've been choosing you over her, or something. Izuku shook his head. Not at all. It's not like I don't have my own friends. Yeah, Yamamoto and Jiro, Kaminari said, leaning in. What's going on there? Nothing's going on, Kaminari. Are you sure? I mean, they let you call them by nicknames. Kayakun would let anyone call her a nickname, Izuku pointed out. She calls everyone else nicknames, after all. And Yamamoto is letting everyone call her that now. He tried not to be bitter when he said it but didn't quite manage it. He had thought that was their thing, Just like Deku and Kakin were the only ones to call each other by those nicknames. She let you use it first, though? There's nothing to it, he insisted. Fine. Kaminari relented, turning instead to Kakin and Ojiro. What about you two? What about us? Kakin demanded, tension suddenly returning to his shoulders. Izuku placed a subtle, comforting hand on his, Ojiro doing the same thing. You like Ishido, don't you? Kaminari pressed. Like. Well. Who the F told you that? Kakin snapped. He turned to look out the window. Don't talk about shit you don't understand. Okay, maybe not Bakugo, the electric blonde allowed. But you, Ojiro? Okay, yeah, I like her, the redhead admitted. Like I said, you can't help but love that puppy. I mean. He blushed nearly as red as his hair. You saw her at the beach, right? In that little black bikini? Oh, I saw, Kaminari agreed. Kakin tensed. Izuku noticed him shaking off Ojiro's hand, and made sure to give him a gentle squeeze, which his friend subtly returned. Why don't you ask her out? I dunno. Ojiro muttered. I kind of don't want to ruin our friendship, you know? I get that, Izuku commented. Besides, we knew each other before you, back when I was a stupid little kid. What if she still sees me like that? He worried. And on top of all that, I might like someone else, too. That's a lot to worry about, Kaminari admitted. Who's this other girl? Guy, Ojiro corrected, and Kakin's eyes flicked to his face. Who's this other guy? The blonde repeated, unfazed. That I'm keeping to myself, he insisted. Oh, come on, we won't tell. Is it Todoroki, the handsome bee? Nope, you're not getting this out of me. It's not that steel dude from 2A, is it? Leave it, Kaminari, Izuku advised. Thanks, bro. Group chat, Yaoyorozu Rescue Agency. Green Sundash at Goddess, can we talk real quick? Green Sundash, you two at Muse if you're up. Muse, sure, what's up? Goddess, of course, Izukin. What is it? Goddess, which of you renamed me Goddess? Muse spring. Green Sundash Violet. Goddess, Sai. Goddess changed their name to Yamamoe. Yamamoe, what do you need? Green Sundash, do you remember when we talked about me feeling anxious sometimes and needing reassurance? Yamamoe, I remember. Do you need some now? Green Sundash, maybe a little. Muse, I'll write a song about how awesome you are if you need it. Green Sundash, that seems a little much but thank you anyway. Muse, I'm already halfway done. Green Sundash 6 wait. Muse, I'm recording. Green Sundash, Kayakun you don't have to. Muse, attached a media file. Green Sundash. Green Sundash, thank you, Kayakun. Green Sundash, even if it is just 30 seconds of you shouting, don't forget you're awesome and my best friend repeatedly. Muse, anytime dude. Muse, and it's not just that I put it to a rhythm. Green Sundash fair. Yamamoe, Izukin, you truly are one of my best friends. You've been an unwavering pillar of support ever since we were paired in the battle test, and I've never doubted that I could count on you for absolutely anything. Even when I doubted myself, you found me and buoyed my spirits. You've been unfailingly patient as I slowly lowered my walls and attempted to reduce my level of formality and never once pressured me. You're an inspiration to me in battle and in the use of my quirk. You make me feel better just by spending time with me, and you're one of the best people I've ever met, and I'm including All Might in that tally. You'll become an incredible hero one day, and you're already an incredible friend. Please, never doubt that I consider you to be one of my favorite people in the entire world. Green Sundash OMG. Muse, Yamamoe, that was so effing sweet. Yamamoe, I'm sorry it took so long to type that. Green Sundash, I really appreciate that, Yamamoe. Green Sundash, like so much. Green Sundash, I'm saving that message so I can look at it whenever. Muse, not saving my message of support. Muse, I see which of us is your favorite. Green Sundash, I'm sorry, Kayakun, but heartfelt messages of support mean more to me than jokey messages of support. Muse, how dare you imply I didn't put my heart into that? Muse, but okay, I can be serious. Muse, gimme like 5 minutes. Yamamoe, may I ask what brought on this attack of anxiety, Izukin? Green Sun Dash, I don't want to make you feel bad. Yamamoe, if it was something that I did, I would very much like to know so that I can avoid it in the future. Yamamoe, I never want to hurt you, Izuku. Yamamoe, not even unintentionally. Green Sun Dash, okay so, Green Sun Dash, it's like how I didn't want anyone other than Kaken to call me Deku. Green Sun Dash, or how I didn't like Ishido calling me Izuku. Yamamoe, oh I see. Green Sun Dash, I thought that Yamamoe was our nickname for you. Green Sun Dash, so it hurt a little bit that you opened it up to everyone. Green Sun Dash, it's your nickname obviously and it's yours to decide who can and can't use it. Green Sun Dash, but Yamamoe changed their name to Momo. Momo, does this help? Green Sun Dash, surprised face. Green Sun Dash, Yamamoe, you don't have to if you don't want to. No, I do. Momo, you and Kayakun are on a different level than the rest of the class. I care about all of them, but I care about the two of you so much more. I want to show it. And if Yamamoe is for everyone now, doesn't that mean that you two still deserve something special? Momo, the answer is yes, by the way. You both deserve the world. Green Sun Dash, Muse, attached a media file. Green Sun Dash, Kayakun holy sheet. Green Sun Dash, I'm legit crying. Momo Kayakun, this is beautiful. Muse, never doubt my love again. Green Sun Dash, I won't, I promise. Green Sun Dash, seriously this is incredible. Green Sun Dash Kakun, how the F did you write something so amazing in 5 minutes? Momo, it's truly wonderful, Kayakun. Muse, I'm incredible. That's how. Muse, also it might have been written already. Muse, I was saving it for your birthday. Muse, I just needed to record it. Green Sun Dash, Muse,